states or client reports, those I can confirm, you know, I received that information from the client. As far as in totality, I would assume most information came from Ms. Heard, but I can't rule out that I didn't get any information from the treating physician in preparation either.
And I think you, would this information have been relayed to you at that first meeting with Ms. Heard?
This information, if it was information I received from Dr. Kipper, I would have had that information probably prior to meeting her. But anytime that I said states and I can confirm that I got that information, I would assume that it was sometime within the first day or two of meeting her, because I usually take a client history when I meet a client.
Go down a couple more sentences. It says, AH reports history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. CT client reports abstaining from cocaine for a couple years, but was unable to report exact dates. Do you see that? Do you see that where I'm referring to?
Yes, I see that.
And that's something that you would have written? That's
Yes.
something that you would have written. And
Yes.
this is also information that you believe Ms. Heard would have
Hoy se
reported
escuchan
directly to
mucho
you.
Again,
los
I
carros.
don't have specific recollection of this, but I would have to refer to my notes that says the client reports it. So the assumption that she provided me with that information.
So it says, it goes on to say, CT does not smoke cigarettes. She reports consuming 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day. Do you see that?
No sé cómo poner el chat.
And again, this is based off of your note of something that Ms. Heard reported to you, correct?
Again, I don't recall the specifics of that. I would refer again that in that particular sentence you're referring to, I use the verbiage of she reports, meaning Ms. Heard reports. So I would make the assumption that she
No
reported
puedo
that
ver esto
information.
en chat directo.
In the time that Ms. Heard was your patient, do you recall seeing her consume wine?
Yes.
Is this self-report of 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day consistent with your recollection?
I don't recall her
Pues no me sale.
drinking red wine every time I saw her, so I can't confirm that each time I saw her she would drink 1 to 3 glasses. I don't recall her drinking every time I saw her.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard appear
Dice,
intoxicated
did
from drinking alcohol?
you...
I don't
Ah.
recall her being intoxicated.
Esto creo que vendría a ser una... ¿Quién es? Maldita sea, me lo perdí.
It says she reports a familial history of substance abuse. Both mother and father have abused and become
Dice cliente de la historia.
amphetamine, opiates, and alcohol. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And the she here, it refers to Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
So this is also something that Ms. Heard
Cuando ella
reported to
tenía la
you.
referencia de que
Or
estaba,
your
¿qué?
notes reflect.
Again, I don't have specific recollection of this. It appears that she did report that, but I don't remember.
No recuerdo haberla visto intoxicada. No.
A couple sentences later here, it says, client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and
Es
occasional
bipolar.
insomnia. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
And
Ah.
based off of this note, and specifically the language that says client admits, you believe that this is something that Ms. Heard would have reported to you?
As you stated, because it says client admits, I would make that assumption.
Aparte dice, cree que su cliente haya sus... Anxiety vendría a ser ansiedad.
As I stated earlier in the morning, I remember a
Recuerda que en general su ansiedad, siempre ha tenido ansiedad en su vida y quiere, tiene una, recuerda haber tenido ansiedad en todas sus relaciones anteriores y tiene recuerdos de discusiones.
Non-specific recollections of Miss Heard being anger or enraged.
Other than that time that I spoke about in London 2014, I didn't specifically witness anger and rage.
No recuerda haberla visto molesta en London del 2014.
So first of all, what does that mean?
No lo recuerdo, pero
Emotional ability is typically when emotions swing on a pendulum. You know, for example, you may see someone very sad at one moment and quickly transition to.
dice, hubo un momento en los que su felicidad era muy corta.
And did you ever in the time that you treated Miss Heard, did you ever personally witness this type of emotional ability?
I don't recall specifically.
No recuerdan nada. No haberla visto con ansiedad.
Expressed concern to husband and Dr. Kipper that she's nervous about being alone while husband is working on movie set in London, and expressed she has difficulty dealing with feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of her husband.
Dice, su cliente expresó conocer a su esposo y al doctor cuando estaba y ella estaba nerviosa y le dejó sola cuando su esposo se fue a trabajar y expresó que tenía una dificultad al decir sus sentimientos y su inseguridad, sus celos, y no estaba presente el esposo. Ah, qué casualidad. Bueno, viajaban mucho a Londres y recuerda saber eso no lo entendí ni verdad.
Of Miss Heard having feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of Mr. Depp. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Bueno, siempre estaba deprimida porque Depp viajaba mucho, según ella. Claro, pero claro, la ansiedad se fue aumentando conforme los años.
Recollections of that being an issue at some time while you were treating her.
I would say that's a fair statement.
Please go to the entry for August 29th, 2014.
En agosto del 2019.
To direct your attention to the section that starts with 2345. And specifically the first sentence, it says client RN and Debbie RN went to dinner together. You see that?
I do.
And Debbie RN is Debbie Lloyd, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going down a couple sentences here. It says, client verbalizes feelings of confusion as she feels fiance would like her to decrease/eliminate acting career and stay home. Do you see that? Do you remember having this specific conversation with Ms. Heard?
I don't remember specifically, but I do have a general recollection. No, I don't recall specifics.
Did you ever have any discussions with Mr. Depp concerning Ms. Heard's acting career?
I have a sort of vague general memory of discussing that before. As to specific details, I don't think I can provide you with specifics, but it sounds familiar.
Did you ever have the impression that Mr. Depp wanted Ms. Heard to stop her or end her acting career?
I don't recall that being a sentiment.
Let's, if we could scroll down to the entry for September 2nd, 2014. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to a sentence in the middle of this entry. It says, RN and CT discuss CT's history and current relationship. CT reports difficulty with jealousy, issues, and anxiety around fiance's fame and ability to interact with females often. Did I read that correctly? And that's a note that you wrote, correct? Do you recall Ms. Heard expressing the sentiment to you?
And like we discussed earlier, I don't recall that specifically. I do have a general sense of jealousy, anxiety issues popping up throughout the years, but I don't remember that specific discussion to give you anything deeper than that.
Let's please move on to the entry for September 4th, 2014. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to, this is also in the middle. It says CT ate dinner with RN at 2100 at restaurant.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, CT became frustrated with wait staff over miscommunication. CT calmly repeated herself to staff to resolve issue. CT expressed frustration over conflict to RN. RN reflected change in coping mechanisms as CT's previous coping skills involved impulsive anger and yelling. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you recall this incident at all?
Recuerdo el incidente en donde se sentía celosa, creo que en un restaurante.
This, in preparation for the deposition, when I was rereading through these notes, I have sort of a vague memory of this.
Pero ha leído notas para recordar eso, dice.
Probably are more specific than what I exactly remember.
Tus notas son más específicas para recordar. ¿Qué es realmente lo que recuerda en septiembre 21 de 2014? ¿Qué recuerdas, amiga? ¿Qué recuerdas? ¿Qué notas?
Please take a moment and review this, and once you're done, the question is
tómese un momento para recordar.
Incident in London that you just referred to.
A ver, ¿qué momento se toma para que recuerde?
Yes, that is what I'm referring to.
It says down here at the bottom of the notes, client's fiance.
Dice, está diciendo que las notas.
Is that accurate? Recollection?
I don't recall. I would have to refer to my nursing note as it's probably a lot more reliable than my current memory.
¿La nursing? ¿La enfermera?
I believe you testified earlier, though, that you recall that Mr. Depp was
probablemente.
Is that right?
But it's not.
Now we move on to the entry for September 22nd.
¡Qué horror!
Okay, so this note begins.
A ver, dice. La
notificación. This starts with 0100.
Bueno.
Is that 1 o'clock in the morning on September 22nd?
Sí, en septiembre.
Yes, that's correct.
Ya que pasó ese septiembre del 2014. La notificación de tu asistente empezó diciendo que estaba gritando, irritada, muy fuerte y molesta. Empezó a llorar y estaba como en un estado deprimido o algo así. Miss Heard, Mr. Amber, Miss Amber estaba molesta. Refrescando su memoria, recuerda que bueno, sí recuerda que estaba molesta y llorando y cosas así.
Do you recall anything about what the fight between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard was about that's reflected in this note?
¿Qué es lo que recuerda ese día entre los dos? ¿Qué pasó entre los dos? No recuerda. Recuerda que en general que la señorita Heard estaba muy molesta con su teléfono, con la información que él tenía en su teléfono. Él estaba teniendo un mal momento. Ella no recuerda nada, o sea, dice, esto pasó, pero no recuerdo. O sea, pasó que sí estaban molestos, pero no recuerdo. Pasó que sí agarraba su celular o grababa, pero no recuerdo.
I didn't recall that, but again, I would state that my notes are much more reliable than my current memory, and I think that probably speaks to your previous question.
Bueno, ¿qué notas tiene ella? ¿Por qué no muestra sus notas? Porque todas sus notas son diferentes a lo que tienen ahí. Ay, ¿qué pasó? Ah.
No, I think we looked at these entries earlier. Do you recall that?
Bueno, ahora está escribiendo, ¿eh? A ver, ahora respecto al 2015.
Client notifies RN via text of increasing anxiety, reports emotional lability.
Bueno, están hablando de sus ataques de ansiedad y su mala estabilidad laboral o algo así. Ahora que recuerdo ese momento. Ah, bueno, ese día no le notificó nada.
So it says here that she notified you via text, right?
Ni le texteó.
Attention to the next note for March 8th, 2015. And
A ver.
I know you discussed this with Adam earlier, so I won't belabor this too much. But do you recall that this, at the time of this entry on March 8th, 2015, Ms. Heard was in Australia?
Escucho esa palabra mucho. ¿Rellamó? Recuerdo, eso sí recuerdo. ¿Qué recuerdos tiene? A ver, dice en Los Ángeles en marzo 8. Creo que vino de Australia. Uy. Bueno, eso es lo de Australia. Eso es lo que...
Yes, I do.
And I think you testified to this earlier. You did see Ms. Heard the next day when she arrived back in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Bueno, es que mezclan muchas cosas.
Look at the entry for March 9th. I refer to meeting her and her friends. So yes, I would have met her in person that day.
Claro, después de que vino de Australia se vio con ella en Los Ángeles, parece. Creo que es como la psiquiatra.
I don't recall. My note states that I met her for dinner at
No
2200
recuerda esas
March 10
notas
p.m.
tampoco. Que la vio en la
I don't
cena.
recall how long I was with her,
No recuerda cuánto tiempo estuvo con ella.
so I would assume a couple hours, but again, that
Un par de
is
horas
an
quizá,
assumption.
pero no recuerdo. Pero tipo, ¿qué hablaron? No, simplemente si se vieron o no.
No, I don't recall.
No
I
recuerda,
don't make
no
note of it,
sabe.
but I don't recall either.
No recuerdo.
If Miss Heard had visible injuries, is that something
Miss
that was
Amber,
documented
Mr.
in the
Heard.
nursing notes?
Se recuerda haber
I would
visto
assume
en sus
so.
Do
documentos.
you recall Miss Heard seeking any medical treatment from you when you saw her on March 19th?
A ver, recuerdo haber tenido algún tratamiento médico. Tampoco lo recuerda.
If Miss Heard had sought medical treatment from you on that date, is that something you would have documented in your notes?
No tiene ningún documento de
Perhaps
algo
if
de
there were
los
requests for medical treatment
documentos
that
médicos que le haya dado
differed
ella.
from sort of day-to-day status, then yes, I might have put it in my notes if I hadn't just
Ah, sí, sí tiene, entonces, sí tiene, sí los ha puesto en sus notas.
I don't make any
Pero,
reference to it in this particular note.
pero no tiene ninguna referencia como tal.
Could we please pull up what should be
Está haciendo eso.
in,
Está
I
estresada.
think I would have uploaded as document B. It bears the base numbers Pilati 0134. Is it 14?
Está estresada.
I think we covered this before, but just to confirm, is this your email up at the top that says aaronboren@hotmail.com?
Algo de un email que tiene. Ah, Aaron. ¿Qué?
I'm sorry, did you respond?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay, I'd like to direct
Creo que
your
ni siquiera le está
attention
haciendo
down to
caso y
this
responde
email
sí.
from David Kipper on March 9th, 2015.
Dice, recuerdo haber tenido un email de David. ¿Quién es David?
Do you recognize this email?
Ah, recuerda el email donde se mandan amorcillo.
I believe I produced this in reference to.
Dice, cree que ha producido una referencia de ese, de ese poema. ¿Su poema? Dice, recuerda.
I don't recall. I do remember
No recuerda.
reviewing this. I don't think I reviewed it.
No, nunca lo ha visto.
Today, but probably at the time of the document request. I think I probably reviewed this.
No recuerda, pero cree que probablemente en algún momento sí lo ha tenido en sus manos. Los emails. ¿Quién es David? Dice, ponga atención en medio del email. ¿Qué es lo que dice? Dice, estoy seguro que Johnny Depp, ¿qué? Que creo que no lo quería ver en su casa.
And JD refers to Mr. Depp in this instance.
Yes.
And the her is Miss Heard.
Yes.
Did you have an understanding at the time as to why Dr. Kipper didn't want Miss Heard to see Mr. Depp for a few days?
I don't recall exactly. This might have been in reference to Australia when they, meaning Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, were separated. I would have to check the dates on that.
Turning back to your notes where Ms. Heard was returning from Australia on March 9th, 2015, does that orient you?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that would be the same time period.
And you alluded to an understanding that Dr. Kipper wanted Mr. Depp and Miss Heard separated.
Después de que se separaron, ¿qué pasó?
And why didn't you, what was your understanding as to why they should be separated?
¿Qué es lo que entiende después de que pasó la separación? Dice,
I wasn't present in Australia at that time.
No estaba presente en Australia en ese momento y solo recuerda en general un gran argumento, lo que el team decidió sobre los dos para que Amber se vaya a Los Ángeles y Shawnee se quede en Australia por un largo tiempo. Bueno, eso fue cuando se separaron, ¿no? Después de la medicación.
Yes.
Do you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper was directing you to provide this excuse to Ms. Heard?
Yeah, and just the
bueno, creo que están hablando de los medicamentos.
Major argument in Australia, which I wasn't present for, and separating because of that.
Did you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper stated that none of this will be accepted by Ms. Heard?
Vale. El que le recomendó separarse en Australia y bueno, Los Ángeles y Australia fue el doctor David. De ahí el email. ¿Usted estaba de acuerdo de que los dos se hayan separado y hayan aceptado? Estamos haciendo lo mismo.
As I talked about much earlier this morning, there was generally a sense of arguing, reconciling, and that sort of cycle happening frequently throughout their relationship.
If we could please go back to the nursing notes, which are Exhibit 2.
Dice, ¿podría decirme si es que alguna enfermera los había visto por los nursing? No, sí.
Could we please go back to the entries from March 2015 that are on the page with the base number 16952? Now, we covered this earlier, but it says in your March 9, 2015 entry, it says clients
2015
clientes events between her and husband with RN in private tomorrow. Do you see that?
Hablaron de una discusión que tuvieron en privado.
Yes, I do.
Directing your attention to the entry for March 10th, 2015.
En marzo del 2015, bueno, el 10, el cliente en su casa.
No, it doesn't refresh my recollection. However, I would refer to my nursing note.
Do you have any reason to doubt that these notes are accurate?
My nursing note. A ver, espérate.
No.
Do you recall what
nursing.
Showed any injuries?
Enfermería. ¿Es enfermera?
No, I don't
o
any injuries.
No recuerda.
Can we go back to Exhibit 2, which is the nursing notes, and specifically
Se tiene algunas notas de enfermería, especialmente del 2015.
And I just want to ask you about one more part of this. It says, states she is concerned about ability to trust fiance following argument on March 23rd, 2015. Do you have any recollection of Ms. Heard expressing concern about her ability to trust Mr. Depp?
I would say I have a
A ver si recuerda lo mismo.
memory of
Recuerda si es que le ha dicho que
being, as I
tiene...
stated before, jealousy and anxiety issues,
Pero es que es más de lo mismo.
mistrust within the relationship.
Bueno, siempre le decía que estaba ansiosa, celosa,
Do you recall Ms.
mistrust.
Heard ever telling you that she thought Mr. Depp was cheating on her?
Mistrust. Ah, y desconfianza. Desconfianza de Channing.
No, I don't recall that specifically. I just,
Desconfianza.
as I've said, have a general sense of remembering jealousy being.
En general siempre estaba celosa y...
Could, okay, I think, do you recall talking about visiting Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp for Thanksgiving earlier?
Bueno, ahora que hicieron ¿cómo se dice?
Does anything
Noche de
come to
gracias.
mind as, from that Thanksgiving dinner that you can recall?
Para la cena de Noche de Gracia. ¿Noche de Gracia? ¿Dar gracia?
Really stands out other than it was
Thanksgiving.
sort of have a
Bueno, de
general sense
Thanksgiving, esa de
of
Thanksgiving.
a really jovial
Suena mejor en inglés.
time together.
Pasaron tiempo juntos, a ver.
Do you recall how long you stayed at the dinner?
¿Recuerdas cuánto tiempo estuvieron juntos?
Specifically, I would assume
Recuerda, creo
a few
que
hours.
un par de horas.
Could we please just quickly go to the note from November?
A ver, y ahora va a
This is
poner
exhibit two,
la nota de noviembre.
entry for November 26, 2015, which is on page 16954.
A ver, ¿qué dice esa nota? Porque algunas notas están como que subrayadas en negro. Cristiano Ronaldo a la madre. Hello, hello. ¿Entiendes? Yo estoy más o menos por ahí. Es como que entiendo la mitad, en la mitad no entiendo.
Ms. Pilati, directing your attention to the entry for November 26, 2015. You
Ahora, lo de noviembre del...
seeing this entry earlier today,
Yes.
and I believe you testified that this is the entry from the Thanksgiving dinner that you spent with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
Bueno, ya qué pasó en la cena.
You see
Ah,
in the
estuvo
note
ahí
where
con
it says,
ellos.
JD appeared calm and coherent.
Y estaba calmado y coherente.
Is that accurate to your recollection of that evening?
Dice,
And I
estos
don't
son los
remember
recuerdos que tiene de esa
that
noche.
specifically, but I just remember a general sense of it being a fun, happy evening.
Ah, bueno. Dice, yo entendí que cuando la jueza dijo que buenos días, y ahí quedó.
What's your recollection of that evening?
I would make that
¿Sabes?
assumption.
No, lo que yo he llegado es en la parte que ella está hablando. No sé de quién es exactamente ella. ¿De Johnny? O sea, ¿testigo de quién? Pero están hablando de si es que la han visto a ella molesta y todo el tiempo paraba molesta, celosa, ansiosa. Y bueno, el día de la noche de gracias, creo que se le dice, pues tiene entendido que la pasaron bien y se divirtieron. Hasta ahí llegado. Hasta ahí llegado.
Do you recall going and visiting Miss Heard on December 15th, or excuse me,
Ahora, bueno, ¿ya
December
están en
17th?
diciembre? Sí, ya están en diciembre.
I remember it in so much as my nursing notes regarding
Sus notas así...
I don't say
Sus notas de enfermería. Es enfermería.
much more than I have here, but I do remember
Ahí es la enfermera, pero en ningún momento está diciendo que la ha visto golpeada, ¿eh? Y no recuerda nada. Es como que sí, vi esto, y estaba ansiosa y estaba esto, pero no remember. No recuerda nada. Y en sus notas no hay nada. Dice, bueno, mis notas dicen algo diferente. Allá, mira, ahí está, le está diciendo si es que la ha curado de algo con sangre. ¿Tampoco recuerda? No, dice Cole. La examinó, si es que estaba con sangre en algún momento. Dice, creo que tenía golpes. Visualmente le hizo una... Bueno, o sea, la ha visto, pero no la curó ni nada. Cuéntame, Ronaldo, ¿tú dónde eres? Tenía hematomas.
If you had observed the bruises or hematomas that Ms. Heard had described, would that have been reflected in your note?
Would assume, but again, I'm not trained in looking for those types of injuries, which is why my note continues that I encourage her to be seen by a professional that is trained to do so.
No ha visto ni vergas. Dice que supuestamente tenían hematomas y ella en su experiencia profesional se hubiese dado cuenta que tenía ese tipo de cosas, y no tenía. Yo, Ronaldo de Portugal, te causa. Allá eres peruano. Te causa.
It is, and I believe I miswrote there. Probably it should say client was consuming red wine when RN.
Bueno, estaban tomando vino. Para estar claro, si estaban... ¿Por qué fue a ver a Amber, ya que sé, en esa ocasión? En esa ocasión, ¿por qué la fue a ver? Y no recuerda por qué. ¿Y no estaba alcoholizada ese día? En sus notitas de enfermera. A ver. Bueno, ahí creo que lo vio a él. Hola Marlon, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenido. Do you speak Spanish o speaking English? Porque yo ahí speaking no sé qué. Mira, ahí dice que sí estaba sangrando. ¿Quién estaba bloody? ¿Qué es lo que dicen sus notas? A ver, dime. A ver, ya, en sus notas dice que tenía... este de aquí es... Creo que es de Johnny. Tenía sangre en su labio. Dice, los dos viven en uso. Los dos. Entonces sí entiendes. Aquí dijo que ¿quién tenía el labio con sangre? ¿Johnny o Amber? Porque al saludarte me perdí un poquito. No te echo la culpa, pero un poco sí.
Where it says RN socialized with JD for 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, and sociable. Thought process logical and clear. Do you have any reason to doubt that that's accurate? That's an accurate description of Mr. Depp on that tape.
Bueno, por hablar me pierdo.
Can you just use your cursor to help me see the note that you were just reading?
It's sorry, I actually don't have control of it, but it's down towards the middle. It says RN social
bueno.
JD at times 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, and sociable.
Oh, yes, I see it. Thank you.
Thought process, logical, and clear. Yeah. Okay.
Creo que no podía leer, ¿verdad?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was your question regarding that?
Do you have any reason to doubt that that's an accurate description of how Mr. Depp appeared to you on April 21st, 2016?
Ah, ya, porque
I have
Mr. Depp
no
apareció
reason to stand by my notes.
en 2016 para verla.
Um,
No sabe la razón, dice. Tendría que ver sus notas para saberla.
Mr. Depp was being treated for substance abuse issues by Dr. Kipper and Nurse Depp.
Ah, ya.
Correct?
Yes.
Creo que aquí dijo lo del abuso y lo de los golpes. ¿Alguna vez te han dicho que te queda bien este vestuario? Dice. Hola, Alex.
It had been outwardly visible for either client, I would have made reference to that.
We could go back to the nursing notes, exhibit 2, please.
Storm, hello. No estamos en Twitch, Alex.
And if we could go down to the entry for May 11.
Esa parte no la entendí. Pero parece que estaban hablando de Johnny y que lo fue a ver, tipo porque le había dicho que tenía algún tipo de abuso o algo así.
Entry earlier today, correct?
Está jodido esto, ¿eh? Mi poco inglés se marea.
Directing your attention to just a couple lines down, it says, client discussed her birthday trip to Coachella Music Festival. Trip was April 22nd, 2016 through April 20th.
¿Qué no puedo decir? Va.
Client admits to illicit drug use during the trip.
Ni que fuera contratada por YouTube.
And MDMA simultaneously, while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was, quote, high for at least 24 hours straight, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you recall, well, first of all, do you recall Ms. Heard relaying this to you?
I don't recall these specifics that I state here in the note, but I remember
A ver, ¿qué recuerda?
sort of a conversation talking about the trip after they had returned.
Bueno, parece que se vio con Amber y hablaron de algunas cosas. Y tenía algunos moretones en su...
Again, I don't remember these specifics. However, my usage of client admits
¿Hematomas en sus brazos?
the client reporting something to me.
El cliente me dijo algo a mí.
And Ms. Heard ever admitted to illicit drug use to you before this
Allá.
time?
Esa vez Amber estaba con...
Nursing notes from when I
Dice, recuerda tener una referencia en
met
sus...
her.
con...
He alluded to previous substance use.
It says here, I
Substance
remember
use.
saying that illicit
¿Qué?
drug
¿No
use
puedes decir
will
sí?
not be
She's
tolerated
drunk.
by medical staff, and that any medications or drugs that are not prescribed can interfere
Creo que
with
ahora le están preguntando si es que recuerda si es que Amber en algún momento ha estado como que drogada o algo parecido. Yes. Yes, Cristiano, yes, yes.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you recall, Ms.
A ver,
Heard,
esta vez se recuerda
laughing in
que
response to your
si Amber estaba...
No, I don't recall that.
si es que se reía cuando le comentaba algunas cosas y de hecho que no se recuerda eso. Yo creo que eso sería lo que más podría recordar.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard?
¿Alguna vez ha visto a Amber? ¿Amber qué?
Did you ever see Ms.
Ah,
Heard throw anything at Mr. Depp?
abusada psicológicamente por
I
Depp.
did not witness that.
No.
Um,
¿No? Dijo no.
In the time that you treated her, did you ever see Miss Heard lose her temper?
As we talked about previously, the one incident that I can remember is in London.
¿Te acuerdas si alguna vez ella perdió como el control? Es una enfermera.
Being hacked and sensitive material being leaked.
Did you ever feel that Miss Heard was hostile towards you at any time during your treatment of her?
No.
Did you ever feel like she was ignoring attempts by you to contact her?
Yes, I have a general memory of not often, I should excuse me, I spoke, of that happening on more than one occasion where I would reach out and not get a response. I remember feeling frustrated by that.
When had you
Bueno, ella, ¿no?
domestic violence victims prior to this time?
Recuerda haber visto algo. Bueno, aquí ya le están preguntando tipo si es que ha visto algún golpe, algún maltrato psicológico. Pero creo que ha visto alguna que otra discusión y ella misma se sintió frustrada por esos momentos.
Sort of a safe house.
Miss Wadi, do you remember when you were treating Miss Heard that at some point she had a cyst on her eyelid?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay. And do you remember that you had
¿Recuerda?
a procedure to have that cyst removed?
Yes.
And was that a surgical procedure to your recollection?
From what I recall, that was handled at an outpatient surgical center. Other than that, I don't know the details of that specific.
Creo que en algún momento ha tenido un problema en su ceja y le han tenido que hacer como una operación o algo así. Pero creo que fue a Amber.
I don't recall. I remember a topical ointment being applied, but I don't recall if there were marks on her eye or not.
At this point, the questioning switches back to counsel for Ms. Heard.
All right, thank you.
Do you see Pilates 93?
Yes.
Okay. And
O sea, recuerda haberle, creo que le han hecho alguna
from May 21st, 2016.
alguna cirugía o algo así, pero no recuerda haber visto como que le
And
quedó
Amber sent you
la
this text
marca.
on May 21st, 2016.
I believe so based on the timestamp.
Ahí ya enseñan su cara.
And the same for this picture on the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her.
Correct.
And the same for this page, the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her on May 21st.
Eso vendría a ser, sí, todo es del mismo día, dice.
When you saw Amber on December 17th, 2015, and you spoke
Bueno,
about
en
that,
2015.
how long were you with her? Do you recall?
¿Cuánto tiempo estuvo con ella cuando le vio así con esa? No recuerda nada, dice, mucho. ¿Ves? No recuerdo, dice.
Would assume based on the fact that I stopped by briefly, maybe an hour or two.
Una hora estuvo con ella.
The door.
From what I recall, I was inside.
Okay.
Estaba fuera. Estaba fuera de la
When you
casa.
saw Amber on December 17th, was she wearing
Dice,
makeup?
cuando la vio,
Do you recall?
ya estaba usando maquillaje. No recuerda si usaba maquillaje.
All right, thank you. Before we get to the next witness, could I have counsel approach on the plaintiff's 46?
Bueno, es la enfermera. Hay muchas cosas que no recuerda. Solamente recuerda que tipo ha visto alguna discusión, que siempre estaba ansiosa, siempre estaba frustrada, celosa, desconfiada. Creo que menos veces ha visto a Johnny, más la ha visto a ella. Creo que a Amber la curó de un golpe por aquí y a Johnny en el labio. Después vio que pasaron los Thanksgiving bien tranquilos.
Plaintiff 46 is in evidence.
Y luego se separaron de Londres a Australia por las razones que les dijo un doctor o algo así.
Yes,
Yes,
Mr.
Your
Dixon.
Honor. Plaintiff calls Michael
Entonces, ¿quién
Spindler.
golpeó a
All
quién?
right, Mr. Spindler.
Creo que en varios momentos, parece que ambos, o tengo entendido la vez pasada en otro video, que dicen que hay un video en donde la hermana de Amber, la tía de Amber, la vecina de Amber, la amiga de Amber le tira un puñetazo a ella, o sea a Amber, y las dos se ríen. Y hay video de eso, en donde supuestamente entre amigas se golpean y puede que ese golpe haya sido el que la enfermera ha visto. Sí, 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 no me acuerdo si es la hermana, la amiga, la vecina, no me acuerdo. Hola Andrés, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenida. La tía de quién, de Amber, no me acuerdo quién fue, pero hay un video en donde dicen que la ven a Amber golpeando, bueno, a una conocida de Amber golpeándola, y es como que, ¿what? Bueno, llega alguien más. ¿Por parte de quién? La enfermera no sé por parte de quién ha sido. No sé si ha sido por parte de Amber o por otra persona. No sé de quién ha sido el testigo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name for the record.
Michael Spindler.
Michael Spindler.
Where do you live?
¿Dónde
I live
vive?
in the Los Angeles, California area.
What's your occupation?
Bueno, vive en Los
Forensic
Ángeles.
accountant.
What do you mean by forensic accountant?
¿Qué es?
Well, forensic
Es un
accountant,
forense.
does accounting work that is a bit more investigative in nature. So it's essentially taking a look at business records and accounting records in connection with some form of business issue.
How long have you worked in that field?
¿Qué
I've
es?
been a forensic accountant full-time since 1990.
What'd you do before that?
Before that, I spent about 10 years doing auditing of financial statements.
Can you describe your...
¿Era un forense? Las vecinas
Yes, I
golpean
graduated
duro
in
una vez y
1981
se roban un beso.
from State University
Y
of
me dio una
Maryland,
cachetada.
with a Bachelor of Science degree in
Te
accounting
pasaste.
and a minor in economics.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Who's your employer?
B. Riley Advisory Services.
Bueno, es economista, pero dijo, escuché
It's a
algo tipo
national
forense.
forensic accounting boutique firm that does forensic accounting, business
Mira,
valuations,
forense.
appraisals,
Forense.
and
A ver, vamos a
bankruptcy
traducir.
restructuring work.
Forense.
B. Riley.
Since January of 2015.
What
Forense, es un forense, pero ha trabajado de varias cosas.
Well, it's a long career, so I'll give you the
Dice, a
highlights.
lo largo de mi
I spent about
carrera,
30 years
uy,
with
30 años
national accounting
de carrera,
firms, as partner at two different firms.
con
And also was involved with
involucrados en
a couple of forensic
diferentes
accounting
firmas.
boutique firms.
Okay.
Dice Acápulos Forensic
I
Accounting.
do.
Una boutique.
I'm a certified public accountant with licenses
Bueno,
in
está
6 states,
certificado
New York, California,
en
Arizona,
varios.
Nevada, Utah, and Hawaii.
A la madre.
I'm also
Bueno,
certified
tiene
in financial forensics,
licencia en varios
certified
lugares.
fraud examiner,
Es economista forense,
accredited
multifacético.
business valuation, and a certified anti-money laundering.
Ahí dice forense, o sea que sí es forense.
Participate in any professional organizations?
I do.
What are those?
Well, I've had leadership positions in a couple of them. I'll mention the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter, and I'm currently on their board. I've been actively involved with the California Society of CPAs.
Bueno, aquí
I
están
was the
hablando de
president of
dónde
the
he
Los Angeles
trabajado, ¿no?
chapter. It had
Ay, me dio
11,000
calor
members
mis
at the
orejas.
time. Was also on Cal CPA Council, which is kind of their board
Me
of
dio calor
directors,
las orejas, ya empieza a
and
hacer calor.
also member of the board of trustees of the Cal CPA Education Foundation.
Have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 100 times, roughly. About half of that in trials and arbitrations.
What's your typical role in those cases?
Typically, it can take a number of forms, but commonly I will testify with respect to damages.
Have you done any film industry work?
Yes, I have.
What was that?
I've done work involving all of the major film studios, and I've also done work on behalf of writers, directors, producers, actors, studio executives.
Bueno, ha trabajado con actors, producers,
Mr. Spindler is an expert in forensic.
swingers,
All right, any objection?
swingers.
All right, so moved. Thank you.
Dice, es un experto en...
What work did you do in this case?
Bueno, ¿qué va a hacer en este caso? A ver,
Well, in
sí.
this case, I was asked
En
to take a
este
look
caso
at
voy a
issues with
mirar
respect to
a
lost
los...
earnings for Mr. Depp.
Ah, ok. Este viene de parte de Mr. Depp.
Did you do?
I looked at accounting records that were produced by Mr. Depp's accounting firm at White & Company. I looked
bueno.
at trial exhibits, I looked at deposition testimony, I looked at some trial testimony, and I've looked at various other documents and exhibits in connection with the case.
Ah, bueno, va a checar el tema de los documentos. Viene de parte de Johnny. Viene de parte de Johnny.
I looked at the period following the publication of the op-ed. So I looked at the period from December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020.
Uy, uy, este sabe fechas. A él no remember, no va a decir no remember.
I looked at the accounting records that have been produced by Mr. Depp's accountants.
Dice las accounts. Bueno, las cuentas, ¿no?
Various,
Materiales varios,
deposition
disposiciones,
transcripts, trial
transcripciones de,
testimony,
de
contracts,
sus
etc.
testimonios, contratos, etcétera.
What
¿En
conclusions
qué,
did you draw from your report?
qué conclusión cree que va a
I
dar?
concluded that
¿Qué
Mr.
puede
Depp
concluir?
suffered lost earnings of approximately $40 million.
Dice, hola madre, perdió
Well, there are really two main components to that.
40 millones de
First
dólares.
relates to the loss of the role of Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates 6 film.
Hola
So,
madre,
the
claro.
loss relate to the
Está
loss
aquí
of
como
that role in
para,
the franchise
por el tema de Piratas del
was
Caribe.
$22.5 million based on testimony provided by Mr. Jack Wiggum. In addition,
Aquí
we
está hablando de
looked at
5 millones de dólares. Irving, está hablando de...
well, we also calculated the net earnings that Mr. Depp would have received from that.
Okay.
Net
What did you
Earring,
base
espérate.
your
Net Earring,
analysis
quiero
of
traducir
evidence
eso.
6 on?
Based on the testimony
Are
of Mr. Jack Wiggum.
Okay. What else
Ring.
did you do with respect to the lost earning analysis?
pendientes. Ah,
Well, the other
pendientes.
component to this is taking a look at all the other roles, the non-franchise films. So those films,
Todos
studio
es-
films, independent films, and endorsements that Mr. Depp realizes and enjoys. So in connection with that, we
Bueno,
looked
aquí va a hablar
at
básicamente de que
his
por todo el
bookings
tema
for the
de
year 2017.
la demanda ha
By
perdido
bookings, I mean
varios trabajos,
instances where Mr. Depp is hired.
varios trabajos con varios estudios valorados tipo en como en 40 millones. Y solamente con Piratas del Caribe unos 5 millones.
And cash showed up, so it's real. So we looked at his 2017 bookings, and we calculated for that year, for that period, his bookings were about $17.5 million.
Bueno,
Components of that, Mr. Wiggum
y
testified.
solamente en 2017 fueron 17 millones.
The period of time following the op-ed of December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020. So if annual earnings
Bueno,
were
aquí está hablando del
$17.5 million,
2018 y
in
fueron
what is
25,
known as a typical year,
25 millones en 2018.
at that rate,
Y esto no es muy típico para un año. Y es
from that period of October 18th,
después de ese periodo de que terminó el 2018,
then compared that to his bookings,
podemos
actual
comparar
bookings for that period of time.
Why did
en
you
los
use
books.
2017 as a typical base year?
Bueno,
Well, a couple of reasons. First of all, Mr. Wiggum testified that
en
was a typical
2017
year
fue
for
un
Mr. Depp.
año
And it's
raro.
also the most recent clean
Bueno, no, es
year,
un año típico,
that was
dice.
experienced. In
Y
2018, you had the publication of the op-ed That didn't happen in 2017.
Claro, allá. O sea, pudo como que limpiar su nombre en 2017 y después en 2018 fue cuando apareció lo de la publicación en el periódico, lo del artículo que estábamos hablando ayer. Entonces, pues perdió más.
Thank you.
Este va a hablar de money. Nada, ¿no? ¿Qué dice el cristiano? Dice, ¿qué es zinc? ¿Qué es zinc? Díganle qué es zinc, cristiano, please.
I'm not going to move it into evidence. I'm simply just going to use it.
Para yo, según yo, traducir.
And publish it to the jury so that the witness can explain it.
Any objection to demonstrative 1240? All right, demonstrative, well, do you have electronic?
Ay,
That's fine.
van a empezar a decir, tipo, objeción.
Who did this check?
Uy, van a analizar
In combination with people working
money.
from my firm.
Joder. Esto son filmes franchise.
Sure, I'd be happy.
20 milloncitos.
As we discussed previously, Mr. Depp lost
Mira, el agente se lleva 2 millones. ¡Ah! Debemos ser agentes, chicos. Mira, por Piratas del Caribe tenía 22 millones. Para el agente son 2 millones. O sea, voy a volverme agente. Voy a volverme agente, ¿no? Joder.
So we deduct that 10%, which comes to $2,250,000, just 10% of $22.5 million. And the net effect of that, the amount that Mr. Depp would have received after deducting that fee would have been $20,250,000.
Aquí en compañero, muchas gracias. Un sim cristiano es bueno, lo que pasa es que yo hago stream en una plataforma morada. Me han dicho que no diga el nombre. Y un sync es como un cuadradito en donde pones un nombre y posas.
So that rate of earnings over the period from mid-December through the end of October 2020.
Bueno, esto de aquí, bueno, esto no dice fechas, pero esto ya viene de otros. Aquí el análisis de, bueno, otros fines. No, son como 32 millones. Y 10 millones perdidos, no sé por qué. Los booking. Voy a buscar qué es los booking. ¡Oh, rayos! ¡Oh, rayos!
And once again, we've deducted the 10% agent's commission. So the net effect.
¿Qué debe decir? Los booking es reserva perdida. Reserva perdida de 22 millones y 10 millones aquí. 10 millones aquí, 2 millones aquí. Y bueno, la comisión del agente, otros 2 millones. Y bueno, al final perdió otros 20 millones aquí, que fueron cerca de 40 millones. Fueron, claro, 40 millones. Yo no entiendo por qué le ha pedido tan poco a la Amber. A la Amber le ha pedido 5 millones, 50 millones. Y ahí solamente fueron 40. Y la pinche Amber ha pedido 100 millones. Si es que gana, cosa que no creo. Bueno, este viene ya de parte de Amber, a ver.
It is not.
You've worked with him in a lawsuit that he had in the past with his old law firm, correct?
Yes, just a little bit of work, yes.
And so in this second go round as a paid expert for Mr. Depp, you're making $550 an hour is what he's paying you. Is that right?
That's the amount that my firm bills.
Bueno. Le pagan $500 la hora. Bueno, y empiezan a decirle. Yo pensé que Johnny pidió 100. No, Johnny pidió 50. Amber pidió 100.
Miss Heard's December 8, 2018 op-ed, correct?
Ahí le están preguntando, ¿cuánto te paga?
This is
La
the
clásica,
first case
eso siempre hacen.
identified as
¿Cuánto te paga
relating
Johnny?
to
Ayer también igual.
damages claimed by an actor, correct?
First time I've testified to, but I've done that work before.
And you
Mm,
understand that this case is about only whether Miss Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed constitutes defamation of Mr. Depp, correct?
That's my understanding.
And you understand that this case isn't about anything else Miss Heard has ever said or done, correct?
a ver, aquí le dice, usted está diciendo que la Mr. Head,
Clear,
y para ser claro, está testificando que solo
alleged damages.
los alegatos dados de...
Correct.
So you are not offering any opinion or any testimony on whether those specific damages that you just discussed were caused by the op-ed, correct?
That's correct.
And you're assuming for the purposes of your report that the damages that you're testifying about were caused by Amber's op-ed, correct?
Yes.
So
No entiendo, pero creo que está diciendo que su testimonio no tiene nada que ver con el caso.
anything else that's happened.
No sé cómo explicarlo, pero creo que dice, entonces me está diciendo que tu testimonio no tiene nada que ver con el caso, solamente tipo con dinero o algo parecido.
I believe that's generally correct, yeah.
Claro, esto
So
es
you're
todo
not looking at
económico.
whether the article published in the UK in June 2018 calling Mr. Depp a wife beater.
Ay, ay, aquí está mirando la publicación que se hizo en junio del 2018,
You're not
que
looking
fue
at whether the
la
lawsuit that he
de
filed in
Amber.
the UK against the publisher of that article caused him those damages, right?
Correct.
You're not looking at any of the evidence that came out in that lawsuit about alleged instances of abuse against Amber, correct?
Correct.
Bueno, está hablando de
You're
lo
not looking at whether the consequences of Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use have caused him the damages you're discussing, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the worsening performance at the box office of Mr. Depp's movies over time has caused him the damages that you're testifying about, correct?
Correct. And I'm not acknowledging any of this being accurate. I'm just saying that that wasn't part of my calculations.
Sure, I understand.
Claro, él no está hablando de lo que ha pasado, sino está hablando de los cálculos que ha tenido para lo
And
que ha
so,
perdido.
to round that out, you're not considering even the impact of Amber obtaining a restraining order in May 2016 and whether
Ah, y quieren quitar todo lo del impacto de Amber.
Well, since we were
Ay,
taking
ya.
a look at lost bookings using 2017 as a base year, any activity that preceded that would have been baked into those calculations that way.
and we'll
Claro.
get to those calculations in a minute. 'Cause
O sea, está diciendo tipo,
put up the chart.
entonces todo lo que me está diciendo no está afectando o poniendo el nombre de Miss Amber en esos cálculos. Y dice, pues no, estoy diciendo que lo que haya pasado en ese momento tiene que ver con los cálculos. O sea, lo del ya saben, lo que escribió pues.
Correct.
And you took Jack Wiggum's word for it in making that assumption, correct?
I based it on his testimony, yes.
Now, you never saw a contract.
Nunca vi un contrato.
Correct?
Correct.
Because no contract exists. To your
Ah,
knowledge,
no
correct?
existe un contrato
So
para
far as I
Piratas
know,
del
I haven't seen
Caribe.
one.
And you didn't take into consideration Jack Wiggum's testimony that Disney was non-committal about Mr. Depp being in Pirates 6 even before the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take into consideration
Bueno, están
press
diciendo que aquí
articles
Disney no tenía un
prior to
contrato
the
con él
op-ed
antes.
that suggested that Disney had made a decision not
Para
to
ir
cast
descubriendo la
Mr. Depp.
estrategia legal sin nombre.
Correct.
Sí. Ver.
And you have no idea whether Pirates 6 will ever be made.
Sí, lo que quieren hacer es quitar el tema
I
de...
wouldn't know that.
And you have no idea if Disney
Ah, no
has decided
sabe.
one way or the other whether Mr. Depp would be in it or whether they'd offer him a role in it if it is a
Obviamente lo quitaron por ese tema.
Well, my understanding is that they made a public statement that
Lo
they
que
were
tengo
not.
entendido
and you have
es que
if Disney decided that he wouldn't be
que
in it,
Disney
you have no
decidió
idea when they
sacar
decided
a,
that, correct?
a Johnny por ese tema.
I know that there was a public announcement subsequent to the publication.
Y él cree que la publicación que ha tenido ha tenido una repercusión, pues no, en ese tema.
Interview of Mr. Bailey, that
Claro,
was
vio una
published,
entrevista
several days after.
Oh, okay.
y
Well, that interview
por
with
esa
Mr. Bailey
publicación.
didn't say that he wasn't going to be in it. In fact, have you looked
Ok,
at the
entonces
article that the jury saw the headline for yesterday, dated November 5th, 2020, about Mr. Depp potentially not being in Pirate 6. Have you looked at that article? I assume not.
No.
Okay. And you didn't take into account Mr. Depp's statement that he wouldn't do Pirate 6 for $300 million and a million alpacas, correct?
That sounds like
A
hyperbole
ver,
to
dice,
me.
los de
I think
Piratas del
that
Caribe
very
vendrían a
seriously.
ser como
Sounds like
64
somebody who was,
millones.
a bit hurt or in pain
So,
as a result of the loss of the role.
so if Mr. Depp didn't lose a role in Pirate 6 because of the op-ed, but he lost it for other reasons, then your damages opinion relating to Pirate 6 would drop to $0, correct?
I believe that's correct. If it's not lost for that reason, if it's lost for some other independent reason, then I think that would need to be considered.
Okay.
Bueno, él cree...
Now let's shift gears and talk about the non-franchise earnings for a moment.
Mucho
You
money.
claim this number is about $21 million, right? Roughly.
20.
We'll pull it up. Well, actually,
Este abogado está todo según él. Yo aquí ya gané, porque él no ha hablado nada.
About $20 million after agent.
Se está riendo todo el rato, tipo, ah, no, lo que yo le voy a decir lo va a sacar de los, del todo lo que ha dicho. Él aquí se ve tan adorable.
And you got that information from Ed White's office?
Yes,
And you assume that the information you got from Ed White's office was accurate, right?
I did, yes.
Can we please pull up
Está confiado, sí,
the chart that's in this expert report?
porque como lo que él ha dicho no ha dicho Amber por ningún lado, quiere que ese testimonio no cuente, básicamente. No quiere que ese testimonio cuente.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this just as a demonstrative.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
All right.
Ah, bueno, aquí está la money.
So, Mr.
Para
Spindler,
money.
this chart shows Mr. Depp's earnings by year based on the information that you
Ah,
received
bueno,
from Ed White,
dinerito de...
Correct.
correct? From 2009 to 2020.
Yes.
And
Mira,
it shows
30
that from
millones,
2009 to
70
2019,
millones,
and I
70
didn't add
millones.
these up visually, but from your report, you say that Mr. Depp made about $459 million. Correct?
Correct.
Now, the two highest earning years in this time period were 2010 and 2011, right?
Yes.
You see that? You made about $70 million in 2010.
Sí.
I do,
And
yes.
then the third highest year was 2014, right?
2014, casi 60
And you'd agree
millones.
that from the period 2010 to 2020, his annual income on average was decreasing.
Yes.
Pero
but
claro
there
que
are
se ve en
components of
rojo,
this.
mira, desde el 2016
I was just
ve,
wanted to get
mira
your
cómo se ve.
agreement.
Y en 2017 está para arriba por Dior, no está por otra cosa.
Now,
Hola, cajita.
in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2016.
Puse
correct?
Juicio Johnny Depp en Spanish y salieron
On
puros
overall
viejones.
basis, yes.
And in 2020,
Quería ver
he
el
earned
juicio
more
con una
than he
vista
did
agradable.
in 2018.
Ay, muchas gracias.
Yes, just
After the
based on
op-ed.
earnings.
And in 2018 and 2019,
¿También estás en
he
Twitch?
earned
No,
almost
cajita, no
the
estoy en
same
Twitch.
amount, correct?
Digo morado.
Yes.
And
Just based on
2019 and
earnings.
2020 were both after the publication date of the op-ed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to talk about some of these non-franchise
Mm,
earnings because when I looked at your chart that was displayed to the jury, I didn't see anything specific listed. So can you just confirm for me that you can't name a single lost business opportunity other than Pirate 6 that Mr. Depp lost as a result?
A ver,
of
dice,
the
quiere
op-ed?
decir...
That's correct. That's
And
not the
you can't
nature of this
identify a
calculation.
single television, just if you could just answer
No,
that
no,
question.
no te dejes, señor, no te dejes.
Identify a single television project that Mr. Depp allegedly lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct. That's not the
And
nature
you
of this.
can't identify a
No lo deja
single
hablar.
campaign or marketing opportunity that Mr. Depp lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Right. These are the
And
calls
so
that he
it's
did not
fair to
receive.
say that for the
Pero no lo deja hablar.
opportunities that you can't name,
No ni le entiendo a ese pinche abogado.
as with Pirate 6, that those opportunities
Dice que
were
está
lost
asumiendo
because of the
que
op-ed, correct?
Piratas del Caribe fue el declive de su dinero, ¿no?
mentioned something interesting,
Algo así.
in your direct and in your report. You say that you
Dice,
used
en su reporte ha mencionado
2017
algo
as the
interesante
base year to calculate
y ese reporte que lo usó en
what claim Mr.
2017
should
a
have
base
earned
de
in
ese
2019,
cálculo de ese año,
correct?
entonces
Correct.
quiere decir que
And
Mr. Depp
let's take a look
debió
at this,
ver,
because
muy rápido pasó.
2017,
Quiere dejar
he
un
made
visto,
that much, correct?
dice, en
45 million
2017
or so.
hizo casi
Yes.
47, 45 millones,
He
pero en
made
2016
just a shade over 20,
solo,
correct?
Correct.
2018,
es que lo que pasa es que es desde 2017 que se están jactando
Yes.
de decir que en 2017 no pasó nada porque sí tiene un número elevado.
Correct.
and then 2020, he actually made more than he had in the prior 2 years or in 2016, and made about
Pero el 2017 creo que es por Dior,
or so. Is that
no
right?
es por otra cosa, porque si no
Right.
hubiese estado
But as I
bajo todo.
indicated, this is
So-
just based on earnings. You need to get behind.
Right. So you said there were a couple interesting things you said. You said that the
Dice, y
most
se dedicó a
recent-
decir que,
in 2017,
dice, ay, que
I want to explore why
ya
you
quiere,
relied on that. First of all, you said that you relied on Jack Wiggum's testimony that
quiere
2017
explorar.
was reasonable to use, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Despite the fact that
Mucho correct
2017,
dice.
he made
No le
more
digas
than
correct.
twice as much as he's
Y
made
se ríe, mira cómo lo
in the
odio.
last 5 years, correct?
Dice,
Yes,
And you
but when
say
you
that
take a
this
look
is
at
the most
their,
recent-
if I can
No.
finish
You
this
answered
thought.
my question. No, well, I wanna,
¿ves?
I wanna
No
get
le
to
deja
that.
hablar.
You said that one of the reasons you used 2017 was because it was
No le deja
you said, I
hablar.
wrote down, the most
Con su
recent
madre, vio el,
clean
profe-
year, right?
vio el profesor y ya me vio. Ah.
And then I think you explained, you said because the op-ed was written in 2018, right?
Correct.
But the op-ed wasn't written until December 18th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
So the first
Pero no le digas tanto
2017,
yes.
then the first 352 days of 2018 were also clean, weren't they?
Ah, dice, claro, en los 352 días que hay en 2018 no pudo haber hecho otra cosa que Piratas del Caribe. ¿Cómo?
Mr. Depp chose to take some vacation time.
Claro, se tomó unas
Also, he
vacaciones.
chose to go touring in the summer with his band, and then he did a film towards the end of 2018. With the publication of the op-ed in December of 2018, that would
Ok.
have impacted the prospects.
Claro, vale. Él estaba de vacaciones.
So he chose to do just the one film.
Los
in
traductores
2018.
tienen que ser imparciales.
The impact of the op-ed on that film would have meant that it was not a clean period. You could not have looked at that film to get a good sense
O sea,
of what his earnings should have been
Él
because he didn't have the chance to
básicamente estaba de
earn.
vacaciones y como en una gira con una banda, algo así. Y
Well, let's
So that's why 2017 is a
pasó
much better
justo
year
en el
than
periodo 2018. En 2018, cuando regresó de sus vacaciones, salió lo de
You said that
lo del
2017 was a much cleaner year, but isn't it also true
ay, ¿cómo es que se llama? Lo del artículo de Flopping Chamber.
the June or the April 2018 article by Dan Wooten calling Mr. Depp a wife beater, correct?
That did occur in that year, yes.
The June 2018 lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater, correct?
Yes.
And how about the October articles reporting that Disney had decided to move on from Mr. Depp and not cast him in Pirates 6, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, what effect would that have had?
Well, it came before the op-ed, so it's another reason why 2018 isn't a clean year in your mind, correct? An article
No,
2
those
months
aren't the
before the
reasons
op-ed,
why.
an article
Those-
2 months before the op-ed saying that Disney had decided not to cast Mr.
Pero
Depp.
aquí está
That
diciendo
would also
tipo
be
que, que Disney decidió sacarlo de Piratas del Caribe antes de que pase lo del
Reasons why I believe
2018.
2018 was not a clean year.
Okay.
Pero ya había pasado lo del 2016, o sea, ya desde ahí
You're
nada
aware,
más
as we
era.
talked about, that Amber's op-ed wasn't published till December 18th,
Y quiere que diga sí, no tiene nada que ver, que el contrato no estuvo.
Mr. Depp could not have lost out on any opportunities as a result of the op-ed prior to December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities
El de acá está nervioso ya.
2017 as a result of the op-ed.
El de aquí está nervioso. Míralo, míralo, míralo.
He couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2016 as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And so in calculating your damages, you didn't use 2016, you didn't use 2018.
Dice en
You chose to use
2016.
2017, correct?
Yes, for
And
very
Mr.
good
Depp
reasons.
still made more in 2020 than he did in both 2016 and 2018 before the op-ed was published, correct?
Bueno, ya están diciendo muchas,
Correct, and that's just based on earnings.
All right, redirect?
Bueno, ya, le toca, le toca. Bueno, pero dijo mucho correct y tipo como que no tiene nada que ver.
Why didn't she use 2016?
La madre, es
Well,
un
first
bus.
of all, 2017 was a more recent year. 2017 was a year in which Mr.
A ver, ya hablaron mucho de
Depp
2018, ahora hablemos de 2017, dice, o de 2016 creo. Correct.
2016 is further back in time.
En
As I understand it,
2016,
his earnings capacity for
regresando en
that
el
year would have
tiempo,
been just about the same or even higher than 2017.
regresando el tiempo, puedo recordar que los reportes de la capacidad que pasó fueron más elevados que el 2017.
2017 made the most sense.
Why did you ultimately use the method that you did to determine the lost earnings?
Because it just makes
Se pasan
sense.
papelitos.
It's, the correct approach to take. You're taking a look at what Mr. Depp would have been expected to earn in a typical year, and then you're comparing that to the period of time where you're
Rayos, perdón, me desconcentré y me quedé mirando aquí.
from December 2018 through October 2020. So you're taking a look at what you would have expected him to earn. It's very simple compared to what he actually did earn.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Oh, me perdí esa parte.
Subject to recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, but since
Y solamente le dijo un par de cosas.
free to stay into the courtroom, okay?
Ay, Draco, no me asustes. Hola, perro.
Watch your step.
Mala traductora. ¿Pero qué le dijo?
Plaintiff rests this case.
All right, plaintiff rests. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our morning recess. It may be a little longer because I have a few issues to take up with the attorneys, but then we'll proceed after that, okay? So please do not talk about the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Se van a tomar un tiempo de y un tiempo y no hablen del caso por ningún lado porque dijo a la jueza sí la entiendo. No hablen del caso. No quiere saber. Popitito, ¿qué quieres, pero? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás, pero pechocho?
Why don't we go ahead and take our recess till 11:45, and then I'll come back and entertain any motions at that time, okay? All right, thank you.
Ayer esto fue como a las... no. Bueno, no, a esta hora sigue. ¿Qué pasa, Draco? Dime, ¿qué quieres? Y ahora sí puedo hablar con usted. Ahora sí puedo hablar con usted. A ver, dice, ¿quién es el que está sentado con Johnny? Son sus abogados. Dice, ¿tienes novio? ¿Tengo novio? ¿Tengo novio, chico? Tengo muchos novios en realidad, pero en la plataforma morada. Pero ahora si quieres ser mi novio, no hay problema. Puedo ser de dos lados. Multifacética de novios. Yo he aprendido eso de las 11. Ayer. No, hoy día son las 10:30. Las 11 y algo. Así que sí. Chiquechi. Estaba intentando editar una portada para esto, pero cuando me puse a editarlo vi que ya era tarde y justo yo había empezado a hablar la del grupo, la que tenía en modo, ¿cómo es que se llama? Oferta. Siguen en mis redes. Pues estoy como Strong Panic en todos lados, así que si gusta seguirme por ahí. Bueno, en TikTok tiene Strong Panic con doble C. Y en Twitter también. Aunque no he tuiteado nada en Twitter. No he tuiteado nada en Twitter. Para la mona. Ya, Draco. Pararirara, pararirara. A ver. Carambas, Draco, ¿qué quieres, perro? Dime, explícame. Yo te hago caso, pero dime, háblame. ¿Qué quieres? ¿Viste, popó? ¿Qué más quieres? Cariño. Ese Draco, qué jodelón es. Ya cuando salimos por una chela, te invito. Mira esa patita. Está joye, joye, joye. Joye, joye, joye. Guardar como. A ver aquí. Insertar. Chao, Pani. ¿Te vas, Andrés? No, es temprano. Dice, a lo mejor se le cayó la bici otra vez y su cama está obstruida. No. La bici no está. A ver. Aquí vamos a poner Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. ¿Heard? ¿Cómo es su apellido? Ni siquiera sé. Hard. Ah, conté. Ah, es con D. ¿Y aquí pones música? Ah, no sé, ¿eh? ¿Cómo es la música? No, debe ser también sin copy. Acá. ¡Uy! Me dejó sorda. Ya está. ¿Y qué tal, chicos? ¿Qué han hecho? Al principio cuando prendí stream aquí me sentí rara, no había nadie. No había nadie y decía, oh rayos. ¿Qué procede? Me sentí un tantín rarita. Un tantín rarita. Era como cuando inicié en Twitch y no había nadie. ¿Qué opinan de este? Es de la que tenía. Pero te quiero quitarle el color. Bueno, y quito esto también. O de repente lo pongo por aquí, ¿no? ¿Qué tal? He vuelto, dice, a la foto. Me tomé la foto cuando estaba aquí. ¿Hace cuándo? 2 años ya. En el moradillo. Solamente que en YouTube siempre he sido muy mala. Bueno, en realidad en muchas de mis redes. No, nunca he sido buena subiendo contenido a otras redes que no sea. Pero ahora recién estoy subiendo, tipo en TikTok. Y mira que ahora estoy aquí. Pero Panic, ¿a quién? Pero Panic, a esta. ¿Quién va a entrar, pues? Pero Panic, a esta, ¿quién va a entrar? ¿Aquí? No. Aquí no hay problema. Aquí, por ejemplo, mira, ya tenemos a Cristiano. Cristiano ya es parte de la comunidad de Twitch, de YouTube. En YouTube hay mucha gente a todas horas, ¿eh? Pero no, por eso prendió aquí nada más. Además no quería hacer esto en TikTok, en YouTube. En YouTube, en el moradillo. Porque ayer estábamos muy poquitos. Ah, en Trovo también. Una vez también hice en Trovo, ¿eh? Una vez también hice en Trovo. Y sí hubo gente, pero nunca volvió. Nunca apareció ni por TikTok, ni en el Insta. Ah, no, en el Insta sí. Sí fueron al Insta. Sí fueron al Insta. Sí fueron al Insta, pero no fueron por Touch. Bueno, si en Facebook sería en YouTube Azul. Creo que sí. Capaz Faraón entra. Capaz, ¿no? Quién sabe, todo puede pasar. Por cierto, Muña ha sido mod en YouTube. Vine. Nunca. Amodna. A ver. No hay para unirse. ¿Cómo? ¿Dónde? ¿Para unirse dónde? ¿En Facebook? Ah, no. Para suscribirse aquí. Ah, sí hay. O sea, es diferente. Es diferente. Por ejemplo, así como yo, se suscriben de manera diferente y pagan su dólar. Ahí se suscriben de manera diferente. A ver, vamos a ver si puedo poner. Acá está. Ah, sí puedo. Cambiar. A ver, ya hice, no sé, no es la mejor miniatura que he hecho en la vida, pero para... muy grande, dice, muy grande. Pero... muy grande. ¿De cuánto debe ser? A ver. Pero para la primera vez no creo que esté mal. A ver si ahora con esta miniatura se ve mejor. Rayos, no encuentro la miniatura. Acá está. Ya está. Ya cambié de miniatura. Dice, lo más que dices que tienen visitas aquí son las reacciones de memes random y las reacciones de anime, también de música como el faraón, que es viral. O sea, me está diciendo que reacciona el faraón ahora. A ver, chicos. Ahora no, pe. Vale. A ver, ¿pueden actualizar y mirar la miniatura si se ve diferente? No, sí, ya, miren. Está cool, aunque me veo con todo ojeras y todo. Mira, somos 5. ¡Hala! A nada. Dice, o sea, subir un video reaccionando al O me vengo. Pero es que mis reacciones no van a gustar. Mira Discord. ¿Qué en el Discord? A ver. Chicos, no he podido dormir. Ayer me quedé dormida. Ayer me quedé dormida. ¿Cómo se llama? Desperté tarde para hacer esto. Y hoy día me he despertado a las 7. Y antes de las 7 creo. Estaba así. Y luego miré el celular y dije, no es muy temprano. Y luego me volví a despertar otro ratito. Y seguía haciendo la misma hora. Y luego estaba dando vueltas y seguía mirando el celular. Y eran las 7:30 creo. Y dije, no, ya mejor me paro. Porque yo había puesto mi alarma a las 8:30. Y mejor me paré. Porque iba a estar dando vueltas ahí. Y qué tal que me dormía bien. Aunque igual iba a sonar mi celular. Era para quitarme las ojeras, ¿no? Ya fue ya. Sí, era para quitarme las ojeras. Draco, ¿qué quieres, perro? Dime, ¿qué quieres? ¿Quieres que te cargue? ¿Quieres que te bañe? ¿Qué quieres, perro? Ya está. Bueno, ya tengo miniatura diferente. Nada. O sea... No les guste es el chiste de reaccionar al faraón o reírse. Bueno. También puede ser. Y eso, Alex. Así es la vida. Debemos estar así. ¡Uy! Debemos estar así todo el rato. ¿Qué tal estaba ahí abajito? Mejor nos quedamos ahí. Creo que está bien ahí donde estamos ahorita. Para esperar, estamos esperando todavía. Es los hashtags. ¿Y cómo se ponen hashtags? A eso sí no sé. ¿Cómo se ponen los hashtags? Te pregunté si los podías poner. ¿Cómo se ponen los hashtags? No sé, la verdad. Ah, pues no sé. Hay que googlear. Pam, pam. ¿Cómo poner hashtag en YouTube?
Bienvenidos amigos a este video, yo soy Pablo Marcelo y en esta ocasión les voy a enseñar cómo poner un hashtag en los títulos de sus videos y también les voy a mostrar cómo poner hashtags de esos que aparecen por encima del título de los videos. Son 3 que se pueden poner en esta sección. Vamos a ver cómo se hace, es algo bastante fácil. Comenzamos.
Aquí.
Ok amigos, YouTube. Y pueden ver que aquí aparecen los... Vamos a la página de videos y si es que en su caso están subiendo un video en estos momentos, simplemente desde la página de subida agregan estos datos, los editan o como ustedes quieran llamarle, o simplemente si es que quieren editar un video que ya han subido anteriormente, hacen lo que voy a hacer en estos momentos. Para cualquier caso es lo mismo, así que no importa. El video que voy a editar es este. Vamos a la parte de detalles y aquí tengo que explicar algo. Si es que ustedes ponen hashtag en el título y en la descripción, solamente se van a mostrar los que pongan en el título del video, los demás no se van a mostrar. En el caso de que solamente pongan hashtags en la descripción y no en el título, se van a mostrar por encima del título. Los que han visto ustedes por ahí en algún video, se van a mostrar
vale.
3 hashtags en el...
Pasó otra vez.
And in addition, the court may not draw inferences from the evidence that defy logic and common sense. That's the Austin versus Shoney's case, 254, Virginia 134. So the issue here, Your Honor, is a couple-fold, and I'll take the statements, well, 2 of them in one category and 1 of them in the other category. But I think we're all clear that the sole issue here is whether Amber Heard can be held liable to Mr. Depp for defamation arising
otra vez, es el mismo. Dice Amber Heard can be helped. No pudo ser ayudada. Y ahora dice que la está difamando. No me lo puedo creer. Y fue escrito por Mr. Bueno, por Amber.
Falsity and that they contained a sufficient defamatory sting, and
y su difamación es falsa.
In this case,
en ese caso,
malice on the part of Amber Heard. I'll save that argument till the end, Your Honor, and I'll focus on the first 2 at this point. And because it seems like plaintiff is proceeding under a theory of defamation by implication, under the Pendleton case, 290 Virginia 162, plaintiff bears the burden of proving that the statements at issue were designed and intended by Ms. Heard to imply a defamatory meaning.
No, él es abogado de Amber.
Intended to imply a defamatory meaning. So, and to satisfy those first 2 elements, publication and falsity and defamation or defamatory nature of the statements, Mr. Depp bears the burden of proving that by a preponderance of the evidence. And to satisfy the requisite intent and show that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice, he has a heightened standard of proof.
Espérense, me había olvidado que tengo que, según yo, traducir.
Clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with that malice. So, just want to talk about the two
Solo quiero hablar de 2 cosas
in the
que
op-ed.
te hacen
And
confundir.
Your Honor's well aware of the
La
ample
primera
Virginia
sería
case law talking about how you have to view the op-ed as a whole, you have to view words in context. So these are the
cómo esto se convirtió en algo muy grande,
that
creo.
read, then 2 years ago I became a public
Y
figure
después de
representing
2 años
domestic
de la
abuse. And then the other
publicación
statement that says I had the rare vantage point of seeing in
y
real
le
time how
apare
institutions protect
bueno,
the
el abuso
accused
y
and abused.
el
Now,
abuso
those statements are
doméstico,
entirely opinion except for,
la
according to Mr.
opinión
Depp, the
de las
discussion of
instituciones
domestic abuse. So the statement, I became a public figure
del tipo de
representing domestic
protección al
abuse,
hombre
and the statement in the
cambiaron
second,
el hecho de la
sentence
percepción
that
que
Mr.
tenían
Depp
sobre
was,
Johnny.
man
Ah, o sea,
accused of
encima.
abuse. The rest of those are inactionable opinion statements. Now the evidence
Ah, o sea, encima dice que le he hecho un favor porque ahora todo el tema ha cambiado y ahora las organizaciones apoyan a los hombres. O sea, gracias a ella ahora apoyan a los hombres. No me digas.
Of some testimony in this case. 2 years before she wrote the op-ed, Ms. Heard did, in fact, become a public figure representing domestic abuse when she obtained a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp was indeed accused of abuse. Those are facts that are true. Now, to the extent that Mr. Depp will argue that he's proceeding on a defamation by implication claim, again, the court should grant the motion to strike because the undisputed evidence is that he did, in fact, abuse Amber. Now, there's a dispute in this case. There's ample evidence.
Bueno, el abuso por parte de Amber ahora sería una disputa en el caso, una disputa psicológica del abuso de Amber. Bueno, y es un caso no psicológico. Ah, quizá,
maybe emotional, maybe psychological. You'll recall Mr. Depp.
Bueno, primero dice no es psicológico y después
kind of setting the baseline for what abuse was when he talked about the non-physical abuse that he allegedly suffered at the hands of his mother.
Dice que puede haber sido un caso de abuso psicológico o cosas así, pero no físico. Ahora están diciendo su madre, el abuso de su madre.
Mr. Depp's claims relating to these two statements should be stricken because of the ample and undisputed evidence in the record.
Dice, después de todas estas evidencias que han habido, parece que las evidencias encontradas en estos, como las grabaciones,
vile names, shouting, menacing and threatening statements. There's the video, the kitchen video in Sweetser. There's the audio.
Ah, claro, el audio de la cocina, el audio de varios lugares. Bueno, los audios donde le preguntan si es que él se cortó solo. Y después toda esa evidencia hacen pues que la bueno, que la evidencia digan que ella no es la culpable. Lo que podría ser culpable es que él ha sufrido de pequeño, entonces cree que pues no es su culpa, ¿no? O sea, en modo psicológico está mal.
About Mr. Depp, quote, rearranging her closet, throwing racks of clothing down onto the floor and throwing at least one rack down the stairs. Now, in California, property damage alone can be a basis for getting a temporary restraining order under California law. So, further evidence of non-physical abuse or non-physical toward Ms. Heard. You saw the cupboards in the Sweetser kitchen video. And then Dr. Laurel Anderson, Your Honor, testified
bueno,
that
el
she
video
believed
de
parties engaged in
la
mutual
cocina.
abuse and that at least some of the time that was initiated by Mr. Depp. This is all evidence.
Eso dice que inició por parte de Depp.
To the extent that this case proceeds, and that will start now, but this is all evidence that has come in while plaintiff controls the playing field of what evidence has come in, and he can't overcome that.
Bueno, y toda la evidencia apunta que él es. ¿Quién es Amber? Ella, pues, la que está acá.
Verbally, emotionally, or psychologically, even one time, then she wins on those claims. Then she wins. It's that simple. And the evidence is overwhelming and
bueno, dice que ella está ganando en
todas
las evidencias.
So, for that reason, Your Honor, those claims should be stricken. And I'll just cite the Union of Needle
Y
Trades
solamente
versus
la
Jones
pueden
case,
culpar de algo
268
psicológico.
Virginia 512. that states if the plaintiff does not establish the
reclamación.
falsity of the statement by a preponderance of the evidence in his case in chief, he has not met his threshold burden, and the trial court should strike the evidence and grant summary judgment to the defendant. That's exactly what should happen here. Now I'll move on to the second issue, which is the headline containing the phrase sexual violence. That should be stricken for a couple reasons. First, Your Honor, the evidence has established that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. Mr. Doherty from the ACLU, that's the only evidence that's come in this case thus far. Plaintiffs control the evidence.
Well, I understand, but there's also a stipulation that Ms. Heard would not be called in the plaintiff's case because they would then use her testimony for part of their case in your case, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, I agree, and that goes to a different issue that I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that the court should strike because they haven't put Ms. Heard on to testify about the headline.
But I assume part of that would be that they would, I guess they intend to get from Ms. Heard is that she either wrote it or republished it.
Yeah, what happened the next day is Ms. Heard posted it on her Instagram account and said, look what I published yesterday in the Washington Post. So she adopted the title, and her name was on the article which contained the title.
Vale, creo que aquí estaban hablando de...
Because I know that was a stipulation, so it's hard for me to say that that's all the evidence for motion to strike if there's a stipulation that they're still going to get more evidence in on that particular issue.
I think, and I'm happy to hand the court the transcript.
Bueno, aquí ya están hablando del artículo que ella escribió y que luego adaptó.
Because they haven't put in evidence of the, I think it was a tweet, but Mr. Chu says it was Instagram. I don't
y que luego adaptó
Whatever
en su Instagram.
Because there was...
It was a tweet adopting the op-ed she published the day before in the Washington Post.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm not arguing today is that because they haven't gotten that tweet into evidence or had Ms. Heard say that she tweeted that we're entitled to summary judgment at this point. I'm not arguing that, but that's all that we discussed on April 8th, and I'm happy to hand the transcript up, Your Honor. And we actually never, it wasn't a stipulation, it was simply an agreement that they didn't need to call her in their case in chief to make that point. And then Ms. Bredehoft said we'd have to agree on the language of any stipulation, and they haven't proposed anything to us and haven't gotten back to us. So I think that that's only relevant. We're not basing our request for motion to strike here on Ms. Heard not having testified to sending that tweet.
But you're saying for the motion to strike, the only evidence before the court is
acerca de ese
tweet that title.
Correct, and that's a.
Pero ¿por qué no quieren que testifique? ¿Que va a llorar?
The next day, the stipulation didn't go toward who wrote the title.
Mira,
that was never
lo
part of
estipulado
it.
dice.
And it's undisputed, and Ms. Heard will testify that she didn't write the title.
Well, I understand that, but
quieren
I think
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting.
Okay. But I think the issue is that whether it was republication.
Well, and I'll get to that next.
But I know, but the problem is, how do I do a motion to strike when that evidence isn't before me yet?
Well, the republication isn't. So the evidence that's before you is that the Washington Post wrote the headline, or that Ms. Heard didn't, and that's the only evidence, and that's not going to change. The tweet, which is the only subject of the discussion of the pretrial conference, where there was no stipulation.
Estás hablando no de lo que lo dijo en el periódico, sino luego de un tweet que dicen que ella no lo ha hecho, así que no quieren que testifique acerca de eso. Por un adjetivo diferente que usó.
995 F3rd 134, retweeting a link doesn't constitute republication. Now that case
es una
republicación. If you add something to it, but I just don't know the evidence.
Your Honor, very quickly, it's a judicial admission. They admitted in Ms. Heard's answer, she admitted to the tweet. So that establishes that she adopted.
Claro, ella lo ha admitido. Ella ha admitido que sí tuiteó. Entonces tienen que hablar de eso.
The second, and this is reflected.
Your Honor, if I could finish my argument, I mean, I would appreciate.
I can't wait to oppose this.
Le dice que no quiere esperar para que él siga hablando y diciendo que no puede hacerlo.
You understand my concern.
I do understand your concern, and I guess
ahí sí, ahora sí está titubeando.
Two levels. One is there's no dispute, and there's not going to be a dispute that she did not write the headline. So then you look at
ella no estaba en su red line, ¿cómo se dice? Como en sus cabales o algo así. Panic tapo a Depp o Rey. Va a que taparle esta
that case dealt with hyperlinks and how those aren't actionable. But to be very clear, nothing that was discussed on April 8th, nothing that was discussed at that pretrial conference was in any way relating to any stipulation about who wrote the headline. It was simply that they need not call Ms. Heard in their case in chief to get her to say that she sent a certain tweet. And that tweet's not in evidence yet, but I assume that they'll try to put it in evidence at some point. But the tweet doesn't need to be in evidence for you to strike this claim on that basis. So,
Pero si miro para allá,
even assuming that the headline implied certain conduct by Mr. Depp, again, Mr. Depp can't meet his burden of proof on this. Third, Your Honor, he can't prove that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice. Mr. Depp hasn't introduced evidence sufficient to permit him to meet this. Now, again, this is a heightened burden of proof. He has to show actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. And as the Bose Corporation case from the U.S. Supreme Court, it talks about the role of judges as gatekeepers of the Constitution, of the First Amendment, and the role of barring entry of a judgment that's not supported by clear and convincing proof. Now, that case was about appellate review of First Amendment issues, but the same holds true for Your Honor here. Here, he hasn't introduced any evidence.
Era mi mamá el que me había llamado.
That would permit a jury to find that he's proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard wrote the words with actual malice. And again, we go back to the testimony of Mr. Doherty, which was their witness. They put him in. And Mr. Doherty, the only evidence relating to intent or anything relating to this op-ed was, again, maybe Mr. Chu will try to say that we stipulated to Ms. Heard's intent on April 8th, which of course we didn't. But the only evidence that has been presented in this case, Your Honor, by Mr. Doherty was that the op-ed wasn't Ms. Heard's idea, that the ACLU asked her to write the op-ed, and indeed that they even wrote the first draft, and then that Ms. Heard vetted the finished article with her lawyers and with lawyers from the ACLU to make sure that it wasn't problematic. That is the only evidence in the record.
Que no hay evidencia, que declare la muy maldita. ¿Por qué no quieren que declare?
That Ms. Heard acted with the actual malice that's necessary, particularly when you consider the heightened burden of proof. So reviewing the op-ed as a whole, with the court acting in its appropriate function as a gatekeeper of the First Amendment, we ask that the court strike plaintiff's evidence and award summary judgment to Ms. Heard, either in whole or in part. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
I don't understand, but no quieren que
Good morning,
declare.
Your Honor. May it please the court, Ben Chu for plaintiff Johnny Depp.
Vamos, saca la chip.
Still morning. Your Honor, if
Good
I
morning.
may approach.
Ay, qué lindo. Se ve muy adorable él, ¿no? Tírale por su cabeza.
I've just handed to
A ver,
Mr.
solamente
Rockborn,
quiere
Your
decir
Honor,
que
an opposition that we prepared before we had the benefit of seeing Ms. Heard's
esta posición
affirmative
quieren
motion
dar
to
un
strike, but I
beneficio
think
para
we've
mirar
anticipated,
que
the arguments made, such as they
afirmar
are. The
lo que
court
dijo.
should deny defendant
El
Amber
argumento
Heard's
se
motion to
dice
strike
que
because Mr. Depp has come forward in his case in chief with multiple credible witnesses, documents, and authentic tape recordings of Ms. Heard herself. Not only satisfying all of the requisite elements of his
Creo
claims
que
for
están
defamation,
diciendo que el
including actual
adjetivo que
malice,
usaron en el
but
tweet
also going
es que
extra
dicen
mile of showing
que
that
él
Ms. Heard
la
physically
golpeó
abused him.
múltiples
She's the abuser in this courtroom.
veces. Ese es el
Your
adjetivo
Honor,
que
going
cambiaron
back
en
to
el
the
tweet.
standard,
El múltiples.
as Your Honor is well aware, in considering a
Porque
motion
si
to
es que
strike,
lo han cambiado
the trial
así,
court must
o sea, si es
view
que
the
eso
evidence
puso
and all
y ella dijo que
reasonable inferences
sí
drawn
lo había
from the
tuiteado
evidence in
y
light
aceptó
of the
eso,
most
pues ahí está mintiendo otra
most
vez.
favorable to the plaintiff.
Porque probablemente
Any
puede que
reasonable doubt
acepten
as to whether the plaintiff has
una
produced
cosa a
sufficient
que
evidence
acepten
of the
muchas
wrong
veces.
alleged must be resolved
¿Y
in
dónde
the
van
plaintiff's
a sacar
favor,
las,
the motion to strike denied,
las
unquote.
pruebas para que digan que
And
sí
that's
le ha
the,
golpeado
Bowen
múltiples
case, I
veces?
believe Mr. Rottenborn referred to,
Por eso quieren que declare,
243
pero no
Virginia
quieren
81
nosotros.
at 81, 1992. Quote, the weight and credibility of the testimony of witnesses are solely matters for the jury. The jury may accept that part of the testimony it believes and reject that which it does not. It is also within the exclusive province of the jury to draw any reasonable inferences from the evidence before it, citing Rate versus Minix, 275 Virginia 579 at 585. In deference and respect to the court's time, Mr. Depp incorporates by reference the legal analysis set forth in the court's opinion letter dated March 27th, 2000.
Ay, maldita sea, debo traducir, no intentar pensar qué carajos dice en mi mente. A ver.
Statements at issue. And that letter opinion is attached as Exhibit 1 to Mr. Depp's opposition. That's where the court fulfilled.
Haz una pausa para volver a intentar traducir.
As a threshold matter, the elements of the defamation claim are the following. Publication
bueno, la
of an
publicación
actionable statement with the requisite intent, citing the Shaker versus Bonfault case 290 Virginia 81 at 91.
Bueno, ahora están hablando de lugares, no sé.
They are presumed here because Ms. Heard's false allegations of domestic
las
abuse,
falsas acusaciones de
sexual
Mr. Heard
assault, and rape
de abuso
constitute
sexual
defamation per se,
y abuso
citing the Tronfield
doméstico.
case 272 Virginia 709 713 a 2006
okay.
case. As the court noted
abuso
at page
sexual
3
también,
of
¿qué
its
carajos? Y
opinion
están
letter,
dando lugares en donde
typically
supuestamente
an
se habían
editorial
visto y
or
parece
op-ed
que no
column
estaban
is
en ese
ordinarily
lugar.
not actionable
Y
because
en,
it appears in a place
en la
devoted to
columna de
or
no
in a
sé
manner
qué,
usually thought of as representing personal
dicen
viewpoints.
que
Id. However, Virginia recognizes that, quote, a defamatory charge may be made by inference, implication, or insinuation, citing the Carwell case.
creo que
And a statement
Virginia, no sé
expressing a
cómo.
defamatory meaning may not be apparent on its face, citing Pendleton, with which the court is quite familiar, 290 Virginia at 172. Accordingly, in order to render words defamatory and actionable, it is not necessary that the defamatory charge be
creo que
in direct terms,
vivía
but
con
may be made
Virginia.
indirectly, and it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed, if it is in fact defamatory. Carwile 196 Virginia at 7.
¿Por qué dicen
And based on
Virginia?
the authority and reasoning set forth in pages 4 through 8 of the opinion letter, the three statements at issue are
Dice,
actionable
en Virginia la
under a
7 basado
theory
en la
of
autoridad,
defamation by
las
implication.
páginas de
Mr.
los,
Depp established in
bueno,
his case in chief
de las
that Ms. Heard, in
líneas de
fact, made all
opinión
three of the
dicen que la
defamatory
difamación
statements at issue.
de
As the
Depp
court
estaba
admitted into evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, the op-ed Ms. Heard published in her own name in the Washington Post on December 18th, 2018.
Bueno, están
And
hablando.
let's take the three statements and the proof that has been adduced. Statement
Pues
number
si no
one,
lo hacen,
Amber
¿sabes
Heard,
cómo?
quote, I spoke up against sexual
Bueno,
violence and faced our culture's wrath. That
Lo
has
que
to
pasa es que
change.
también hay muchas
Per
otras
page
cosas
6 of the opinion letter,
que
the
tipo
first statement could
de
reasonably
lugares
convey
y
the alleged
fechas que yo no
defamatory
sé
meaning,
que
i.e.
probablemente
that
en
Mr.
las
Depp
anteriores
abused Ms. Heard,
en las
to its readers
anteriores
without extending the words beyond their
juicios
ordinary and common
se ha hablado,
acceptation.
entonces,
See
debería
Pendleton,
decir tipo,
290 Virginia at
pero están
172,
hablando de,
also citing the Carwell case. Resolving every fair
sí,
inference
creo que
in
están
Mr.
dando
Depp's
como que
favor, the
información
statement
de
could
los
reasonably
lugares en donde
imply that the
estaba
sexual violence
cuando
Ms. Heard
supuestamente
spoke up against
le ha
was,
golpeado
in
y no
fact,
estaba ahí.
perpetrated by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp produced several credible witnesses and
Mr.
documents
Depp
proving that Ms. Heard was
produjo
implying that he committed sexual violence
documentos
against her.
que dicen,
Mr. Depp himself testified to that, as did his
ya.
sister Christy Dombrowski.
él
Mr. Depp's former
había
agent,
viajado
Christy
cuando
Carino,
supuestamente
testified
ella
that,
dice que
as did
había
his
abusado
current
sexualmente de ella,
with,
entonces no
current
estaba,
agent,
estaba
Jack Wiggum.
en un vuelo.
But perhaps most convincing of all, and most disgusting of all, was
Y
the
lo
testimony
más
of the
feo que
ACLU's
han podido
Terrence
decir
Doherty,
es
a lawyer nonetheless.
en el
Mr.
testimonio
Doherty
de
testified,
Torres, bueno, de Torres,
among other things, that when the op-ed, when they were pitching the op-ed to the Washington Post, they
bueno, en el
stated, "Hey,
Washington
Michael,
Post,
wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations."
ok. Creo que
Mr.
hablaron lo
Doherty
del el tema
also
de matrimonio y de las
testified
personas, de las
that,
mujeres que están en ese
everybody
mismo,
understood,
en
as
ese
Ms.
mismo
Heard and the ACLU clearly
problema.
intended, that this statement and the other two statements referred directly to Mr. Depp. Quote, "This is an article that was in USA Today and
Bueno,
specifically
en el
ties
artículo
Amber's
de
statement in
USA
her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp."
Dicen que...
And when Jessica White, who actually wrote the op-ed that Ms. Heard later adopted, she says, quote, to Mr. Doherty, so much for not mentioning JD, when the USA Today made clear that they, like everybody else who read the op-ed, understood that as Ms. Heard clearly intended, it referred to Mr. Depp, which makes her Instagram post 2 days before the trial began, that she didn't mention Mr. Depp, all the more outrageous. Your Honor, there is...
Vale, creo que en el...
You acknowledged that Ms. Heard's op-ed referred to Mr. Depp. So it's very clear that the ACLU and Ms. Heard
es muy claro que el AMCU dicen que habla despacio.
Because otherwise no one would have been interested in anything written by Ms. Heard.
Uy, hablaron de Aquaman, algo así, y no lo entendí.
Ms. Heard only paid 1.3, actually she didn't even pay all that, out of the $3.5 million that she had pledged to the ACLU. And then they helped her lie about it. And it's
bueno, ahorita creo que estaban hablando...
for her to stiff the ACLU, which frankly played a
reprehensible role. Lo que pasa es que cómo decirles algo si luego sigue hablando y así me confunde.
To the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles with sick and dying children, and that she failed to do as well. And as Your Honor has mentioned, the fact that she put
creo que se había ido también.
Means that she is responsible for
bueno,
all
lo que
of
pasa
those
es que parece.
Which she specifically adopted later.
Lo que pasa es que parece que
Can we stay on this one for one moment, though?
Sí, por favor, one moment.
Do you agree that the only evidence before that we've heard in this trial, as far as the title of the op-ed, is that even Mr. Doherty, I believe, testified to it, that it was something that Washington Post wrote?
Well,
for the one online.
He's not our witness, Your Honor. That's a witness from the ACLU.
Well, I understand, but it's the only evidence I have.
I respectfully
claro, la
disagree,
evidencia
Your Honor.
que ella
but
tiene.
The only real evidence Your Honor has is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, which is Amber Heard putting her name on the entire article, including the title.
Okay.
That is the only evidence before you. The ACLU was a co-conspirator with Ms. Heard, and whether they say, oh, maybe the Washington Post wrote it, that's not the end of the story.
Vale.
All she has done is create an issue.
Lo que ahorita están intentando tratar
as to whether she wrote the title or not.
So you're saying just
lo que ahorita están intentando decir es acerca del artículo que Amber está intentando decir que ese artículo lo escribió los del Washington Post. Ella no lo escribió. Eso es lo que está diciendo. Entonces, el abogado está diciendo que cómo va a ser posible si es que su nombre, o sea, el nombre de Amber estaba grandísimo en el título y en todo el artículo, pues no, o sea que ella al final y al cabo sí lo escribió. ¿Qué más pruebas quiere? Y además lo publicó en Instagram después, 2 días después. O sea, diciendo que sí, corroborando que ella sí lo escribió.
2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. As for the second statement, defendant called herself a public figure representing domestic abuse, which can be read to imply that she became a representative of domestic abuse because she was abused by Mr. Depp.
Dice porque ella fue abusada por Depp. Ella fue abusada. Él siempre estaba
Carlisle, 196 Virginia at 8. Your Honor,
bueno, siguen hablando del lugar de Virginia. Esto constituye una publicación y no es necesario que háblale a ti.
It is enough, it is said, if they are made known to a single person, unquote, citing Snyder versus Fatherly, 158 Virginia, 335 at 350. Everybody and his grandmother testified that Ms. Heard was referring to her bogus ex-party TRO that she obtained on May
Bueno, aquí parece que
27,
están diciendo tipo que
2016, and it was interesting that Mr.
varios
Depp's
han
own lawyer,
testificado, pero
said that she
no
wasn't even provided notice.
Amber
So Ms.
y
Heard
no
made very
algunos
sure
familiares de ella.
that Mr. Depp wouldn't have notice of the ex-party TRO, and Ms. Heard herself, the evidence shows, knew that Mr. Depp, having just suffered the loss of his mother, was already on the other side of the country, was already in New York at the time of this TRO, and was heading to Europe for several weeks. So she knew she didn't need any protection from him. This was just a scam for her to
Y
get the
cuando
$7
hubo una
million
fiesta
in the
en donde
divorce
también
settlement that
dicen
she
que
said
hubo
she
un
gave to
tipo
the
de
ACLU,
abuso
she
y
swore she
supuestamente
gave to
también
the
está escrito por
ACLU and the
ahí,
Children's Hospital
no
of
tiene
Los
nada que
Angeles,
ver
and
porque
she
ese
pocketed
día Johnny
instead.
había
Mr.
viajado
Depp,
a
Ms.
Europa.
Dombrowski, Mr. Carino, Mr. Wiggum, and the inimitable Mr. Doherty of the ACLU, which lent its once respected name to Ms. Heard's defamation. So while
Bueno,
Ms.
y
Heard
bueno,
may have
dicen aquí
avoided
que
any
Amber pues
direct
lo
mention
está
of Mr. Depp's
difamando.
name, there is extensive testimony and evidence in the record showing that the implication of her op-ed could not be more clear, i.e., that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard during the course of their marriage. Under Virginia law, quote, it is not necessary that the defamatory charge be in direct terms, but it may be made indirectly. And it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed if it is in fact defamatory. Citing Carwile, we can argue as to how artful it was, but the implication was very clear, as the court has previously ruled, or not law of the case, but as the court has persuasively written in its opinion letter. Let's move to the falsity of Ms. Heard's ever-evolving and ever-escalating change of IPV and sexual assault. Mr. Depp's sworn denial is all he needs to survive a motion to strike. But there's a lot more than that, Your Honor, and I'll try to be brief.
Más que eso.
3 police officers, actually 4,
Y por
but the
su
3 who
honor,
testified already, Officers Sines, Haddon, and Gatlin, testified unequivocally that Ms. Heard did not have a mark on her on the evening of May 21, 2016.
Okay, y están diciendo que ella, o sea, que Amber nunca tuvo ninguna marca en su cara cuando dijo que la había golpeado.
Strike that. Officer Melissa Sines on jury trial day 10. Question, did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard? Answer, I did not. I didn't identify her
Bueno,
as a
está
victim
leyendo
of
algo
domestic
de
abuse.
como un artículo de
Okay,
opinión.
at this time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard? Officer Sines, I did not. Question, okay, were you looking to see if she had any injuries on her at the time? Officer Sines, yes, I was. Question, and so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate? Officer Sines, correct. Question, okay. And was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination? Answer, yes, the hallway was well lit. Officer Gatlin's testimony was the same, and he had the body cam. Officer Haddon's testimony was the same. The testimony of nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Barem, who, like the police officers, did not work for Mr. Depp. In fact, they worked for Dr. Kipper, also belie Ms. Heard's false allegations of abuse. Isaac Baruch and Alejandro Romero both testified.
Bueno, todas las preguntas que le hicieron tal vez a Amber, en donde ella supuestamente, en donde ella dice que le han golpeado, pues nada, en ningún momento le han visto así, no la han visto golpeada. Y había sido un doctor, y ese doctor no trabajaba para Johnny, tipo como para que no digan que le ha pagado. Y ese doctor vino con policías que tampoco lo conocían a Johnny, sino conocían al doctor, y no vieron eso. O sea, que las acusaciones son falsas. Las veces que ella ha dicho que la ha golpeado, él o estaba en Europa o estaba en otro lado, en algún viaje o alguna cosa. Y claro, y aquí están hablando del golpe que le dio, como les dije, su amiga Debbie, para que supuestamente parezca que ha sido un golpe de Johnny, pero fue un fake. Y hay un video.
Witness after witness has come forward to testify that Ms. Heard, far from being a domestic figure representing domestic violence, unquote, is in fact a recidivist perpetrator of domestic violence on Mr. Depp and others. We have the testimony, the harrowing testimony of Mr. Depp himself, who described several witnesses. One, as Your Honor will recall, when he was hiding in the bathroom after escaping one of her attacks, and she claims to have hurt her foot kicking the door. Mr. Depp opens the door to see if she's hurt, and then she kicks the door in on him and punches him.
Bueno, y aquí he hablado de otra cosa que ha ocurrido cuando básicamente Depp huía de lo que ella le estaba gritando, y para que se cubra se metió a un baño y ella empezó a golpear la puerta y le dio un golpe con el pie cuando recién Johnny abrió la puerta y pues la vio que estaba toda golpeando. Y creo que también tienen una grabación de eso. Y luego en diciembre 15 estaban en las Bahamas.
Striking him in the forehead, bridge, and nose area, and the jury saw a photograph of the bridge on the bruise of his nose.
Parece que Johnny estaba como en las Bahamas y tampoco tienen tienen fotos de que él estaba en las Bahamas cuando ella ha dicho alguna cosa de también algunos golpes, o sea, de todos los, bueno, no sé si de todos, pero de varias cosas que ella ha podido alegar de golpes o cosas así. En estos momentos Johnny no estaba ahí, tienen varias videos, audios, fotos que creo que ya lo han mostrado en anteriores juicios.
We have Ms. Heard's own admissions. We have her admitting to hitting Mr. Depp, and her only contention was that she wasn't punching him, she was just hitting him. We have testimony from Travis McGivern.
Claro. También está la
Ms. Heard hit Mr. Depp with a can of Red Bull, and then
un audio en donde se ve que le golpeó a Johnny y ella dice, ni siquiera te he golpeado, no te estaba golpeando, no te golpeé, solamente te estaba hitting you, que vendría a ser como que no te golpeé, solamente te lastimé o te hice despacio, pues, ¿no? O sea que al final sí lo admitió.
Which was, we would respectfully submit an admission of her severing the
que eso también es de anteriores juicios.
Finger. Finally, Your Honor, statement number 3, quote,
bueno, ni siquiera juicio, se le vendría a decir en anteriores, no sé el nombre, pero en los de los anteriores días, porque el juicio como tal es completo.
Quote, drawing every fair inference in plaintiff's favor, the court can fairly conclude that defendant's statement that she saw how institutions protect men accused of abuse could reasonably convey to its recipients that she saw how Mr. Depp was protected by institutions, that he abused her and spoke up against it.
Bueno, y aquí parece que Johnny o ella buscaron instituciones que ayuden a cuidar al hombre como tal. Uno de los dos, pero hay algo por ahí. Entiendo. Hago lo posible. Cristiano. Bueno, en
a couple of more, the testimony of Isaac Baruch. When Mr. Baruch saw Ms. Heard on June 3, after she'd gone through with the sham ex-party TRO, and
Bueno, alguien más
Mr. Bruce was asked, did she say anything in response?
la
And
vio a
Mr.
ella en
Bruce
una
testified,
fiesta
yeah.
y
In response to
habían
that,
testificado que sí,
she,
la habían
meaning
visto en una
Ms.
fiesta.
Heard, looks at me and said, I told
No sé muy bien qué
Johnny
tiene
I
que ver
don't
esa
want
fiesta,
anything.
pero
The lawyers are making me do all of this. And I, you know,
dice,
that's
y
what
él
she
le dijo a
said.
Johnny,
Well, the lawyers are making her do all of that. And apparently she wanted the $7 million for herself. She even lied about the final insult left on the marital bed
dice 7
after
millones de
her 30th
dólares.
birthday party. And it was quite
7
telling
millones
that
de
she
dólares
admitted
para
to
su cumpleaños
Starling Jenkins,
30.
a former United States Marine, that this was a terrible prank gone awry. Well, she lied about that too. In fact, she said Mr. Depp was crazy to even allege that she could have done such a thing. Well, she admitted it.
Y ella le dijo que Johnny estaba
Mr.
crazy,
Jenkins.
como esto por
Per Tronfield,
7 millones
cited
por
earlier,
una
Mr.
fiesta.
Depp does not have to prove damages because this is defamation per se. In fact, these involve some of the most heinous crimes any man or woman can be accused of. However, he has done so. Jack Wiggum tested yesterday that the impact of the op-ed was catastrophic on Mr. Depp's personal and professional life, that it was a $22.5 million loss on Pirate 6.
Bueno, y perdió unos milloncitos en el periodo de... por lo de Piratas del Caribe.
We've had the testimony.
También
so we have Mr.
tienen...
Wiggum testifying as to the 22.5 lost on Pirate 6 and another 20 lost on the other films, the other studio films, the indie films, and the other ways.
¿Saben qué es lo genial de esto? Que parece que aquí no hay tanto delay como en Twitch. Aunque creo que sí, unos 3-4 segundos.
The testimony of Michael Spindler just this morning. Finally, Your Honor, none of Ms. Heard's affirmative defenses,
bueno, y ahí están hablando del
which
que
would
habló
include,
hace un rato y dando los números del dinero que se perdió después del testimonio de ella y de el artículo, pues, ¿no?
Quote, whether the defendants have met their burden cannot be resolved when considering a motion to strike. See 243 Virginia at 83. And just to respond to Mr. Rottenborn's citation to the Lacova case, which we hadn't seen until he mentioned it today, I would only note, Your Honor, that defendant admits that she tweeted a link to the online version of the op-ed at paragraph 97 of her answer.
Bueno, y aquí están hablando del otro
the
tweet.
admission of Exhibit 1 is more than enough to survive the motion to strike. And the Lacova case at 995 F3rd 134 holds that republishing a hyperlink doesn't necessarily start the statute of limitations, not that a hyperlink cannot be defamatory. So with that, Your Honor, we respectfully request that the court deny the motion to strike in full, and let's hear from Ms. Heard. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Your motion?
Thank you, Your Honor. I can only assume that Mr. Chu wrote that speech for an audience outside the court because it didn't really address my arguments. I'm going to focus on what our specific arguments are for the motion to strike.
Es demasiadas cosas tan complicadas.
Almost 30 minutes
El
of the
estado de la
court's
emisión
time
es
talking about
excelente.
the disputed evidence of physical abuse in this case, which Ms. Heard hasn't even put on her case, and I can tell you she's not the abuser, and if the case moves forward, she and her witnesses will put on even more evidence of the physical abuse she suffered at the hands
aquí
of
están
Mr.
diciendo
Depp.
que ella no fue
But that's
abusada.
not the basis for our motion right now, Your
Pero
Honor.
esas no son las bases
He
de lo
talks about how Mr.
emocional.
Depp
Él habló
had a sworn
sobre
denial, and that should count. We read his testimony. He claims he didn't strike her. But again, that's not the basis for our motion. The basis for our motion is the clear and undisputed evidence of non-physical abuse. By his definitions, by his standards, by the standards of his expert, there is no dispute that Mr. Depp abused Amber. And therefore, if he did it even one time, there is no dispute that even under their
bueno, y
theory
aquí
of the case,
quiere decir que sí, los abusos sí. Sí, dice, y si mejor vemos un stream en español y solo nos limitamos a analizarlo. ¡Ah! Me está diciendo que mi stream está mal.
The undisputed evidence is that Mr. Depp did commit abuse against Miss Heard, and therefore that those
Oh, pues
first
¿cuál
two
es el
statements
chiste que
were
se
false.
escucha otra voz ahí encima
That's our
mía?
argument on that. As to the headline, it's funny. Mr.
Bueno,
Chu
que dice que los términos
played,
y las
2 or
cosas
3
como lo que
hours
están
of an
diciendo los
ACLU
otros
deposition. Now he says, well, that wasn't
está
our
mal,
witness.
que
It
sí
was
hubo
his witness, Your Honor.
abuso
He just spent 10
y...
minutes talking about what Mr. Doherty said, and Mr. Doherty testified that the Washington Post wrote the headline. That is the only evidence, Your Honor. I understand he says, well, Exhibit 1 has her name on it. Exhibit 1 has her name on it. But the only evidence in this case about who wrote that headline is Mr. Doherty's testimony. It is undisputed. They could have put anyone else on. They could have called Miss Heard for that because that was not part of the stipulation at the pretrial conference. It was only the tweet that we talked about, Your Honor, and they chose not to do that. Now, Miss Heard will testify she didn't write that headline, so it wouldn't have helped them. But
Bueno, lo único que quiere decir es que ella no escribió el testimonio, que ella no escribió nada, o sea que ella no está difamando a nadie. Lo escribió el periódico, no fue ella, no está su nombre, que tienen el testimonio de alguien que dicen que ella no fue. Entonces, esa es la única evidencia que hay de que ella es inocente. Es que no pueden decir más.
Portions of Mr. Chu's argument that don't go to our motion, unless Your Honor has any specific questions, but I want to be respectful.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, for this motion, I've taken the arguments of counsel, and last night I reviewed all of the evidence that has been submitted in this matter.
Después de todas las
So as to the
evidencias,
second and third alleged defamatory statements, at the motion to strike at this juncture, I view the evidence in light most favorable to the plaintiff and reasonable inferences from the evidence to the plaintiff. And if there is a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror could weigh, then the matter survives a motion to strike. In this matter, there is evidence in the case that a jury could weigh that the statements were made by the defendant, that the statements were about the plaintiff, that the statement was published, that the statement is false, and the defendant made the statement knowing it to be false, or the defendant made it so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth. The weight of that evidence is up to the fact finder, so the motion to strike is denied as to statement 2 and 3. The motion to strike as to statement 1, I'm going to take under advisement.
pero es que dice mucho statement. ¿Qué es un pinche
If
statement?
it's not a stipulation, I'm not sure what it is, but there seems to be an agreement that the tweet of Ms. Heard is part of the plaintiff's evidence, which is not in evidence at this point. So I can't rule on that statement whether or not it is just a tweet or if it's some sort of republication or something. I don't know because I haven't seen it yet. So as
Bueno,
to the motion
aún
to
no ha
strike
visto
on-
el
on
tema
statement 1, I'm going to take an advisement because
de los tweets y esas cosas. Así que no tiene ninguna evidencia.
All right. Since it's 12:30, you want to just take lunch? Go ahead and let the jurors go to lunch and come back at 1:30. Does that sound
¡Ah!
okay?
O sea, lo único, claro, es que lo único que estaba diciendo es que dicen que no, pero ella aún no lo ha visto y que todos están en modo bien con el tema del testimonio y esas cosas, del testimonio y del tweet, contexto. Coronita, hola, ¿qué tal? Pasó que Johnny está arriba. Eso entendí. Eso entendí. Se abrazaron, así que lo que dijo la jueza está bien. Dice Panic, y si nos suscribimos a Open English, yo también estoy así, pero tú pagas. Pero es que está en... Mira, y ahorita quieren ¿qué van a decirle? Que no, que está mal. Yo que del abogado le pregunto ya, pero eso no es... Bueno, ahorita de todo lo que han hablado del testimonio y no sé qué, están a favor de Johnny. Porque lo que se sabe es que sí lo ha escrito. Y todos los testimonios han sido que sí. Y lo del tweet aún pues no lo ha visto. Entonces dice como que pues, habla muy rápido. Si fuera más lento más o menos. Sí. Está jodido. Está jodido. A ver.
Chicos, en este momento del resumen de esa transmisión, mándeme un correo así como que ya, a theshowbizlive@gmail.com. Dime, carnal, quiero entrar, ¿no? Y ahorita mismo les mando el link para que entren. Ya se lo mandé a Laura, que está en el green room, está en...
Ya, pero ¿qué
Laurita,
dijo? A
¿alguien
ver,
más?
dime.
Y
¿Qué dijo la jueza al final?
Pues, Carolina, mándame un correo a The Showbiz Live.
Pues desde aquí ni siquiera ve. Entonces, ¿quién ganó? Aún no se sabe, pero yo aún ni siquiera dice qué dice la jueza.
Showbiz Live, tengo a Mónica lista. No hay nada más, dice la juez. Bueno, entonces vamos a comer. Vamos a ver qué preparan. Está interesante porque finalmente pudieron, la gente de los abogados de Johnny pudieron bloquear que se proceda esa motion to strike, o sea, de que Amber pudiera ocultar esas evidencias.
¿Ya ves? Tampoco sabe, aunque dijo a motion to strike.
Ok, tengo a Mónica y a Laura lista. Chicas, ¿cómo están? Bienvenidas nuevamente.
Ah, pues este señor hace entrar a señoras. Así no se vale, pues. Así no se vale. Dice, entonces regresando, Amber va a declarar. Eso parece. Lo que pasa es que lo que no querían era que no declare y no sabía nada del tweet. Y lo que estaba diciendo el abogado de Amber, pues lo ha hecho punch. No, nada. Tú sigue, amigo. Y si decide que todo es hagámonos mi centro de Discord para dar mi opinión. No, Al. ¿Qué opinión quieres dar, Alex? O buscamos una señora. Buscamos una señora. ¿Tú hablas inglés? Tipo para que nos pongas en contexto de qué hablaron mientras yo no entendí. Así sí. Así sí. Bueno, y se fueron a cenar, pues, ¿no? Mis compañeros están bailando festejo. Festejo, festejo. ¿Saben dónde vamos a encontrar cosas mucho más fáciles?
Hola a todos, mi nombre es...
¿Saben dónde vamos a encontrar cosas mucho más rápido? A cenar, a comer. Los que son súper rápidos es en el TikTok. Oh. En el TikTok se vería súper rápido qué ha pasado. O sea, nosotros ya lo vimos, pero... Pero ¿qué dijo la jueza específicamente? Eso quiero saber. ¿Qué dijo la jueza? O sea, yo sé que ha sido a favor. Y que le decía, oye, testifica. ¿Por qué no quieres testificar? Ahora sí. Así que sí. Espérate. Uy. Pam. Almorzar. Pero si son las 11 recién, ¿ustedes ya van a almorzar, chicos? No creo, ¿no? Aquí se almuerza a la 1.
Es como que vamos a ver, pero al parecer ese tweet la metió en problemas a Amber, ese tweet que hizo. Y bueno, aquí vamos a ver, voy a averiguar, y si ustedes y si ustedes también quieren tomarse el tiempo, chicos, de averiguar motion to strike.
¿Ves? Nadie sabe. Motion. ¿Cómo escribe motion? Motion to strike. Meaning en lao. ¿Verdad? Dice, una moción de huelga es una solicitud a un juez para que se elimine el expediente. El expediente por parte del alegato de una de las partes o una prueba. Durante la etapa de presentación de alegatos, eso puede lograr mediante una herramienta de la regla 12 en las reglas federales del procedimiento. Bueno, le quitó su alegato de que ella no lo escribió. De que el hecho de que ¿cómo es que se llama esto del artículo? Y que luego lo haya publicado en Instagram y luego lo haya publicado en Twitter, aunque la jueza aún no haya visto eso, quiere saber de qué va, pues, ¿no? Entonces lo ha sacado, ha eliminado el expediente por esa parte. Porque no mames, todo lo que ha dicho el abogado de Johnny con lo que ha dicho el otro, era como que repetía lo mismo. En cambio el otro daba punto tras punto, tras punto, tras punto, tras punto, tras punto, tras punto. Decía, pues ha venido y ha dicho ha venido y ha dicho esto, tenemos video de esto, tenemos video del otro, tenemos esto, no. Y el otro, pues, ¿qué más quiere? Ella no lo escribió y no lo escribió, solamente tenemos un testigo de que no lo escribió. Así que eliminaron el expediente de Amber. Pam 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 pam. Me voy. No. Saga de los dedos. A la prensa. Param pam pam pam. Pararam pam pam. Dice, por fin tendré libertad, dice Cajita. Miren la luz de atrás. Se lo apago. Tendría que apagar solamente la de este lado porque no se ve, porque entra luz de afuera. Toda la parte de aquí entra luz. Y lo único que se ve bonito es aquí en el piso. Esta luz de acá. Bueno, hay que dejarlo, no se ve ahí. Para, pam, pam. A esta hora da hambre, ¿eh? No entiendo por qué se van a ir a comer. ¿En Virginia qué hora es? ¿Es más temprano o más tarde? 15 minutos. ¿A las 12 terminan las clases? ¿No terminaba eso de la 1? Ya ni me acuerdo a qué hora terminaban las clases. A ver. Vamos a mirar unos de estos. Ok. Esto es hace unos 5 días, una semana. Que digan unas horas. La gente es súper pro para sacar todo súper rápido. A ver, vamos. Se puede, no puede más la bruja para liberar su verdadero yo en cualquier momento. Ya ni mantener una risa, la sonrisa falsa. La cara de la policía de atrás nos representa. La cara de la policía. Guapo. Va a explotar cuando le toque declarar.
You didn't
Quiero
know
que le
what could
toque
cause
ya.
damage to Mr. Depp's hand while you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper told me he'd sustained an injury on one of his
Well,
fingers.
rejection, hearsay.
Wait, you asked the question.
Oh,
Next question.
okay. You said he sustained an injury to his
Esta es muy buena. Man.
You didn't know what could cause damage to Mr. Depp's hand.
Dice, ¿usted no sabía que pudo causarle daño a la mano de Mr. Depp mientras estaba ahí el 8? El 8 de marzo, ¿correcto?
While you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper told me
El doctor Cooper me dijo que sufrió una lesión en uno de sus dedos.
he'd sustained an injury on one of his
Well,
fingers.
rejection, hearsay.
Objeción. Rumores.
Wait, you asked
Pero ustedes hicieron la pregunta. Oh.
Okay, you said he sustained
Mira que consumo aquí su risa.
an injury to. Okay, you said he sustained an injury to. You didn't know what could cause damage to.
Ahora el abogado será el que pierda la punta del dedo.
Se vivió un momento muy desagradable en el juicio entre Johnny Depp y Amber Heard. Tuvo una intensa intervención este 14 de abril cuando Kate James, ex asistente de Amber, declaró varias situaciones incómodas que vivió con la actriz. Una de las
Esto
más
ya es
destacables de su declaración fue
abogado del
cuando
Callao.
detalló una de las tantas humillaciones que recibió. Me escupió en la cara, dijo
Esto ya es antiguito. Que sí, que le dijo que le escupió en la cara.
ella. Recuerdo una vez en la que estábamos hablando sobre mi salario y ella se paró de su silla, puso su cara frente a mí y me escupió. Me dijo cómo me atrevía a pedir ese salario que ya de por sí me estaba haciendo un favor con el que me había ofrecido en un principio. Todo frente a otra persona que estaba presente en esa habitación. Es lo que dijo Kate. Lo que más llamó la atención de las personas que presenciaban el juicio fue que Amber Heard dibujó una sonrisa en su rostro mientras Kate relataba esta vivencia. Ellas dos trabajaron juntas por 3 años, pero de un momento a otro la asistente comenzó a trabajar de tiempo completo para la actriz. Hacía todas sus tareas y pasaba la mayor parte del tiempo con ella. James detalló que su jefa se paseaba desnuda por la casa frente a ella. Se enfiestaba y consumía hongos alucinógenos, éxtasis y cocaína. Kate James asegura que Amber nunca fue golpeada por Johnny Depp. En su testimonio también se le preguntó si Johnny alguna vez había sido violento frente a ella, a lo que respondió que no, que él siempre fue un verdadero caballero. Hay que recordar que en el juicio de Londres, Kate se expresó y dijo que Amber Heard se había aprovechado de una situación terrible para ella. La mujer fue abusada sexualmente y en su momento le contó la situación a su jefa Amber, pero ella robó esa historia tiempo después y la hizo pasar como suya. Se vivió
Eso no lo sabía. Eso no la sabía. O sea, de que robó la historia y eso no lo había, no tenía ese dato. Vaya dato perturbador. Vaya dato perturbador. Reacción de Johnny cuando la corte escucha.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in
You're
the
right.
fucking thing. And you said, no, fucking, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not...
¿Ya ves? Dice, I punch you. I don't punch you, but I hitting you. ¡Ay, la odio! Y él le dice, babe, todo.
Punched.
don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you. What am I supposed to do?
Aquí necesitamos a Ricky para que nos explique cuál es la diferencia entre hitting you y punching. Porque yo he buscado hitting y sale como si fuera punch. Dice golpe en el traductor. Pero claro, me imagino que tipo golpe y hitting es como, ay, te estaba así manoteando, ¿no? Te estaba manoteando. Algo así. Llama a Matt, él también sabe y puede Discord. No creo que pueda. Además ayer me estaba difamando y no era cierto.
Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You're such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you
Johnny.
started physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had
Because
to get the fuck out of there.
yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
No, I said to you.
Y encima le dice, ay, eres un bebé. Ay, la odio con toda mi alma. ¡Bitch! Ah, pero sale Johnny. Y luego va a salir. Sí, sí la golpeó. Ay, no creo. su camarita. Le tiran plantitas y todo. Y así todavía se hace. Ay, no. Gracias. Bueno, para la foto, ¿no? Voy a hacerme así para la foto.
Audio secreto de Johnny y Amber.
Hubiéramos sido buena pareja. Pudimos vivir algo especial. Pero estabas loca, bruja.
Audio secreto de Johnny y Amber.
Hubiéramos sido buena pareja. Pudimos vivir algo especial. Pero estabas loca, bruja.
Qué bueno. Dice Amber entrando y saliendo del personaje en cuestión de segundos. Esta mujer da miedo, pobre Johnny, ¿verdad? Ay, qué rapidez. Es como... No, pero es que... A ver. Se le hace así su cara. Yo me veo muy trompuda.
So when I was pushing the bathroom on the confrontation,
De verdad no puedo entender cómo hay gente que está defendiendo a Johnny Depp cegado por un fanatismo estúpido. Johnny Depp no tiene 5 años, él tiene que asumir la responsabilidad de lo que hizo. Él es culpable de robarse mi corazón por todos los personajes que hizo. ¿Que pensaban que yo iba a hablar mal de Johnny Depp? Pues no. Hashtag te apoyo con todo mi corazón. De verdad no puedo entender cómo hay gente que está defendiendo a Johnny Depp.
Amanicito con maní. Digo, amanicito con pasas.
Cegado por un fanatismo estúpido.
No me espanté, ya casi te tiraba hate.
Yo...
¿Esto de qué año es? A ver, mira. Dior, perfume, Johnny Depp. ¿Qué año salió? La primera campaña fue... septiembre. ¿Cuándo fue esta campaña? Quiero saber. YouTube. ¿Alguien me regala ese perfume? Yo también quiero. Está épico, mira. Hoy estábamos en 8, hemos bajado a 3. Dior. Perfume. Johnny. Ah, no, es de recién. Ah, no, es de hace 5 años. Sí, 5 años. 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019. ¿Ven? Es el 2018. 2017, claro. He ahí sus ganancias. Uy. Mensaje retirado. He ahí sus ganancias. Por eso es que en las estadísticas del señor, no sé qué, ese año estaba arribita.
I gotta get out of here. Which way? I don't know.
Ay, pero es que qué padre, por favor. Es de los Winchester.
What am I looking for?
Uy, un chavito.
Something I can't see. I can feel it. It's magic. Sauvage. Dios.
Sauvage. Ah, mira, el primero es en... I'm buying it. Sauvage. ¿Y esto es 2021? Este es otro que recién salió.
Wilderness, fearless and human. Sauvage, the new elixir. Dior.
Sauvage. Sauvage. ¿Quieren sauvage, chicos? ¿Quieren sobar? Sauvage. Es como a limoncito con canela. Creo que por acá vi, ¿sí, no? Como canela, limoncito con canela. Huele a hombre rico, ¿verdad? A hombre rico y tatuado, musculoso. A hombre rico, ¿verdad?
You're gonna see who the real Johnny Depp is.
A ver.
You're gonna see who the real Johnny Depp is. Behind the red carpets, behind the fame, behind the money, behind the pirate costumes.
Ah, este es el abogado de Amber. Ok. ¿Hasta qué hora estaré? No sé, hasta que termine el juicio.
You're gonna see who that man really is.
Van a ver quién realmente es este hombre.
Amber is gonna tell you about it.
Amber se los contará.
You're gonna hear who he really is.
Pero Amber ya declaró, mira. Pero quieren que declare otra vez, ¿eh?
From other witnesses. And you're gonna hear who he really is in his own words.
Con sus propias
in
palabras.
the vile, graphic, terrible messages that he wrote about Amber and ways he used to describe Amber and what he
¿A
wanted
qué hora
to do.
termina? No sé, eso sí no sé.
Amber did suffer sexual violence at the hands of Depp.
Sufrió violencia sexual de manos
Ms.
de Johnny.
Vasquez tried to minimize
La
that and tried to make you think that it's all
está
made up.
tratando de minimizar, pero no lo es.
You will hear
Están
in
aquí
the
para
most
escuchar
graphic and
los
horrifying
términos más
terms about the
gráficos y
violence.
horribles sobre la violencia que ella sufrió.
You'll hear that straight from her. She will get on the stand and she will tell you that. It happened. You're going to see who the real Johnny Depp is.
Ya, ¿y a qué hora subió? Yo no le creo nada a esa mujer. Y encima lo graba la muy maldita.
What happened?
Y ni caso le hace, mira. Mario, ¿y tiene la culpa tu fuertita?
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Oye, ese es un doble. Ese no es Johnny. Es un doble, ¿sí o no? Proceda a prepararse su ceviche con pulpa. Ay, qué rico. Ese no es, justo en su cara. Míralo completo.
Nothing happened this morning, you
No ha
know
pasado
that?
nada esta mañana, lo sabes.
Were you in here?
¿No escuchaste?
No.
No.
So then nothing happened to you.
¿Nada pasó esta mañana?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were
Acabo de
still
despertar y
asleep.
te sentiste dulce y amable.
We're not even fighting
Ni
this morning.
siquiera estamos
All I did
peleando,
was say
sino
sorry.
todo lo que
Did
hice.
something happen
¿Qué pasó algo?
to you
¿A ti?
this morning? I don't think so.
No te creo.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy.
¿Quieres volverme loco?
That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Estás loca.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Estás tomando todo esto.
You got this going?
Just started it.
Oh, really? Really? Sneak that shit on me, motherfucker.
Eso no lo había visto, ¿eh? Eso no lo había visto. Yo vi la mitacita, pero eso es todo completo.
You were smashing shit.
Y se ríe. Sí, sí, esa parte que se ríe, sí, sí la había visto. Qué desgraciada. Culpable. Y aunque lo grabara, eso demuestra que nunca está loco. Prefiere desquitarse con las cosas, dice. Lo tenía todo preparado para hundirlo. Estaba borracho y se dio cuenta que le grababa y le quitó el teléfono y aún así no la golpeó. Lo grabó cuando estaba de malas, solo porque vio que era conveniente. Hasta enojado. Sí, y como que tipo, oye, ¿te vas a tomar todo eso? Por eso digo que deberían hacer un PvP quien gana y se gana todo. ¿Sí, no, cajita? Dicen que él se enojó porque se enteró que lo estafaron y ella aprovechó su enojo para grabarlo y dar a entender que así él reaccionaba cuando la golpeaban. Yo cuando tengo una discusión no me acuerdo ni me acuerdo de grabar lo que hacen las personas. Lo grabó a propósito. Claro que lo grabó a propósito. Él se dio cuenta después. Pero no se sabe por qué se enojó. Dice... Si me recibo Gianmarco South. Gianmarco, ¿quién eres? Pero tiene otra cuenta. ¿Esa cuenta de quién es? Yo estaba leyendo una cuenta que decía Ciber. Sergio López. Ah, es Checho. Ah, hola Checho. Ah, ya lo vi. Pero pónganse Checho, que voy a confundir de Checho. No, es Checho, no es Sergio. Sergio es otro. Él es Checho. Él es Checho. Checho, Chechín, Checho. Amber con su coleta. Dice, hagan sus apuestas, señores. Yo digo que va con una coleta. ¿Va? Ah, ya no hay más. Ya no hay más, ya no hay más. ¿Cómo hago para borrar acá mensajes? Ah. Borrar. Ah, se puede. Dame money. A ver qué más sale.
I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll
Pero
carry
mira,
that for the rest of my day.
estoy mirando. Todavía no sale nada. Siguen comiendo.
Never had to be that way. It never had to happen. So I lost.
Dice, perdí entonces. No importa el resultado de este
I'll
juicio.
carry that for the rest of my day.
Cargaré con esto el resto de mi vida.
Never had to be that way. It
Nunca
never
debió
had to
ser
happen.
así, nunca debió pasar.
And I don't quite understand why it did.
Aún así entiendo por qué fueron las cosas. Aún así no lo entiendo.
So I lost then.
We're broken. Nothing gonna save us now. With this broken silence, by thunder crashing in the dark, crashing in the dark. And this broken record spin.
O sea, si iba a hacer eso, mínimo amiga, no sé, lo hacías en otro lado, no en tu misma casa. O sea, si estabas preparando, o sea, es que siquiera hubiese sido un poco inteligente. O sea, preparaba sus pruebas de que él lo iba a maltratar y que no sé qué, que no sé cuánto. Y se va a su misma casa con los otros. O sea, esta es estúpida. Encima de maldita, estúpida.
By thunder crashing in the dark, crashing in the dark. And this broken record spinning less circles. We're broken.
¿Lo engañaba? Claro. Hay videos en donde se ven que sale con Franco y con Elon, el que compró Twitter. Y no sé por qué compró Twitter, para que saque todo lo de acá, lo del juicio, creo. Debe comprar TikTok también. ¿Se imaginan? Borrando todo esto. ¿Qué pasa? ¿No lees? ¿Qué pasa? Pero míralo completo. Lo he mirado completo. ¿Qué pasó? La golpea y se ríe. Solo le intentó quitar. Van a llamar. ¿Qué pasó? Contexto. Me comí un pelillo. Si te refieres a este, sí lo he visto completo. ¿No te sale el link? Ah, no. Ningún link. Aquí no mandaste ningún link. Acá no hay ningún link. Ya decía yo. Hay que banearlo, ¿no? Por gritar. Opresor. Si lo engañaba, él puede hacer juicio de infidelidad, ¿no? Sí, pero ahorita lo que está haciendo es es por difamación más que por infidelidad.
¿Qué quieres?
¡Grítame más!
¡Ya cállate y déjame en paz!
¡Grítame otra cosa!
¡Gritarte! ¡Voy a darte unas buenas nalgadas! ¿Qué quieres?
Exacto, algo así ha sido. Igualito, igualito. I'm back. Igualito, así ha sido. Lo de acá básicamente es esto.
¡Grítame más!
¡Ya cállate y déjame en paz!
¡Grítame otra cosa!
¡Gritarte! ¡Voy a darte unas buenas nalgadas! ¿Qué quieres?
Sí. ¿Algo más? ¿Pasaste, Silver? No.
So,
A ver, ¿este qué es? Dice al escuchar el último audio donde escuchamos a Johnny querer herirse él mismo. Sí, esto es muy feo. Pero que pon el audio, no mínimo. No puedo poner el audio por reglas de TikTok, ya que son palabras fuertes. Pero sí, en TikTok sí lo vi. Yo sí vi el audio. Lo vimos en stream y casi hago la lloración y todo. No fue con ese. Fue con uno en donde ella va a buscarlo. Panic del audio. Es uno en donde ella va a buscarlo y él le dice ¿por qué me has hecho esto? Y muchas cosas así bien. Ese me puso a pensar. Dice, se le pone difícil a Amber. Si tienes algún audio, Ciber, mándalo al Discord. Presentó próximamente 87 videos que desmienten las acusaciones de maltrato.
¿Ya se dieron cuenta que Amber Heard se viste exactamente igual que Johnny Depp en la corte?
Dice, o sea, decía, tú ves el audio.
Antes hay que saber que estará en un broncón legal desde hace 6 años porque según ella, Johnny la golpeó. A lo que él jura y perjura que es mentira, por lo que la contrademandó por difamación. Primero, el día que eligieron al jurado, Johnny optó por un traje gris y una camisa negra. Y al día siguiente, casualmente, Amber llegó con el mismo look. Luego el primer día de juicio llegó otra vez vestido de gris con una abejita y una corbata negra. Y una vez más, copiando el estilo del camaleón del cine, lo volvió a hacer. Esta abeja es usada comúnmente por el actor por simbolizar el trabajo y la lealtad de las abejas. Y obviamente la enemiga pública número 1 de todo el mundo lo sabía. El segundo día de juicio, Johnny fue todo de negro. Y así es, amigos, lo volvió a hacer. Fue totalmente de negro. El 15 de abril otra vez fue todo de negro y con el cabello suelto. Y un día después, por casualidad, Amber fue de negro y con el cabello suelto. El 18 de abril se le vio con una camisa blanca y el cabello recogido. Y así es. Al día siguiente, igual. Obviamente nada de esto es coincidencia y todo se trata de una estrategia psicológica de Amber. Según la psicología, el vestir igual que alguien significa lealtad y compañerismo. Y también podría ser una influencia emocional. Significa entonces que la ex de Johnny Depp está intentando persuadirlo y está intentando también cambiar su percepción de ella. Además de eso, busca hacer siempre contacto visual, por lo que posiblemente Amber Heard esté siendo asesorada psicológicamente. Ya si
Ojerosa. Y luego me dicen a mí ojerosa. Yo también tengo ojerosa.
Y no lo puedo olvidar. Y no lo puedo olvidar. Díganle que sigo enamorada. Cuéntenle que me hace tanta falta. Y no lo...
Dice, él es el que le hace juicio. Exacto. Él está haciendo el juicio. Yo pensé que ella se lo hacía. Ella lo demandó primero por abuso, por golpes y no sé qué. Y él ha contrademandado por difamación.
Must have been a deadly kiss. Only love can hurt like this. Only love can hurt like this. Your kiss is burning to my skin. Only love can hurt like this. Must have been.
Dice, según lo que vi, ganó el juicio anterior Amber. Iba donde ese dinero, pero al final se lo quedó casi todo ella. Sí ganó, pero no hubo ningún juicio. Ahí se demora. No hubo ningún juicio. ¿O sí? Bueno, no sé. No sé la verdad.
What happened for so many people to get affected from this?
Ay, él es su amigo. Johnny y su familia han estado completamente envueltos por esas cosas. No es justo lo que hizo ella.
For so many people to get affected from this, it's insane.
Pobrecito. Cuando te quieren se nota, cuando no se nota aún más.
Johnny!
Dejen de poner ese audio.
There, she went there. And so I
Así que yo me
was
estaba
leaning
apoyando
like this
así
in the
en
chair,
la silla,
looking at her. First bottle
mirando
went,
la primera,
then got the other
mirando la
bottle,
primera botella,
shot,
luego tiene un
takes the
segundo,
second bottle, which is the larger one,
toma la segunda botella, la cual es más grande, quiero decir, en esa posición también.
I'm in this position again, and my
Y yo,
hand is on the edge of
mi mano está en el borde de la barra, así, apoyando
the
los dedos.
bar, like that, you know, leaning over the fingers, like that, and
Así, y ella
she
tiró
threw
la
the
botella
large
más
bottle,
grande e hizo contacto,
and
se
it
rompió
made contact
a todos lados.
and shattered everywhere. And I honestly didn't feel the pain at first at all. I felt no pain whatsoever.
Ningún dolor.
What I felt was
Lo que sentí fue
I felt
calor.
heat. I felt heat, and I
Calor,
felt
sentí
as if something were
como si
dripping
algo
down my
golpeara en mi
hand, you
mano,
know.
¿ya sabes?
And then I
Luego miré hacia
looked
abajo
down
y me di
and
cuenta que la punta de
realized
mi
that
dedo había sido cortada.
the tip of my finger had been severed, and I was looking
Y yo estaba
directly
mirando
at
directamente en mis huesos
my
sobresalidos.
bone
Ay,
sticking out, and
y la
the meaty portion of
la
your
porción
the inside of
carnosa
your
del
finger,
interior de tu dedo.
and
Y estaba
blood
la
was
sangre
just
salía
pouring
y en ese punto
out. And at that point, I think
Eso
that I
pasa por una
went
especie de,
into
no sé
some
cómo
sort of
se siente un ataque de nervios. ¿Quién está borrando los mensajes? Mensaje retirado. Ah, no sé. Creo que el YouTube será. O a menos que estén pasando link, ¿no? Pero dale dislike por subir el TikTok mal. ¿Quién está borrando los mensajes? Por ejemplo, aquí es cuando le golpeó su dedo. Aquí es cuando le tiró la botella y su dedo se cortó la mitad del dedo, o sea, por la botella. No fue directamente, oye, ven, te cortó el dedo, pero le tiró la botella.
I don't know what a nervous breakdown feels like, but that's probably the closest that I've ever
Esta
been.
fue lo
I
más
didn't.
cerca que jamás estuve. Yo
Nothing made sense,
no había nada, tenía sentido.
and I knew in my
Sabía en mi
mind and
mente
in
y
my heart,
corazón, esto no es vida.
this is
Esto no es
not life. This is not life. No one should have
Nadie
to go through
debería
this.
atravesar esto y como
And as I said, this
cuando en
feeling
medio
of
de un
nervous, being in
Bueno,
in
está
the
en-
middle of some sort of nervous breakdown, I started to
empecé a
write
escribir con mi sangre
with my blood, in
en
my own blood,
en las paredes.
on the walls. Little reminders
Pequeños
from our
recordatorios de
past
nuestro pasado,
that
que
essentially
esencialmente
represented
representaban
lies that
mentiras que
she
ella me había dicho,
had told me,
mentiras
and
que
lies that I had
había descubierto.
caught her in.
Mira su cara.
And then it is, the next thing, you know,
La siguiente cosa, ya sabes, entre te
amongst all the madness,
me
I
escondería en
would
el baño
again
donde
hide in bathroom or wherever, and I texted Dr.
le escribí
Kipper,
al
and I
doctor Kipper y le dije,
there.
bueno, sí, el doctor. Bueno, el doctor Kipper creo que también ha ido a declarar.
Este hilo en Twitter me pareció brutal. 10 cursos en línea gratis.
Nada, uno empieza. Haz la cara de Pani cuando está enojada o seria. Ella los borra. Mira, los tuyos nada más los borro, Checho. Mira. Borra. No, mira, cuando sale ahí, sale pues Pani que eliminó el mensaje. Y mensaje retirado, no sé qué significa. Creo que escribes y tú mismo lo borras, borrar. Ah, sí. Mensaje retirado es tipo cuando uno mismo borra el mensaje. Sí, eso que dice mensaje retirado es que lo borra solito. O sea, Alex lo ha borrado. Alex lo ha borrado. Panic censurado. No, yo no he sido. Estoy viendo, estoy enseñándoles. ¿Ves? Mensaje retirado. Ajá, uno mismo lo borra. Sí. ¿Ves? Checho solito lo ha borrado. Frichando. Ay, hasta que vamos a esperar.
I haven't seen you. Tengo una pregunta. Cuando agarran a un ratero en la calle en España, ¿la gente le pega o no le pega?
Es que aquí en España las leyes son raras, porque si le pegas a un ratero igual vas tú a la cárcel.
Sí.
¿Qué me pasó a mí?
Acá también.
Imagínate, yo estoy en la puerta de una joyería, sale gente que ha robado. Yo le meto una paliza al atracador y voy yo a la cárcel, ¿eh?
En fin, resulta que una vez entraron a robar y mi mamá lo notó y llamó a la policía y todo eso. Los ladrones se acercaron al mostrador y le agarraron el celular y dinero mientras ella atendía. Entonces, en el momento en el cual sale la gente, ella como que siente algo raro, va y checa el mostrador y no tenía ni su celular ni el dinero. Sale corriendo y le pega una cachetada a era un chico y un chico. Y por esa cachetada no se pudo llevar a cabo el proceso para detener a las personas. Tengo una pregunta.
O sea, no le detuvieron porque le pegó.
Vengan a apuntar conmigo los outfits más feos de la Met Gala de 2000.
Ah, verdad, ha sido la Met Gala, pero bueno, no hablemos de eso.
Bueno, gente, les traigo un tip 2022 que es para ahorrar dinero. 100% real, no fake.
A ver.
Bueno, acá tenemos 1500, que es para la renta de la casa. Acá tenemos 1000, que es para servicios y comida. Acá tenemos 800 soles, que es para la junta, que me cae en diciembre todavía. Y acá tenemos 500, que es para la bebé. Y aquí pues... Puta madre. El tip es, no tengan mujer, no tengan hija y se quedan con más de 3000 soles al mes. No, mentira, hija sí, mujer no. ¡Ah!
Exacto, ¿no? Alama, ¿cuánto gasto? Exacto. No te, ¿para qué tiene hijo, ve? Ya decía yo.
Quiero saber qué colores me van mejor y en contraste.
Imagina que un día te enteraras que tu papá es un demonio y que si no eres capaz de controlar tus emociones, ese demonio va a poseer tu cuerpo y a través de ti va a regar el mal por el universo. Bueno, eso fue lo que le pasó a Rachel Roth, a.k.a. Raven, hija de Trigon, un demonio que engañó, manipuló y...
¿Qué? Al parecer hablé muy rápido sobre el vestido de Blake Lively y no me di cuenta que está inspirado en la Estatua de la Libertad y de cómo pasó de ser color cobre a verde azulado por la oxidación. Estoy obsesionado con ella. Definitivamente ganó la Met Gala.
Siempre gana. Siempre gana.
No somos el...
Ay, pero es que se tiene que ver así demacrada para que supuestamente se vea como que, ay no, qué triste, no, ay no, oh, pobrecita. Es que se va a poner súper regia para estar ahí en el juzgado, dice. Me retiro a comer algo, Panic, en un ratito vuelvo. Ay, sí, yo también. Su cara me perturba. Sí. Algo así. No, y yo me veo más joven.
No, I actually don't.
She said she...
Para muchos, nunca apures a una mujer. Para muchos, esta es la mejor papa rellena de Lima. Esta vez nos dimos un salto al mercado de Magdalena para visitar un clásico de clásicos, el tío Jimmy. ¿Quieren ver todo lo que pedimos?
Rico. Rico, rico. Todavía chamare, yo le quiero traducir.
Arrancamos con estos camotes arrebozados que eran una locura. Seguimos con este señor pan con chicharrón. Nada que envidiar en el mercado Callao. Bien despachado y su carne bien jugosita. Ahora sí, miren esta maravilla de papa rellena, bien frita, si no, escuchen. Sin duda de las mejores que hemos probado. Y finalmente cerramos con esta bombita o queque frito, bien tiernito. Ya sabes, si estás en el mercado de Magdalena, tienes que visitar el tío Jimmy.
Oh. ¿Han ido a Magdalena? ¿Cajita ha ido a Magdalena? Justo hoy he visto, mira, a la hora que me estaba listando.
Miren. Se pueden hasta calentar el microondas. Dando la hora a nuestros amigos India. Ya, compadre. Estas papitas rellenas, ¿qué te parece?
¿Ves? justo hoy día, a la hora que me desperté, me puse a mirar y justo mira, el tío Jimmy. Las coincidencias de la vida. Se ve muy bueno, ¿eh? El Magdalena no es pituco, ¿no? No es pituco. Bueno, no sé, la verdad, no conozco.
Para muchos
Nunca apures a una mujer. Primero, porque no se va a apurar. Segundo, porque se va a enojar. Tercero, porque ya no va a querer ir. Cuarto, si está enojada, tú tampoco ves a salir. Nunca apures a...
Can you hear me, Miss Roberts? Yes, I can. Okay, great. Can you raise your right hand for me?
No entendí. Ah, es su dibujito.
Etiqueten a Shakira.
que bien actúas. De eso no me cabe duda. Con tu papel.
¡Puta madre! ¡Ya me tienes hasta la verga! ¡Hasta la verga me tienes ya! ¡Puta madre!
Tiene que haber un TikTok donde Johnny esté así sentado y esté jugando Clash. Se pone a dibujar. Se pone a dibujar.
I'm like, I've definitely lost all.
Lego.
Me acabo de dar cuenta que hago muchísimo esto.
Qué bonita te ves, me encanta tu blusa.
Ay, gracias, sí, me costó 5 pesos.
Oye, qué bárbara, te escuchamos cantar, cantas padrísimo. ¿Qué daría yo por cantar así?
Muchas gracias. Pero en realidad cualquiera puede cantar, o sea, si te metes a clases cualquiera puede cantar.
Una curiosidad. Quiero saber qué tal.
A lot of Harry Potter fans were initially...
El otro día vi...
How old are you?
Normalicemos regalarnos flores lindas con nuestras amigas porque lo merecemos. ¡Ay! ¡Ay, qué bonito!
Hi, everyone.
Nada.
I know you're just absolutely...
¡Uy, qué bonito! Martin Harris en el mejor restaurante central. Va.
What was the name of that character again that you did the movies and all the based on the books?
¿Le subo volumen?
Get a good Professor Snape. No, the young boy with the scar on his, yeah. Exhale and then inhale, yeah. This is very difficult, but it's Harry Potter. What was the name of that character again that you did the movie?
¿Ustedes alguna vez han succionado helio? Yo nunca, ¿eh? Sabe raro. La vez pasada creo que había un globo con helio y dije, a ver, voy a intentar y huele feo. Y no pude, o sea, me acerqué y lo saqué. No. Ese es el restaurante de Virgilio Martínez, uno de los mejores del mundo, pipipi. Sí, así dicen, y ahí no fui.
Esta mesa no es una mesa cualquiera, ¿vale? Esta mesa es una mesa pensada.
Do you think this was orchestrated? The Taylor Swift.
Dicen que el dinero...
Hey, look at that. It's reference for Mike Wazowski.
Hi, everybody. TikTok, my name is Pete Doctor, and I'm talking to you from Pixar Animation Studios. I directed Monsters, Inc., Up, Inside Out, and Soul. We know you already know what A113 is.
Él hizo Mike Wazowski, pero parece más Atito.
And who you'd find at
Parece
42
más
Wallaby
Sully.
Way, Sydney. And probably
¿No?
you've had to tell people, look, the rat's name is not Ratatouille, it's Remy, okay? So thank you for that. We can't wait to show you some more from our movies, our series, our shorts, our campus, our lives. But we're even more excited to hear how Pixar inspires you. Now, one more thing. I'm told that there's something called an FYP that we're somehow supposed to be on the right side of. So do me a favor, if you know someone who wants to join us on an
Bueno, sí,
adventure.
Sí sé.
Las mujeres primero, ¿no?
I gave him my number.
Fricasé de pollo.
Uy, comida. A ver. Nosotros estamos en modo Amber, así que... No voy tan rápido, pero es que algunos no llaman la atención y no les gusta cuando lo pongo. Y dicen, ay no, Pai, ¿cómo vas a poner eso? Tu TikTok está feo. Por eso lo estoy quitando. Y además si me quedo mirando uno me van a, como Cheriche, van a recomendarme lo mismo. Bueno, eso ya lo vimos, los anuncios de Colonia. Sí, hay varios canales mirando, sí. Por eso es mejor hacerlo aquí que en otro lado.
¿Qué tal? ¿Te gustó el lomo saltado? Genial, 10 de 10, espectacular, impresionante.
¿Por qué hablas pelotudeces si ni siquiera has terminado, boludo? No, mentira, mira, el plato está semifácil.
Me estoy comiendo todavía. ¿Qué tal? ¿Te gustó?
Muchos de nosotros pasamos tanto tiempo dedicados a actividades ridículas que parece que tratamos de evitar esta experiencia.
Exacto. La gente realmente trata de evitar la consideración de que van a morir y que las personas que aman van a morir. Te abre el corazón, te rompe y abre el corazón. ¿Sabes? Nuestros corazones han estado cerrados porque los hemos cerrado, nos defendimos contra el dolor y esto los abre.
Muchos de nosotros pasamos tanto tiempo...
¿Qué cosa los abre? ¿Pero para qué estar pensando en eso?
Andaba yo por Totus cuando encontré un frasco de piedras. 12 soles 90, del tamaño de mi puño.
¿Qué?
Andaba yo por Totus cuando encontré un frasco de
piedra natural decorativa. No me lo puedo creer.
piedras. 12 soles 90, del tamaño de mi puño.
Peruanadas de Perú.
Son cifras muy, muy graves que tienen que ver con el narcotráfico.
¿Qué?
Y tal como les decía, aterrizan en todas partes.
Peruanadas.
Mira este vídeo.
Esto es agua. Aquí añado una puntita de sulfato ferroso.
Pero como realmente lo que quiero es una sal férrica, voy a añadirle una gotita, o 2 gotitas mejor, sí, de agua oxigenada. Y se supone que rápidamente pasará a sal férrica. Ahora, a la sal férrica le voy a añadir un poco de tiocianato potásico que tengo aquí en disolución.
Ay, ¿qué es eso?
Vamos a ver. Al añadir un poco de tiocianato, pues ha adquirido
bueno, cambia de color. ¿Y qué va a hacer?
Y ahora lo que voy a ver es cómo se porta esta disolución si añado unas gotas de nitrato de plata que tengo aquí.
Uy, sí, todo el mundo tiene nitrato de plata.
Bueno, como se ha puesto de clarito, ¿verdad? Pues a ver quién me explica esto, claro.
Va.
Pensé que le ibas a explicar tú.
Para eso me quedé mirando su video.
Lo siento, señorita, pero todo este piso está reservado para un evento privado.
¿Alguien pidió compañía?
Ni idea.
Disculpen, pero escuché que una escoria traidora se encuentra en este.
¿Qué está pasando? ¡Emboscada! ¡Una mujer!
Disculpen, viceministro Brennan de la auditoría. Lo siento mucho, pero podría pedirle que deje de existir en este momento.
Nombre clave: Thorn Princess. Una asesina a sueldo.
Nadie tiene un...
Entrenada en las artes del asesinato desde niña, sigue aceptando trabajos que el gerente le pide amablemente.
Ay, no se quita. Ay, no. Ay, ¿ahora qué hago? Es el único vestido elegante que tengo. No podré ir a la fiesta.
¿Por qué son malotas y luego se comportan como niñitas?
¿Tienes novio?
Es muy extraño estar soltera a esa edad.
Pero asegúrate de llevar pareja. Es imposible. Solo soy buena limpiando y recogiendo.
Pero si has matado a todos esos.
Todo caca. I read the whole creator portal and
¿Es verdad que yo voy a ganar esos $10,000 al mes que está ofreciendo Mobile Legends por jugar 3 minutos al día? Te cuento. Bueno, muchos de ustedes estuvieron preguntando.
He visto varios de estos videos en donde supuestamente ganas no sé qué por jugar 3 minutos un juego de celular. ¿Está bien?
Y hasta felicitándome por los $10,000, pero hay algo muy importante que decirles. Primero, que Mobile Legends sí es un juego de celular muy interesante, sí lo juego y todo, y sí, los $10,000 al mes para el ganador son reales. Ese dinero es como una inversión en marketing, porque si te das cuenta, muchos están hablando de esto y eso les trae nuevos jugadores. Jugadores que luego realizan compras dentro del juego y ahí es donde viene el retorno de la inversión que están haciendo. Ahora, ¿es verdad que yo ganaré los $10,000 ya que mi video tiene más de 3 millones de visitas? Y la respuesta es... no sé. Lo que pasa es que el ganador no se define por vistas, sino por la calidad de contenido, la cantidad de personas que interactúan con el video, la creatividad y más. Y he visto muchísimos videos buenísimos que creo que serían excelentes ganadores de los $10,000. Ahora, mi intención de haber hecho el video que va a más de 3 millones de vistas solo era que participen. Pero si por alguna razón salgo ganador, créanme que de esos $10,000 donaría a alguna casa hogar o algún albergue de animales, porque si se dan cuenta, ese dinero llegaría gracias a ustedes y creo que ustedes estarían contentos.
Tenían que crear contenido.
So confused at what just happened. I just don't understand who Courtney's become. Like,
and people call.
I get over.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Are you the 5-year-old?
Yes.
Yes, you are. What's your question?
My question is, are you a real vampire?
If I tell you, can you keep a secret? secret?
No.
The truth is... She got scared. I'm not a real vampire. I'm not. I swear I won't bite.
¡Ay, ay, ay, ya! Hola, Arturo. Ah, bueno, ya empezó, pero están en modo silencio, con razón. Ah, me he cansado de esperar el juicio. Estaba rico tu almuerzo. Hoy fue seco de pollo. Hoy yo ni he comido todavía. Debí ir a comer, ¿no? Pero es que no he comido. Ya vimos que era el motion stop, ¿qué era? Motion algo, pero iban a quitar, eliminar la moción que habían puesto. Uy, vi las Coca-Colas.
Yes.
Demoró esta vez, ¿eh? Demoró.
All right, we ready for the jury? Okay.
Hablen en español, por favor. Así miran. Respeto para el juez, la jueza.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, be seated. All right, the plaintiff has rested in the defense case. Your witness.
Your Honor, I'd like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the stand.
Dr. Hughes.
A ver, ¿qué va a decir ahora ella?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name?
Dawn Hughes.
And what is your profession?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And where is your practice located?
I practice in New York City.
What is a clinical psychologist?
Sure. So a clinical psychologist is somebody who assesses, evaluates, and treats individuals who are suffering from a variety of ailments or problems that they have in their lives. It could be
bueno, es una psicóloga, ya saben de que es una psicóloga. Habla con la gente sobre sus problemas, sus desórdenes, su educación y muchas otras cosas.
And what is a forensic psychologist?
So a forensic
¿Cuál es
psychologist
la
is someone
referencia?
who applies the science and principles of clinical psychologist to a particular legal question at hand.
And please describe your background in terms of your education, please.
So I received my bachelor degree in
Bueno, va a hablar de
psychology
todo
from
su
Hamilton
trabajo,
College, which is in upstate New
o bueno,
York.
donde ha
I then
trabajado,
received my master's degree and
donde
my
se ha
PhD
graduado,
from Nova Southeastern University, which is in Florida.
en
I then
Florida, en
had
Nueva
to
York.
complete my year-long internship, and that was at Yale University in the School of Medicine
in
in the
Yale.
Department of Psychiatry. And there I did 2 full-year rotations. I did a year rotation in the Substance Abuse Treatment Unit, and another year rotation in the West Haven Mental Health Clinic, where we saw individuals suffering from a wide array of difficulties and psychiatric illnesses. After that, I had to complete my postdoctoral fellowship, which is another year that's required in order to get licensed. And that was back in New York at Cornell Medical College in the Anxiety and Traumatic Stress
Bueno,
program.
luego ha estado como en un...
Please describe your training and experience in
Tiene un posgrado
psychology
en
and trauma.
ansiedad o algo así.
So
en
my
una
experience in
universidad.
trauma has been predominantly throughout graduate school. I started at a domestic violence program that was housed within our community mental health center of the university. And that program, we saw both men and women who were coming through the program. The majority of the men were court-ordered for batterers intervention programs to participate in mostly group therapy because of their behavior in intimate partner violence, domestic violence. We also treated the female victims who were victims of intimate partner violence in mostly
Bueno, está en un programa de víctimas de abuso,
After that
de
practicum
violencia.
experience, I went to work at the Veterans Administration in their outpatient psychiatry clinic. And in that clinic, I treated mostly, this was Florida, so they're much older adults, so we saw a lot of Vietnam-era veterans and actually World War II veterans in that program, and a few of veterans who served combat in the first Iraq War. Sort of overlapping in that time, I also was the research coordinator for the Child Sex Abuse Survivors Program, and that was also
Bueno, estaba en una
a treatment
coordinación.
program that
Bueno,
was
estaban
housed
varios
within that
programas de,
same
ya saben, de
community mental health
abuso,
center.
de
And we
ayuda a
saw individuals,
niños,
both men and
la
women, who were
comunidad
coming
de
for treatment
salud
to
mental,
deal with the consequences, the psychological after effects of having been sexually abused as a
Tamareca,
child.
los emotes son
After that, I
una
completed my
Jair
internship when I
Rabi.
was at Yale at the substance
Hola,
abuse
Jair.
program
¿Qué
because
tal?
we know there's
¿Quién eres? ¿Eres el Jair de
a
Twitch?
high rate of trauma-based disorders with substance abuse. I put together a group, a women's group of female heroin addicts, recovering heroin addicts who also had either domestic violence or childhood abuse histories. So we did a dual substance abuse harm reduction model with the healing from the traumatic effects of the violence.
Es hora de
that they
ponernos como
experienced.
Depp y a
On my
dibujar, porque ya me estoy
postdoctoral fellowship,
aburriendo.
I was in the Anxiety and Traumatic Stress program. As the name sounds, we saw individuals who were suffering from trauma-based disorders and anxiety, mostly late adolescents and adults, men and women, from rape, sexual assault, violence. Some were simple assaults on the streets, being mugged, and things of that nature. I also did teaching and training for Victim Services, which is New York City's largest victim-based organization who runs a lot of services for victims of domestic violence and shelter-based programs. And I did some education and training for them and teaching for a number of years.
Thank you. Let's talk about your current occupation. What positions do you currently hold?
So I currently have a private
¿Qué
practice in
posición? ¿Qué
Manhattan.
posición qué?
And I also have a faculty position at Weill Cornell Medical College. I'm a clinical assistant professor
Bueno,
of
es
psychology in
una...
the Department of Psychiatry there. This is what we call on
Bueno,
the
es
voluntary
asistente,
faculty, which means you don't get paid,
Miren esa rodilla.
but you participate in bringing in the interns, selecting the interns for that year. In that program, I teach, I think for the past 7-8 years, the ethics seminar to the interns, and also participate in
ha
other
pasado 7 años
didactics that they have.
enseñando
I'm also called upon to
bueno,
sort
lo
of
que sabe, ¿no?
troubleshoot difficult scenarios that clinicians, either trainees or
Ha
full-time clinicians might
entrenado.
have. If there's an issue of intimate partner violence or child sex abuse and they don't really know sort of what to do in that situation, I get consulted to do
¿Qué se
that.
puede hacer
And then most
en los
recently, I
casos de
was part of
abuso?
our program's COVID response team, where in
De abuso y
pretty
de
much
problemas
March, April, May, June,
psicológicos.
July
¿Qué te escucha
2020,
bien?
where
Muy
New York City
despacio,
was the
porque yo lo tengo muy
epicenter,
fuerte.
we sort of mobilized and were really doing psychological first aid and helping our hospital-based workers deal with the stress and the trauma from seeing so much death and destruction because of COVID in those first months of New York City's COVID wave.
Bueno, por el COVID he estado trabajando muchas más cosas de
So
tipo
my
ansiedad.
independent practice is predominantly, I say 3 things. The bulk is I see individuals in therapy, 2.5 days. I see people who come to my office who are mostly dealing from, the traumatic effects of victimization, childhood abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, domestic violence. And I see these individuals in therapy.
Bueno, sigue siendo más de lo mismo. Ha recibido pacientes en su oficina, gente que recibe abuso, que está ansiosa, o sea, sufre de ansiedad, desórdenes de pánico, por ejemplo. Otras cosas que usa es dificultades en los problemas de una vida cotidiana normal. También bueno, y habla algo de la madre de sangre, mucho texto. Mucho texto, ¿no? ¿Cuál es su área de especialidad? Dice estrés dramático.
So interpersonal violence is the umbrella term for
violencia interpersonal y bueno, violencia interpersonal dice que es
domestic violence, childhood sexual abuse, rape, sexual assault,
lo que más sabe, ¿no?
Physical assault.
Bueno, violencia sexual también parece. ¿Y cómo se puede usar eso como
the consequence of that? What happens to individuals when they experience these sort of life-altering
¿Y qué pasa con los individuos cuando sufren de esas situaciones traumáticas en sus momentos, en modo traumático o psicológico? ¿Cómo llega a afectar a las personas? Eso es lo que hace.
That's correct.
Insta de la psicóloga.
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection. Okay. I'll just move on. What types of patients do you treat in your private office?
Bueno, ¿qué tipos
So I treat adults, mostly,
de pacientes ha tenido?
in my practice.
Ha trabajado con adultos, mujeres,
adolescentes
de 17 a 18 años, que usualmente personas que han tenido violencia sexual después de van con ella. Dice cuántas personas o cuántas víctimas ha trabajado en lo que va de esos años. Dice desde que empezó a practicar, pues 25, 30 años, desde el 95, desde que terminó la universidad.
Board certification is the highest degree of postdoctoral certification that a psychologist can obtain, and I am board certified in forensic psychology, and that means that I have just amassed a competency in the area of forensic psychology.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
Yes, I am.
And in how many states are you licensed?
I'm licensed in 3 states, in New York, North Carolina, and Connecticut, and then I have some temporary licenses in other states as well.
Have you published in the area of your specialization?
I have. I am not predominantly a researcher or somebody who writes. I'm a clinician. I'm doing direct clinical service, but over the course of my graduate school and postdoctoral time, I have published some things, yes.
And have you published a book chapter relating to rape and sexual assault?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I have. Rape and sexual assault in adult women.
And have you published any book chapters relating to structured or clinical assessment of risk or violence?
Yes, I co-authored a book chapter entitled Structured Clinical Assessment of Risk and Violence.
Have you given any other trainings or presentations to mental health professionals in the area of trauma and abuse?
Yes, I've given many trainings at national conferences, at
bueno, he ido a conferencias y más cosas. Está hablando de toda su preparación como psicóloga.
Trauma and how trauma may show up in the courtroom, on understanding what a victim of intimate partner violence might look like, of understanding the difficulties that a rape victim might have to come into court to testify. and training just regular sort of mental health professionals on how to understand trauma, how to look for trauma, what does it look like when it comes into your office, how do you treat it, how do you assess it, all of those factors I've done a number of trainings on.
Have you been invited on any occasions to train attorneys and judges on trauma and violence?
¿Alguna vez ha practicado con jueces, con abogados? ¿Es necesario esto? Usualmente sí, a todos les preguntan a qué se dedican y hablan de la preparación que han tenido para que sea más relevante, pues, ¿no? Para que lo que sea que vayan a decir tenga relevancia y digan, bueno, sabe del tema. No es como, sí, trabajé de psicóloga un año. Tiene experiencia siempre.
Yes, I've also been contacted by, sometimes judges will have symposiums in their courtroom. They will make a decision to hold a particular symposium on particular topics, and I was asked to come do presentations for judges on numerous occasions.
And what, if any, presentations did you do on understanding women's use of force in IPV?
That was a recent presentation. I think that was invited by one of the judges of the Office on Domestic Violence in New York. And the title is When Women Use Force in Situations of Intimate Partner Violence.
La violencia doméstica en Nueva York es una situación muy intimidante por parte de las parejas y es algo que se debe hablar y bueno, cómo se debe ver por parte de las dos personas y la intimidad de la pareja. La violencia debería pararse y deberíamos intentar entender qué es lo que se puede hacer para hacer eso.
I belong to a number. I belong to the American Psychological Association, which is the largest body of psychologists in the United States, over here, headquarters in DC. Because it's so big, there are subdivisions of American Psychological Association, so I belong to the division of trauma psychology. I belong to the division of psychology and the law, the division of psychologists in private practice. I belong to other organizations, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, which, as the name says, it's an international society where we are interdisciplinary, mostly psychiatry and psychology, researchers and clinicians.
Depende qué es lo que quieren que ella diga, pues para que lo tomen relevante o no relevante.
I belong to the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation. I belong to the Anxiety Disorders Association of America. I'm a fellow in the American Board of Forensic Psychology. I don't know if I'm forgetting any.
Okay. Are any of these specific to interpersonal violence or trauma?
Well, clearly the trauma division of the American Psychological Association, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, and the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation, and then also the Anxiety Disorders Association continues to talk about trauma. Because prior to this,
y eso que no viste a la otra psicóloga, porque estaba más
categorized under the anxiety disorders. So there are still colleagues and researchers in the anxiety disorders.
Y luego dices que yo hablo mucho.
About PTSD and trauma.
Do you hold any leadership roles in these organizations?
Yes.
En esas organizaciones con otros líderes han habido. En la American Psychological Association.
And now I serve as with the presidential trio. So there's 3 of us. You serve with the immediate past president.
Bueno, ¿cuántas personas hay?
So it's a 3-year term.
Dice la otra tenía muchos, pero muchos títulos. ¿Ah, sí?
Disseminate best practices in trauma psychology and also interface with the larger American Psychological Association organization to continue to disseminate.
Yo recuerdo que había algo que pasaba, que decían que Johnny había contratado, o bueno, la abogada de Johnny era alguien que nunca acepta un caso sin que sepa que va a ganar. ¿Es ella? Porque ella está ahí, pero no habla casi. Eso estaban diciendo al principio.
Representing the Division of Trauma Psychology, so I've been very actively involved in the trauma division.
And what is the Division of Trauma Psychology?
So the Division of Trauma Psychology,
Draco, no me asustes, perro.
Disseminate best practices
Dice,
in
ella
trauma
no
psychology.
es,
We want
pero
to make
sí
sure
es
that
su
we
bufete
have
de abogados.
our finger on the pulse of research and evidence-based interventions
Sí, pero te
for
llamas
people who are
Gianmarco Pani, me
struggling
dijo.
with
Oh, yo no he dicho
traumatic events
nada.
that happen to them.
Have you served in leadership
Ha habido un
positions of other
Gianmarco que le estaban confundiendo con Ciber, o ese Ciber será
Yes,
otra
I
persona.
was. There's a New York City-based organization. It's called the Women's Mental Health Consortium, and that's also an interdisciplinary
Es del bufete.
organization. It's psychology, psychiatry, nursing, social
perito.
work, and this was
Perito
formed
pechoso.
in order to give women sort of a referral base and more information about mostly like reproductive
tengo hambre yo
psychiatry.
también.
We know
Si yo te
that
voy a buscar
certain
cuando tengo hambre, ¿qué
difficulties
pasaría?
and psychological difficulties that
Me
you
llamo
have
Francis.
can erupt when you're pregnant or postpartum. So we wanted to have a number of resources available to women in the New York City area. I was a membership chair there for a number of years, and then I was the president of that organization, I think 2009 to 2017. I don't have my CV, but I think that's about right.
Why is participation in professional organizations important in your field?
Ay, ya, punto.
Well, it's important to me because I do believe very much in service. I do believe very much in giving back. I do believe that it's important as a psychologist who believes strongly in trauma psychology and helping people that I can be part of a voice at the table, part of that push to get policy and understanding, especially with the insurance companies, to make sure that people are getting, the appropriate care that they deserve. So it's something that just has always been part of my life in varying degrees. And as a psychologist, I feel like it's a very rewarding part of my job.
Do you attend professional conferences?
Yes, I do, typically multiple times a year. Of course, COVID threw a little bit of a wrench in that since some things are virtual, but yes, I routinely attend conferences.
And why do you think that's important?
It's important to stay abreast of developments in the field. It's important to meet with your colleagues across the country and see what they're doing and what they're doing and what's working and what's not working. So when you're at a conference and somebody's presenting new or novel research, then you can take that information and bring that back to your clients and bring that back to my forensic work. So it absolutely enhances the work that I do.
Have you ever been qualified to testify in the field of psychology as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I was first qualified in 1998, so since then, about 50 times.
And how often in that 50 times has the specialty been in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress?
Probably more than half.
Okay. Have you ever worked for or testified for the prosecution in criminal matters, like the District Attorney's Office, U.S. Attorney's Office?
Yes, I have, frequently.
Okay. Do you testify for both sides in lawsuits, plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever worked on other cases that didn't go to trial?
Bueno, está diciendo que las veces que
Have you ever found an individual that you evaluated did not suffer from the effects of interpersonal violence or PTSD?
¿Y ha servido? Sí, sí ha servido.
Have you ever not been qualified in court where you have been proffered to qualify as an expert in the court?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I would at this time move to qualify Dr. Hughes as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
All right, any objection?
No objection to qualifying her as an expert in forensic psychology.
More specifically, forensic psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
Any objection?
No.
All right, so moved.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hughes, please tell the jury what domestic violence, intimate partner violence means.
Sure. So I'm probably going to be interchanging the language domestic violence and interpersonal violence.
¿Qué es lo que
and for
significa la
purposes
violencia
here, these are the
sexual
same
o
thing.
algo así? ¿Es lo que le está
So
preguntando?
intimate partner violence is a pattern of manipulation, fear, and coercive control that happens within an
Dice que
intimate
usualmente
relationship.
esto lo hacen para
It
manipular.
constitutes using a variety of abusive behaviors, and that can be physical violence, sexual violence, psychological aggression, emotional abuse, stalking or surveillance behaviors, and economic abuse. The
Son personas
abusive
manipuladoras.
behaviors occur over time, not all at once, and they're also interspersed with very normal times, times without violence, times with love and happiness, and it's this interpositioning of the violence with the love and the abuse, with the love and the care, that makes it very difficult for a victim to extracate herself from that situation.
Y lo
and
pueden
from that
hacer en cualquier
relationship.
momento, ya sea en un momento en que están
is the
felices, un
overarching
momento que
dynamic of
están
these relationships?
tranquilos, lo
So
pueden
the
hacer en cualquier
overarching
momento.
dynamic is the abuse of power and control of one person wanting to have dominance in that relationship, say over
Y la
most
persona que lo hace
things
es
that
porque
the
la
couple
persona que
or
quiere
that
ser la
the
dominante de la
victim does or
relación.
does not do.
Please tell the jury what coercive control means.
So coercive control is a tactic of victimization. The goal of it is to establish dominance. What coercive control does is that it imposes negative consequences for noncompliance with your partner's expectations or demands. And what that does is it erodes away at the victim's autonomy and her independence.
What is physical violence?
So physical violence is when one person uses
¿Qué
their
es
body
physical
against
violence?
the body of
¿Qué es-
another with the intent
¿Qué es
to
violencia
cause injury or
física?
harm. That can be push, shove, slap, kick, punch, beat up, meaning
Hitting,
multiple
hitting.
types of
No, hitting.
physicality in one instance. Throw, slam into a wall, push
Hitting.
into something hard that you could hurt yourself. Clearly, use of a weapon would be a physically violent act.
A
as
ver,
well.
ahí le han preguntado qué es, si le
Does
dice
size and
un
strength
golpe,
matter between the parties?
usar con un arma,
Yes, very
usar
much so. This is
una,
very well
una
documented
cachetada,
in
un
the literature about
golpe, un
violence and
rasguño,
abuse in relationships.
varias cositas, pero no he
and
dicho lo
that's
de
just,
hitting,
That's
hitting.
just physics. That's
I
just
don't-
proportional
I don't
force.
punch you. I don't hit you.
185-pound man is going to push a 120-pound woman. That's going to feel quite different than a 120-pound woman pushing a 185-pound man. And it's just about proportional force and the size and strength differential.
Bueno, y
And
supuestamente
that
está
is why
diciendo que es muy
specifically,
diferente
if you look at
cuando
wrestling
una
or
mujer le
boxing,
pega a un
they
hombre
match weight classes.
y un
And
hombre
they
le
do
pega a una
that for a
mujer
reason,
porque
because they know that it's not fair if
porque
somebody is bigger and
el
stronger
hombre le
than the
puede
other. So it's certainly
tiene más
not the only
fuerza,
factor, but it
básicamente,
is a
¿no?
factor that one has to consider if a relationship is violent.
What is psychological
Porque
aggression?
claro,
So
y como una
psychological
mujer pesa
aggression
menos,
is
pues le puede
threats
hacer
and the imposition
menos,
of threats
menos
with the
impacto en su
intent
golpe.
to control someone's
¿Qué? ¿Y
behavior.
dónde quedó la
So
igualdad?
it's doing a threat so that you will modify your behavior and do what your partner wants. Some psychological aggression techniques are intimidation. Slamming your hand on a table, punching a wall, throwing something, mumbling under your mouth.
Es cosa de
cursing,
intimidación el
screaming,
hecho de tipo
sort of
golpear una
these
mesa,
high emotional
golpear
violence type of activities that
una
can
pared,
cause a victim to feel afraid and feel intimidated.
y para que la
And
víctima
then
se
if there
sienta
has been
con miedo.
an act of physical violence where that contingency has already been established, that this person, your partner, has said, okay, I not only have the ability to use violence against you, I also have the willingness to do it. The intimidating tactics take on greater flavor. They take on greater salience. They mean more because you know what could be coming down the pike.
What is emotional abuse?
So emotional
Es el
abuse
emo-
functions to denigrate a person's
el abuso
sense of
emocional.
self-worth and their self-perception. It's about name-calling, being very
Exacto.
mean-spirited, putting yourself down, using gender-based language that's offensive,
Bueno,
racial
usar lenguaje
slurs, all types
ofensivo.
of behaviors to really make a person feel less than they actually should.
And what is sexual abuse?
¿Y
So
qué
sexual
es
abuse in an
este
intimate
abuso
relationship
sexual?
functions to establish dominance and establish power. What it is simply
claro, o sea,
in the
después
psychological and psychiatric communities is forcing someone to do
de
something
lo
sexual
normal
against
que
your
hay,
will
o sea,
when
porque
you do
son
not
pareja,
want to.
pueden tener
It can be forced
relaciones,
sex, either
pero
forced vaginal or
el abuso
anal
es
sex, and be
cuando
forced to
es
engage
a la
in
fuerza,
any other type of sexual
cuando
act that you may
ponen
not want
más,
to do. And when I say force, it doesn't mean it has to have physical force. There's a lot
claro,
of
tiene que haber
psychologically coercive
physical
tactics
force,
that are used that
tiene
many
que haber
times when violence has
fuerza
already been
física.
established in the relationship, the victim often feels
O
that
sea
she can't say
que-
no for fear of reprisal, for fear of retaliation,
Claro,
for
que
saying no to
que la
those
persona
acts.
diga no, o
So
sea,
sexual
y
abuse
pues se le
does
obliga, ¿no?
happen in intimate partner relationships. A lot of people don't want to talk about it, and they don't want to ask about it because it makes people very uncomfortable.
Is digital penetration of the vagina sexual abuse?
Action leading.
What, if any, role does digital penetration of the vagina play in sexual abuse?
If it is non-consensual, then it is abusive.
What, if
Y si
any,
hay penetración,
penetration
pues
of
si no
inanimate
hay
objects into the vagina plays a role in sexual abuse?
Again, the operative word is consensual. If you are
Si
not
no está
consenting to
consensuado,
those
es
acts,
abuso.
then it is sexually abusive.
Is there a distinction between sexual violence and sexual abuse?
Not really. Sexual violence is a term of art. It is the overarching umbrella
Hay
that we in the
una,
psychological and
¿cómo se
psychiatric
dice? Hay
communities
una
talk about.
diferencia
So if
entre
we
el
are
abuso
looking at
sexual
our
y
diagnostic and statistical manual
qué le dijo?
and say what are the
Y
traumas that could cause
algo más
PTSD,
sexual.
it's listed as sexual violence. So it's an umbrella term that allows us to understand it could be childhood sexual abuse, it could be a rape, a sexual
Abuso
assault, it
sexual
can be sexual
y
abuse in
violencia
intimate
sexual. Así,
relationships. So it's really
abuso
just an
sexual y violencia
overarching
sexual.
term that we use in the field.
What are
Yo no sé cuál era la
So it
diferencia,
doesn't
pero
mean, I
dicen que
think
casi
people
no, vendría a
often
ser lo mismo.
mistake it to mean that when you are being sexually abused, that someone's punching you, or someone's hitting you, or someone's doing something like that because you hear the violence. It does not mean that. That could happen, but that term does not require that, nor does it mean that.
What are stalking or surveillance behaviors?
So
Eso no
stalking and
entendí.
surveillance behaviors are a common tactic of typically men who use
Behaviors.
violent
Siempre he
behaviors
escuchado
in
eso y
an
no sé qué
intimate
significa.
relationship. What they do is they allow the woman to know that wherever she is, wherever she goes, he's going to know. I'm going to maybe look at your phone, see who you're talking to, phone, look at your Instagram, look at your emails,
Behaviors.
really having a way of knowing all of the personal information about you. And what that does, it again erodes the victim's autonomy and it erodes her sense of privacy. She doesn't feel that wherever she can go, that somewhere he's not going to be part of her life in a very objectionable way. Sometimes there's the pop-ins. They'll show up at places that they're not supposed to be and that we don't want them to be, just as a way of checking. Sometimes they'll have friends or family check up on their partners to make sure where they are. What time did you get home? But you didn't turn off your phone at this time, but you came in the door this time. Like all of the sort of
Está diciendo
constant
como
questioning and
cuando te
interrogation
impiden
about
hacer
an
algo,
individual's
por
whereabouts.
ejemplo, con qué personas
about
estar,
economic
con qué
abuse? What is
amigos
that?
estar, qué hacer con
So
esas
economic
personas,
abuse is a way
también es
to,
un tipo de
again,
abuso.
continue to maintain control over your intimate
Claro,
partner.
que quiera controlar toda
Sometimes
tu
it's
vida, ¿no?
withholding
Algo así.
information about the
Y
finances.
que tengan toda la
of not letting
información
you
de la
have
pareja.
access to the finances. If you can't have access to a credit card or a checking account
Y
or
tipo,
Apple Pay on your
por
phone,
ejemplo, hasta
then you're
tener la contraseña
rendered
del
usually
celular,
much
la
more
contraseña de las
economically dependent
tarjetas.
on your partner, and that limits tangible options
Todo
for
tiene
you.
su límite, pues ahí
For
no.
individuals where that sort of tangible options isn't there, we see the economic abuse or the economic restriction when one partner
Bueno, ahí es
refuses
abuso
to share any
económico.
information about the funds. So it's not like I can't go shopping because I won't have money, but I don't have any decision making in our family money. I don't
Claro.
have any idea of what we're doing
Hay
in our
también, por
family
ejemplo,
vis-a-vis
que
our
alguien no puede ir a
finances. So it's a way
comprarse
of
algo
definitely
porque te
keeping
van a
that
estar
very
diciendo
separate
qué
and
es lo
not
que
in a
estás haciendo con
consensual.
el
Some
dinero de la
couples make
familia.
that choice. One person does all the money, that's fine. But when it doesn't come from a place of consensual choice making, it can be abusive.
So you just described a number of these abusive behaviors. Are all of them present in every domestic violence relationship?
Right. No, they're not all present in everyone, and that's why it's very important to do a thorough assessment of a relationship that may be mired in violence to see which ones are present and which ones have a great impact in the relationship, which ones are sort of making the structure of this relationship.
Bueno, y estas pequeñas cosas hacen que se destruya la relación.
How might a victim in those circumstances interact with her partner?
So this is one of the myths that people say, well, if she was sexually assaulted by her partner, she would have just left. And nothing could be further from the truth. That's not what happens, especially when it's your husband or your boyfriend or your partner. So what women do is they bury it. They compartmentalize it. They put it away. They avoid it because then they continue to reach out for the kind and the loving man that they got into this relationship with. You know, the problem is that it does fester belief and causes more sort of psychological distress in the victim.
Claro, ella viene de parte de Amber, porque están diciendo que pues las mujeres usualmente ponen en primer lugar agradar al hombre y estar ahí para la pareja, pero los hombres no.
One of the most, frequently felt feelings after something so incredibly humiliating and violating is shame. And shame is a very sort of difficult emotion for people to have to live with and to have to experience. And then a lot of times what we see in these relationships,
shame es como vergüenza también.
Sexual assault is perpetrated, there's typically the emotional abuse as well. So now if you're called names like a whore and a slut and easy and fat, and you're feeling the shame from the sexual assault that just happened, it sort of acts as a compounding effect, and it sort of kind of slowly deteriorates the psychological functioning of the victim, and where they're just really trying to get back to the good guy, get the good guy to come back, but they're suffering these symptoms underneath.
Bueno, aquí no entendí, pero dijo que el chico bueno regrese. ¿Cómo se controla la intimidación? ¿Cómo está el control de esa dinámica?
Again, the goal is to get your partner to do what you want them to do. And if you've established that you can use violence and other sexual violence and physical violence, slamming your hand on a table, throwing a glass, breaking a door, throwing anything, causing a fit, yelling and screaming, that can rise the fear level in a victim that she may modify her behavior quicker, and he might not need to use physical violence because he's already established that fear is there.
What, if any, role could writing obscene messages play in being considered intimidating behavior?
Objection leading.
I said, what, if any, Your Honor?
Overruled.
I mean, certainly writing obscene messages to your partner could absolutely be an intimidating behavior.
What, if any, role does emotional abuse or degradation play in the dynamics?
El enviar mensajes por, as I stated before, por las redes también puede ser
decrease your sense of self-worth. It decreases your sense of agency. It makes you feel bad about yourself. And when you feel bad about yourself, you're less likely to actualize and see options for leaving. You're so sort of mired in this dynamic of abuse that you come sometimes to believe the bad things that the person is telling you about. So, maybe I am not talented and fat and lazy and stupid, and it interferes with that ability to problem solve and figure out, can I get out of this relationship? And sometimes you feel you don't even deserve to get out of the relationship when the abuse is so chronic and so repetitive.
Pues muchas veces puede que violenten simplemente con decirles, no estás bien, estás corto, estás esto, estás el otro, y eso hace que no quieras estar en esa relación más, porque la va rompiendo por todas las palabras malas que te pueden haber dicho.
Not secure in her movement, feeling that she has to restrict her movement. Her movement is not hers alone. It usually increases hypervigilance, it increases fear, it increases the need to for yourself to mark where you've been and what you've done so that you can go back and prove it to your partner, because you know that there is going to be an interrogation later. When this this pattern has been established, show receipts, show me your iPhone, where were you, what's your Google location at? Those are some types of surveillance behaviors
Aquí
that puts the
están
victim
diciendo
very
todo
much
el tema de
on edge and
controlar,
increases
¿no?
that level
Controlar el
of
celular,
anxiety and
controlar dónde
trepidation.
estás, controlar
What role does
el
possessive
Google Maps,
jealousy
controlar
play in
absolutamente
these
todo.
relationships?
So possessive jealousy is a very difficult
la
dynamic
posesión
in
es ser muy
intimate partner
posesivo
violence. It's
y
very common in situations of coercive
los
control.
celos
It's rooted in
muchas veces salen de
possession,
control.
that the gentleman feels that he can possess her and that he
Y
can have her
los,
whenever he wants. It's very
sentimientos
possessive
de los
dynamic.
caballeros
But the accusations, the problem is when you make the
pueden-
accusations, the woman's forced to refute the accusations. So they're continuing in
pueden
this
llegar a ser una
dynamic where she's
dinámica
trying to
confusa.
prove, I didn't do what you said, this
Y
didn't happen.
continúa
And then,
esta dinámica
unfortunately, sometimes it escalates because the
diciéndole
man
a
is not
ella
taking the no for an answer
qué es lo
because
que tiene que
this is
hacer.
a perseverative obsessive pattern that's very
Y
difficult
se crea un
to
patrón
penetrate,
obsesivo.
that often these type of conversations lend themselves to physical and sexual violence.
Does this dynamic happen overnight?
No, it doesn't happen overnight. It happens over time. We don't, a woman doesn't get into a relationship with a man who's beating her up and sexually assaulting her and calling her names and doing all that. She gets into the relationships for all the right reasons, just like we all get into relationships for love, for companionship, for kindness, for a future. But then slowly, all of these behaviors start to take form. And I say it's sort of like sucking the oxygen out of the room, and then before you know it, you're suffocating.
So, and that brings me to my next question. What role do physical abuse and coercive tactics play interspersed with normalcy and positive moments?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
Habla bonito, tiene su voz bien.
I'll figure this out some way. What role does love
¿Qué rol?
and normalcy play in these dynamics you've been describing?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Thank you.
So love and normalcy are almost always in these relationships. That
¿Qué rol
when
el
you are
el
in a
amar y
lull
el
and the violence is
normalizar
not happening, you're back to sort of the loving
hace
man that
que-
you wanted, the person who you wanted to be with. And when you pair sort of this violent dynamic, physical violence, sexual violence, with love and attachment, it creates a trauma bond. It creates a psychological bond. An emotional dependency is created. So it makes it very
Claro, usualmente
difficult for
cuando las
the victim
personas
of the abuse
se
to
quieren mucho,
extricate
se
herself
aman,
from that relationship.
pero
And for
tienen
her
esas
to even
discusiones
believe,
que hacen
frankly,
que
I mean,
todo
that
sea
takes a lot of time to
posesivo
even
y
believe that she can
agresivo,
and that she
pero
should.
lo llegan a fortalecer porque tienen amor
And
todavía ahí.
What if any
Y
role does
bueno,
that
tiene un
dynamic
nombre
you
distinto que lo
described
acaba de
have
decir, pero no me
in
acuerdo
the
cómo lo he
victim
dicho.
thinking they
Pero
can
básicamente
fix
por
the
eso.
problem?
So what do we know from the research with working with battered men who come into treatment, is that the only person who can change the abuse is the abuser. So no matter what the tactics that the woman uses, she's trying to do all these different things to fix him, to have him not be violent, to have him not be sexually violent, to have him not be obsessively jealous. And all those things don't change his behavior because it's up to him to change his behavior. And this was played out a million times in the batterers intervention groups that I led. And the men would tell us, it doesn't matter what she does. I don't care. So the problem is that the woman continues to think that she can fix it.
Bueno, aquí
and yet
está,
she can't.
como les digo,
But
aquí
she's the one
está
who's then rendered sort of
diciendo
helpless and hopeless because everything that she's trying to do is
que las
failing.
mujeres siempre intentan arreglar
What is the cycle
eso,
of violence?
pero
So
no,
the cycle
al
of
final
violence
nunca
is
se va a
one
arreglar.
way to
Pero está hablando de
describe
ellas.
this domestic violence pattern. Typically what we see, and the cycle can be different in a variety of relationships, but typically what we see is in the first phase, so sort of multiple 3 to 4 phases. In the first phase, there's a tension building phase. You're sort of starting to feel that apprehension. He may be throwing his papers on the table a little more. He may be slamming the fridge door a little more. He may be mumbling under his mouth a little more. He may grab a glass a little more forcefully than he normally is. And then there's the incident phase. Then there's the
Eso
blow
no lo
up, where the
entendí.
violence, the abuse, the screaming, the sexual violence or the physical violence, all that occurs. Then we come to the contrition phase. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It wasn't me. I'm not going to do it again. The promises for change. And then we sort of slide into the calm
como
phase
cuando
where this isn't going
pelean
to
y
happen
luego
again.
empiezan
I'm
a
back
decir,
to stable
no va a volver a
ground. I wanna
pasar,
live in
lo
this place,
siento,
this
no
sort
fue
of
mi
honeymoon place.
intención.
You know, the problem in the calm
Y
phase is we
creen
often
que
see
pues llega a
the
ser
rationalizations and the
el
justifications for
final
the
y
behavior.
cómo
It's
se
not
calma,
like typically the man
pero,
is taking full responsibility for what he did,
típicamente
but it's calm because there's no,
se vuelve como
you know,
tipo
violence and
una,
no sort of tension at that moment.
como que aceptas
And then it recurs.
el problema,
And
¿no?
then it recurs.
Y luego vuelve y vuelve a
So you're
pasar.
stuck in this vicious cycle of trying to figure out how can I be with this man who hurts me,
Y
and yet I love him
dice,
so much.
y dice pues
What, if anything, does
que
the
muchas veces
term love bomb
ellas,
mean?
So the love bombing is, it's more of the colloquial term for the younger folks here, but you know, where you shower someone with affection and love, you know, in this contrition and calm phase,
la
where,
violencia,
you know, you're, everything about you is special, you're the best thing in the world, I'm never going to do anything to hurt you again, I would never let anyone hurt you, and it could be sending flowers and buying gifts, or going on trips, or your favorite restaurant,
y luego cómo intentan
and
que
that is,
pues,
you know, a way of where
te
the
disculpen
man
pues
is
que te
trying to
llevan
make
a
those
flores,
amends,
te llevan a
and then it
restaurantes,
gets the
te
woman
llevan de
hooked. So they
viaje.
get hooked on the kindness, they get hooked on the love. They don't get hooked on the abuse. I've never met one woman in the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that I've evaluated who was not concerned about the violence. They're all concerned about the violence, but they go for the love.
Y porque muchas mujeres aceptan la violencia porque
in your
se
experience
quieren, pues,
with these dynamics that you've described, does the victim ever yell at her partner?
Absolutely.
Why?
We know from the research that women use verbal and physical acts of aggression in these relationships. That's not uncommon. This has been researched for 5 decades. And a woman may yell at her partner because she's angry. And anger is a very normal emotion to having been abused. She can also
estar
be
molesta
afraid,
puede ser muy
but they
normal
don't have to
porque
be
ha
mutually
sido
exclusive.
abusada.
We can
Y es
absolutely,
normal
as
que estés
human
molesta.
beings, feel 2 or 3 or 4 different emotions at once.
Y pues puedes tener
You know, people
2 o
do
3
often
o
say
4
to me, "Oh, she would
emociones
never
ahí.
yell at him if she knew he was going to hit her." And that's not true. That's just patently not true. That's not supported in the research, and that's not supported in my clinical practice. You know, the problem is there's a classic double bind, and the violence has been so normalized in the relationship now. She gets hit if she does yell, she gets hit if she doesn't yell. So for women who feel at certain moments that they need to preserve some sense of their autonomy and their independence and stand up for themselves, they will yell and they will fight back, even though the risk of violence is there. So it doesn't mean that she's not afraid and that she's not concerned about the violence. And it doesn't mean she doesn't also use placating and compliance strategies most of the time as well.
Bueno, estabas diciendo como, bueno, lo mismo que les estaba diciendo.
In the cases that you have and in your experience, does the abuse typically take place in front of others?
No,
I mean, this is classically what we talk about behind closed doors. Most of the intimate partner violence, the domestic violence, happens, you know, in the privacy of your own home. So sometimes we see the remnants of it, the after effects, or victims talk to their friends or family about it, but very rarely are you seeing it happen, the actual blow-up phase happen in the middle of witnesses and other people.
What does the term bystander effect mean?
So bystander effect means what happens when people are aware that domestic violence is happening. What happens when they're aware, even if they're not seeing it, that it could be happening. And what happens is we know that it's very difficult for people to stand up and say something. It's very difficult, especially in situations where there's a larger community of folks and the person who perhaps is perpetrating the abuse is the leader of that community. It becomes very difficult to go up against that, to go up against the sort of the head honcho of the community. People are very fearful of losing their jobs. I've seen this time and time again in the cases that I've worked on. either the Boy Scout cases or the clergy abuse cases, all of those type of cases where the USA Gymnastics, where when we go back and we look, we see people knew. But the secretary doesn't want to lose her job. She has kids to feed. The guy who, checks you in, he doesn't want to lose his job because he has a mortgage to pay. So people are quiet and they don't say anything.
Bueno, que las mujeres no dicen nada o que las personas no dicen nada cuando usualmente suele pasar eso.
They don't want to put their foot out there if they're wrong. And maybe I didn't see it right, or I don't really know what happened. I certainly am not going to jeopardize my job if I don't really know what happened behind closed doors, even if I see a trash room or a bruise. And then people still believe it's a family matter. It's between Amber and Johnny. Let them figure it out. I'm not going to get in the middle. So those are dynamics that happen.
What's the objection?
Motion to strike.
What's the objection?
We identified 2 names in the answer.
Overruled. Next.
Thank you. Question. Did you finish your answer?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What about mutual abuse? What is that? What role does that play?
So mutual abuse isn't really a term of art that we use. What we look at is situational couple violence and intimate partner violence. And when we look at situational couple violence, that really does characterize the majority of types of violence and abuse that happens in relationships. That's when a couple gets out of hand, they may push, shove, slap, yell, say some things that they don't want, and it's not that those behaviors are okay, but those are sort of what our larger scale community-based studies say happens in these relationships. That's distinguished from intimate partner violence, what I'm talking to you about, that has this constellation of symptoms and is rooted in the abuse of power and control.
Claro, lo mismo, buscar el control y el poder.
Is there research that addresses this mutual abuse?
Yeah, there's research that addresses what does gender symmetry look like, male and female. Are they the same? And there's certainly, as I said, research that on the lower end types of violent behaviors, push, shove, slap, we may see similar rates between men and women. In psychological aggression, yelling, name calling, putting down, in some of our big community scale studies, we may see similar rates of perpetration in those behaviors. But then there are, other situations where we don't have gender symmetry, and what the research talks about very clearly is you have to examine context. You have to examine the differential of power and control and coercive control in the relationship to make a full determination.
Do women use violence in relationships?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we've known this for 5 decades in our research. We've been studying this since the 70s. And when we look at what happens, women do report their use of violence. The majority of violence that we do see is what we call reactive violence or self-defensive violence, or sometimes violence that's perpetrated independently of an assault, of something that's going on. But mostly that when the partner begins to become violent, then she may become violent and fight back. And that's not an uncommon dynamic, that if somebody is being pushed or shoved or hit, that a person would fight back. That has been established in the research.
And what, if any, effect does that have on changing the power dynamics or the structure?
Well, you have to find out, does it? Does her use of violence change the overarching power structure of coercive control and violence and abuse in this relationship? And you have to examine those variables to see, does it or does it not?
Can men be victims of intimate partner violence?
Absolutely. Certainly, we know that we have to be careful of gendered stereotypes. We can't go in and think, oh, only the woman is the victim, and only the man is the perpetrator. That just does not comport with the research. We know that, the research also shows that we can have domestic violence in same-sex relationships. My very first case was a same-sex domestic violence homicide in Brooklyn. That was in 1998. So I've been examining and treating individuals in a variety of types of violent contexts. So we have to be careful that bias doesn't get in our way when we're evaluating a particular situation in a particular case. That said, we do know that there still are differences. In a heterosexual couple, In a male-female
¿Cómo se
dyad,
dice?
the
La
research
violencia
still
de
is
parte de los
clear
dos,
that there
de
are
los dos,
differences. Men still
de las dos
perpetrate
partes. No
more
solamente
severe
poner al
acts of
hombre como el
violence.
malo,
Women
sino
are
que el
still more
hombre también puede
likely
ser
to be
víctima y que
injured.
las mujeres
They are much more likely to
pueden ser
suffer
las
sexual violence
perpetuadoras.
at the hands of their partner. They're
Y
more
hasta
likely to
ella,
be
por ejemplo,
intimidated,
está diciendo
afraid,
que su
and
primer
they're much
beso
more
fue con una
likely to be
chica.
killed. So we know that those differences
Así que
exist, but
tenía que
we
mirar
do
por los dos
examine,
lados.
you know, in those individual circumstances, knowing that either one could be a perpetrator or a victim.
Claro, cualquiera de los dos puede ser el
able to
perpetrador.
determine whether a relationship is a situational violence or intimate partner violence?
So I thoroughly examine all of those other variables. I look for the coercive control, who holds the power in the situation, who's able to say
Y aquí
no,
tienen que ver
who
quién
makes the
es el que tiene el
decisions, what are the
poder
consequences
en
if
la
you don't follow
relación,
the decisions of
quién
your
es el
partner.
que
Is there sexual violence? Is there intimidation and fear?
quién empieza la
Are there
intimidación.
statistical factors that are associated with severe and lethal domestic violence? So there's a lot of data that we have in the field that we can use to assess a particular relationship and really find out what's going on.
Para así saber qué es lo que ha pasado, bueno.
Cause people to be violent?
Oh, it certainly doesn't cause people to be violent. We have plenty of people who can be, you know, struggling with substance abuse and addiction, and they're not violent. But when you have a substance abuse and addiction, and you perpetrate domestic violence, it does create a much more disastrous effect. It is a co-occurring variable, and we know that also from the research that the majority of the women will report that when their partner is drinking, the physical violence goes up. So a lot of the times when he's physically violent is when he's been consuming drugs or alcohol. When he's not consuming drugs and alcohol and he's not violent, those other behaviors continue to persist. The coercive control, the
Cuando una persona bebe o está drogada, puede ser mucho más posesiva, puede elevar sus niveles de ira o puede ser el abusador en todo caso.
Is there research that looks at how women cope with the violence and abuse in their relationships?
Yes, there is.
Please tell me about it. What does it say?
So there's been a lot of research to talk about what do women do. That's the question that everyone wants to know. Why doesn't she just leave? And in asking that question, why doesn't she just leave, we actually are able to say, well, let me tell you what she does do. And what the research shows is women do a lot of things in that relationship. So sort of three main categories. One are the formal responses, the formal things that she does. Call the police. Participate in prosecution of your partner, go see a therapist, go to a shelter, go to a hospital. These are sort of the very formal strategies that women do. Then there are the informal strategies, and that's talking with your best friend, talking with your mom, talking with your friends, trying to get that emotional support from your social network. But the most common one is these personal strategies, and the personal strategies are really talking with your partner. They're trying to fix the relationship from within the confines of the relationship. You know, trying to get him to go to counseling, try to get him to go to church, try to get him to understand his ways, try to get him to get into AA or sober counseling or harm reduction model to help with his addiction, compliance with his demands, anticipating his demands, all these coping strategies that are sort of, you know, embedded within that intimate relationship.
Let's talk about the calling the police. Is
Lo que
that
está hablando es de llamar a la policía.
It's not a common response. Many women do not want to call the police on their partners. Using criminal justice interventions in crimes of women and children are the least likely to be called into law enforcement. And most of the time when the police are called, it's because a particular incident has got out of hand and she feels unsafe. And the only way that she feels I can get this incident to end and stop is by calling law enforcement.
If police are called, does the woman typically participate in the prosecution?
I mean, this has been a problem and a difficulty for prosecutors across the country since I've been doing this work. I'm actually frequently called by the prosecutor to testify about a fact pattern because the victim won't come in and testify. So
Bueno.
dropping restraining orders, not participating in the prosecution is a very common dynamic in situations of intimate partner violence, domestic violence. And what we know and what we know from our law enforcement data and colleagues is that when you get that 911 call,
creo que está
they're very
hablando tipo
specifically
de
trained to say, that's likely not the first episode. The
llamar a la
chances
policía y que
are there have
muchos
been
no
more
están de
severe
acuerdo
episodes before
en
you get this
hablar
call.
después
So
de
you
lo que
can't go
pasa,
on the scene and think that this is the first
verificar que
episode of
sí es
violence.
cierto que esto que ha
And that's why
pasado.
a thorough assessment is supposed to be done when police officers arrive on the scene. So
pues,
usually
los
that episode
policías
that
llegan
calls
a
the
la
police is just
escena.
meant to stop that incident in that moment to get a sense of safety, but most women don't want to participate and go forward with restraining orders.
Claro, las mujeres usualmente no quieren participar de eso,
in the relationship when the man's hurting them.
a menos que ya te vean
I mean, they
justo
stay
en un
for
momento.
all the reasons we talked about in the cycle of violence. They stay for the loving man. They stay for the man who's kind. They stay for the man that they decided to marry and had hope and promises for their future.
Claro, y para
So there's a
ellas,
lot of
pues,
sort of love and attachment
eran
is why they're connected
la
to their
persona con la
partner.
que
Some
supuestamente
people
están
stay
pasando
because
ese
they have
tema,
economic reasons and
pues,
they don't have tangible
eran las
resources to
personas con las que
leave.
se querían
Some
casar,
people have children
eran
in
sus
common and they don't
príncipes,
want to deprive their children of a father.
iban a ser
So
papás,
some people fear
iban a ser
retaliation.
sus
If I leave,
esposos.
I'm going to get
Entonces,
seriously
y
hurt.
ahora sí
And
es que
frankly, the
están
statistics
pensando en
bear it out. The
dejarlo.
most
¿Qué es lo que va
dangerous
a pasar?
time for a woman is
¿Qué es
when
lo que
she's
va a
leaving
pasar?
that
¿Qué va a hacer de mí?
relationship. Her likelihood of being killed grows substantially at that moment. So leaving sometimes isn't a best strategy. Staying keeps her safe. So there's usually a whole
y muchas veces, está diciendo, muchas veces lo mejor no es dejarlo, porque pueden pasar otras cosas peores.
What, if any, role does emotional attachment and love play?
Eso creo que dio a entender.
That's, probably the biggest one is that you have this, we talked about that trauma bond that has developed, that psychological attachment to your partner. You don't want to leave him. You've connected with him on so many other levels that giving that up just feels like a threat to your integrity. You're just sort of a threat to his, because you're just so intertwined and attached.
What, if any, role does hope and optimism play?
Hope and optimism are really what keeps victims alive in these situations. That's what gets them going from one episode to the next, to get up the next day and maybe he's not going to drink today. Maybe it's going to be on his good side. Maybe he's going to come home and not disappear for 3 days. Continuing to hope that some type of change is coming down the pipe.
Muchas veces las mujeres están pensando,
a little earlier. Can you please explain to us what that means?
So
lethality is means death.
Al siguiente momento no va a pasar nada. Al siguiente momento
very well validated instruments
no va a
and
estar
data
borracho.
that looks at
De repente este
what
día no se
factors
emborracha, este día no me haga nada,
in a
este día
relationship
no,
where a woman ends up dead.
no,
And we do
no
that
pasa nada
through
raro.
looking retrospectively, saying, here's, this person ended up dead, killed by her partner in a homicide.
Y
And
usualmente a
let's see
veces
what factors were
pasan
there
cosas como
so that we
que
can work at preventing it.
mujeres
It's very
o personas son
methodologically
matadas
sound over
por
different
sus
case control
parejas.
designs over multiple cities, used by the FBI and law enforcement. So these are a number of factors that
el FBI tiene que
tell us
controlar
that
todo ese
somebody is in
tema
a
ya,
very dangerous situation.
porque a veces
So some of the factors are an
como en
increase
una situación muy peligrosa.
frequency and severity of the violence, threats to kill, choking behavior, sexual assault, obsessive and possessive jealousy, controlling behavior, the perpetrator's use and abuse of substances, alcohol and substances, the perpetrator's threatening of suicide himself, right? Those are some of the top factors, and there are more that are very, very dangerous when we hear that, and we hear a woman is in a situation where those are present. Then we are moving out of a situation
abuso sexual, ahorcar,
and destroying
a veces
property,
de que se
destruction
quieran
of
matar.
property, personal property is also one of the risk factors for danger and fatality.
And what, if any, role does leaving threatening messages play?
Yep. That's also a risk factor for lethality.
What are the psychological and traumatic effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
Pues sí, pero es que eso está diciendo.
Psychological and traumatic effects are kind of interchangeable.
I'll sustain the objection.
What are the psychological effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
So these have also been well researched, and they are wide and varied. We see depression and depressive disorders.
Bueno,
Sometimes
ya
with
cuando eso pasa,
suicidality.
pues
We
empiezan
see
con la
anxiety and anxiety
depresión,
disorders, a lot of stress.
ansiedad,
We see post-traumatic
estrés,
stress disorder. We see substance abuse and substance abuse
post-traumatic,
disorders. We see trust
traumatic.
difficulties and difficulties in interpersonal
What the
relationships.
fuck? Estoy
As a
watching the
result, we
football
see a lot of
never
shame
news.
and
I said your
humiliation.
life
We
saying
see anger and rage, a whole
Hola,
sleep
Ricky,
disruption,
you
a whole
translate
host
me.
of
I don't
difficult
understand.
psychological consequences
Too
having
much.
sustained a relationship of intimate partner violence.
What, if any, role does
Estoy
low
watching mi
self-esteem
football news y
Low
sale your
self-esteem
life.
is a very common after effect, and that, you know, when you're embedded in the relationship, it also makes it just very difficult for you to climb your way out.
What is emotional dysregulation?
Emotional dysregulation, so it's a DYS, dysregulation, is when you sort of don't feel that you have control of your emotions. You feel like you're fluctuating, you know, from one to the next. It's not the same as a bipolar disorder. It, you know, can happen in short moments that,
Bueno, aquí
you know,
también
it's
creo que está
really
hablando de
because your
desórdenes
central nervous system
bipolares.
is so out of haywire from being exposed to so many traumatic events that you may
Porque
feel
son
things
expuestos a
deeply
muchos
and
eventos
with a short trigger
traumáticos.
in a very quick time.
In your experience, is there a
en un
particular way victims
corto
of intimate partner
tiempo,
violence
o sea,
remember
todo,
the violence
todo
they endured?
mezclado.
Well, memory for traumatic events is something that has been well researched. Sometimes people have what we call
veces las
dissociative
personas
amnesia, where
tienen-
because of the physical or psychic pain of what they're going through, a portion of the memory either gets blocked
¿Amnesia?
or it can't get retrieved. Whether it's stored or retrieval, we're not really sure.
No
But
recuerdan lo
most
que
of the
hacen.
times, the memory is really about when you have multiple repeated events of the same type of thing. So if you are abused multiple times and the abuse is very similar, it's very common for the victim to lose discrete details of a particular incident. They may not
Bueno, está
retain the memory
diciendo-
for the complete incident, and that might not be to dissociative amnesia. That
Está
just might be
diciendo
to forgetting
que a
because you have
veces
so many chronic events
las
that
personas
have
que
happened to you.
sufren abuso o hacen el abuso
Are there common myths or
pueden
misperceptions
llegarse a
about
confundir
domestic
porque
violence?
recuerdan
There are. I hope I
básicamente lo
dispelled some
mismo
of them here already,
y
but I mean the myths,
creen
you
que
know,
muchas
certainly are
veces ha
that
pasado
women are meek,
solamente
are
una sola vez,
passive,
pero han sido varias
are, you
veces,
know, just
como que lo
sitting there and
engloban
letting
en
the
una sola
abuse
cosa o algo
happen,
así.
that women don't fight back, that women don't yell back, that some old
Y dijo
ones,
algo
that they
más.
like the violence, they're not concerned about the violence, that if it was really bad, she really would have left, if it was really bad, she really would have told the police. All of those myths and
Y habla de
misconceptions
she,
that
ella
just
debió
don't
hacer
comport
esto,
with
ella
the
debió
research.
hacer el otro.
Are there also myths about trauma survivors, how trauma survivors present?
Yes, there are, and what we say
Correct.
is, you know, how
Dice,
lay
why no
people
estás en
think
Twitch?
someone who suffered a traumatic event
Porque
is
esto
supposed
de
to act.
aquí
So in the immediate
es mucho más
aftermath of
fácil
a
de
trauma,
encontrarlo en
people think, oh, they
YouTube
should
que en
be
Twitch,
hysterical and abreacting
No es que no vaya a
and
ser,
emotional all over the
aunque
place.
sí
And
puede ser
that's
que ella no
typically
haga
not
porque
the
mis
first
mods me
reaction of a
abandonan por
trauma
el
survivor.
Apex,
The first
pero
reaction is, you know, suppression, emotional numbing,
No,
emotional
solamente esto lo quiero hacer
constriction.
así.
How do I get through this? You know,
Y,
women who
pues
are
aquí en
beaten, they
YouTube
get
de
up the next
repente
morning,
llevamos
they
a
get their
alguien de
kids
aquí
dressed, they get them to school, they go
a
to
Twitch.
work, they do a presentation in their office, they
Ya
go
sé,
on
Karen,
with
yo lo
life.
tengo,
The
mira,
most
este.
normal thing that a person does
Alguien que
who
le
has
esté
trauma
traduciendo en
is
video
to get
con
up and
su
try
teléfono,
to
teléfono
be
pequeño,
normal.
pero
They're
ese-
striving for that all the time. So
Has
sometimes
flipado,
if you
¿eh?
see somebody who is more emotionally constricted, looks maybe stoic, looks like they're not feeling, it doesn't mean that they're not having internal reactions. We say this
No, es solamente
in
para
the field
hacer
of
esto.
clinical
Es como les
psychology all
dije
the
la vez
time.
pasada.
The
Aquí
inside
es mucho
doesn't
más rápido
match the
encontrar
outside.
esto. Pones
What
juicio
you're
y Johnny
seeing on
Depp
the
y
outside
puede que le
may
salga
not match
alguien y
what's
venga
going
y se
on
quede
for the
aquí
person
conmigo.
inside,
En
because
cambio,
they
en
have
Twitch
to
es
be so
diferente. Es más como
controlled,
para
because
personas
the
que ya me
fear is
conocen
that if I let out a
para
little of
juegos
this
que más
emotion,
que estar mirando
I'm not
esto
going to
por
be able to put the
varios
floodgates back on.
momentos.
It's just going to be too
Sure,
overwhelming.
sure,
And that's
dice
true for
Cristiano
people who
Ronaldo.
are
Aquí
involved
tenemos a
in
Cristiano
litigation, and
Ronaldo
also
que ya lo
true for
enganchamos
my
y se queda con
private
nosotros.
patients who are, even though they're coming to me for help, they try very, very cleverly to not want to feel the difficult emotions of the trauma that they experienced.
And is it also possible that they can look very friendly and
Aquí
smile
no hay
and laugh and things like that?
Pues no, pero los bits son en la noche.
What if any?
Así que guárdelos.
Please describe some of the ways that a victim can hide that, as you just testified to.
We call that the appearance of normalcy, the appearance of competency, right? And it doesn't mean that they're not. It doesn't mean that they're not normal and that they're not competent.
Así no, pero es para
it
enganchar a
doesn't
más
give you a bird's eye into their inner experience. And that's what we do in the rooms of therapy, where we really help people deal with that they keep to themselves. But yes, someone can be smiling and happy. It doesn't mean that they're not suffering inside.
Is there a single profile that fits all women in domestic violence situations?
No.
Is there a single profile of a man who perpetrates intimate partner violence?
No.
¿Ay, qué dijo? Bueno, está diciendo que las mujeres son las que son perpetradas en la violencia o algo así.
I'm perfectly happy to keep going, but if this was a good stopping point, we could make that for the break.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes, okay? Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Bueno, se van a tomar un break un rato. Tanto han hablado, ya me he cansado, ya hice como 5 dibujos. Dice que Depp le pegó y la Crazy Lady, por eso ella se cansó y sacó la canción. Ay, no, que eres violado. Hay hombres violados también.
All right, and Dr. Hughes, since you are testifying, please not discuss your testimony, including the attorneys at this point, okay?
Yes.
All right.
Claro, este es por ella, se nota, porque está hablando de ella, las mujeres esto, las mujeres el otro. Yo soy neutral, o sea, yo soy neutral, pero muchas veces las mujeres no sé qué, y ha dado como varios, así, datos sueltos en inglés. Hola, Depp, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenido. Que son como lo que dicen que ha hecho, o sea, no sé cómo explicar. Por ejemplo, cuando decía lo del golpe, que sería una cachetada, que sería esto, que sería el otro, que muchas veces a veces olvidas lo que has hecho. A veces olvidas lo que has hecho. Soy un Depp. Muchas veces olvidas lo que has hecho y que puede ser que no recuerdes que has golpeado y que pienses que nada pasó porque lo normalizaste y creaste en tu mente algo que no es. Luego dijo algo más, no me acuerdo de qué era. No me acuerdo muy bien, pero, o sea, ha estado dando datos así como para que la acusación o las cosas que dice Amber digan, tiene sentido, la psicóloga dice que es así. Yo lo he entendido así, yo lo he entendido así, pero... Ricky solo dijo que sale en las news. Wait, what? Ricky solo es un Depp del Apple. Pues sí, perfecto. Está difícil la cosa. Hoy tengo que ir a buscar comida, o no sé, chicos. ¿Qué estaba dibujando? Bueno, aquí tenía sus inks y no los he quitado. Y como ya me estaba aburriendo, estábamos haciendo la Johnny Depp. Dibujando mientras escuchas. Bueno, no sé, estaba rayando el cuaderno. Está rayando el cuaderno. Ahí, otra cosa. Para no aburrirme, porque ya me estaba aburriendo. Ya me estaba entrando la soñación también. ¿Qué está pasando aquí? Ya me estoy asustando y yo, ¡oye, el Sergio! Hola Sergio, ¿cómo estás? Tarde Sergio, llegó otro Sergio temprano. La decepción. Llegó Sergio temprano. Llegó tu clon, que no es tu clon porque se molesta, porque dice que eres un mod. Falta mi sim. Pues no se pagó. ¿Mi otra cuenta? No, Checho. Checho. I didn't go to work. La mom shop me dijo. Time to hacer chores. ¿Qué es chores? ¿Tu mom te dijo que es time to hacer chores? ¿Qué chores? Lo que sí... ¡Ay! ¡Ay! Desapareció el chat. Lo que sí no sé es cómo hacer el chat grande. Me sale chiquitito. El chat me sale chiquito. ¿Cómo hago para que el chat sea chiquito? Ay, ya me ha dado la mención. A ver, les voy a poner... Chores es en inglés. ¿Y qué? Bueno, ¿y en español qué es? No sé la translation. A ver. ¿Es comida? ¡Ah!
Chores. Los quehaceres.
Ah, o sea... o sea que vas a limpiar la casa. Ah, los quehaceres. Dice, creo que si pones la silla hacia atrás y te pones una mantita te quedas dormido. Sí. A ver chicos, los dejo esto. No voy a hacer que venga No es sueño, es hambre. Ok, voy a buscar qué comer porque no he comido y son las 2 ya. Les dejo mirando ahí. Así que ya vengo. Pero con permiso, pero... Uy, Luna, 8. Uy, ya, ven. Ven, Luna, ven. Son... Bueno, no importa. Abre la boca. Abre la boca. Y este. Desde... Ah, me lo quité cuando me paré porque hacía calor. Ya.
cambias tu vida te van a trancar otra vez o te van a meter. Los rifles y las balas, pero los millones nunca han parado balas. Tienes un problema, cabrón, de actitud, bicho, tú no tienes alas. En el de que carajo, yo fui el único que estuvo contigo desde abajo. No disparo un carajo, cabrón, yo soy el que los rifles los peines en cajo. El que vendía la droga, te hablaste tan y del CD, te echaste la soga. Y cuando todos estos cabrones te quieren matar, yo soy el que por ti siempre aboga. Y cuando toda la prensa te quiere joder, yo soy el que siempre dialoga. Y cabrón, tú no eres de nadie, a mí el que odian los del strike force. No confíes en nadie, cabrón, que el marido de la muerte se llama traición. Y siempre tengan los carros los clavos, cabrón, y nunca sueltes el pistolón. Tú saliste de la prisión, sigue para tu humildón. Que todo el mundo se cree que perdiste humildad por una cabrona canción. La realidad es que yo no tengo amigos, no somos amigos, somos hermanos, no somos nada. Somos enemigos, amigos, termina igual que enemigos. Amigos, termina igual que enemigos. La realidad es que yo no tengo amigos, no somos amigos, somos hermanos, no somos nada. Somos enemigos, amigos, termina igual que enemigos. Amigos, termina igual que enemigos. Real hasta la muerte, oíste, cabrón. Aunque ande en valle de sombra de muerte, no temeré mal alguno, porque Dios siempre va a estar conmigo. Los intocables, los Illuminati. Yo siempre estoy con lo mismo de siempre, cabrón. Mientras más cerrado sea el círculo, menos la posibilidad de que te traicionen. Oíste, lambe, bicho. Mira ahí mi Q. Mira ahí me Easy, Brilla. Mira ahí me Fabián. Mira ahí me K. Nosotros somos intocables en la puta isla. Mira ahí me Casca. Aunque nos den 10 años, nosotros nunca vamos a chotear. Real hasta la muerte, oíste. 9 por 3, 27, 880. Sangre y guerra, oíste, cabrón. Mira, dime negro. Que en paz descanse Gaya, oíste, cabrón. Amén.
Y un café, apenas me desperté y al mirarte recordé que ya todo lo encontré. Tu mano en mi mano, de todo escapamos juntos, ver el sol caer. Vamos pa' la playa, pa' curarte el alma, cierra la pantalla, abre la medalla. Coquetea, tú eres muy cabulla y me gusta lento y contento, cara al viento, lento y contento, cara al viento. el sol está caliente y vamos a disfrutar el ambiente y vamos a meternos para el agua para que veas qué rico se siente y vámonos tropical por toda la costa chinchorrear. De chinchorro a chinchorro paramos para darnos una medalla bien fría, para dar la sequía, un poco de guardarle un trago de sangría, para que te suelte poco a poquito, porque para vacilar no hay que salir de Puerto Rico. Y dale lento, dale un shot de coquito, y como dice Fonsi, vamos a darle despacito, pa' que te suelte poco a poquito, porque pa' vacilar no hay que salir de Puerto Rico. Vamos pa' la playa, pa' curarte el alma, cierra la pantalla, abre la medalla, todo el mar Caribe, viendo tu cintura, tú le coqueteas, tú eres un buscabulla y me gusta lento y contento.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Calma mi vida con calma, que nada hace falta si estamos juntitos andando. Calma mi vida con calma, que nada hace falta si estamos juntitos. Vamos pa' la playa, pa' curarte el alma, cierra la pantalla, abre la medalla, todo el mar Caribe, viendo tu cintura, tú le coqueteas, tú eres un buscabulla. Vamos pa' la playa, pa' curarte el alma, cierra la pantalla, abre la medalla, todo el mar Caribe, viendo tu cintura, tú le coqueteas, tú eres un buscabulla y me gusta lento y contento, cara al viento, lento y contento, cara al viento. Qué bien te ves.
Be seated. All right. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hughes, did there come a time when you conducted a forensic psychological evaluation of Amber Heard? And please tell the jury what a forensic psychological evaluation is.
Could you turn it on at the bottom base?
A forensic psychological evaluation is an evaluation that is conducted for the courts to answer a particular legal question. It contains multiple parts. Ms. Heard is not a client of mine. She's never been in therapy with me. She's not under my clinical care. It is an objective evaluation to determine a particular legal question. Forensic evaluation follows a methodology that what we say it's a multi-method, multi-hypothesis-driven methodology, which means I look at a variety of different documents and data using multiple hypotheses. It's not just one hypothesis, one theory of the case. You're going in looking to see, what possibly could be going on here. And then you use the data to arrive at that opinion. You look for consistency across the data to arrive at that opinion. And the forensic psychological evaluation has many parts. It has the clinical interview part, a structured or semi-structured clinical interview where I'm asking Ms. Heard lots of things about her life, both before Mr. Depp and after. It involves a psychological testing component of the evaluation, which allows me to do a good broad scan of different symptomatologies that people might have in their lives, as well as to have indicators of how she approached the test. Is she defensive? Is she malingering? Is she feigning? Is she exaggerating? It gives me indications about how she approached the evaluation. I review a number of documents, medical records, psychological records, the text, the audio, all the different things that we've had in this case, and then I conduct collateral interviews.
So, Dr. Hughes, just to be clear, do you assume everything the victim reports is true when you conduct these examinations?
No, of course not. I always approach a forensic evaluation with a healthy dose of skepticism. With any forensic evaluation, there exists a motivation that the individual may be telling you something that is not accurate. It doesn't mean that that's there, but you have to control for that and know that you're looking for, again, what does the data tell you, the external data, about what the person is also telling you.
Did the forensic evaluation follow a standard methodology, or was it specific to Ms. Heard?
This is my standard methodology that I would use with any individual who's in a forensic matter, and I was just called to evaluate them.
When did you meet with Amber Heard?
Okay, so I met with Ms. Heard for a total of about 29 hours. I met with her for the first time in September 2019. I saw her for 4 visits in my New York City office. That's about 21, 22 hours. And then I saw her twice over Zoom. One was in January 2021 and
no approach. Okay. Dr. Curry, in answering that question, were you consulting anything?
Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Hughes, I'm so sorry. Dr. Hughes, were you consulting anything? Dr. Curry's here, I guess, as well. That's confusing us.
I'm consulting my cheat sheet of the dates that I saw Ms. Heard so that I could accurately report to the court. I also have my final designation in front of me so that I could give the most accurate information to what I put in that.
Okay. And do you want to see that? Okay, should we just take the break now and have him look at it, or would you like to look at it now or before crossing?
It's just a post-it.
¿Qué dijeron? ¿Qué dijeron? ¿Qué dijeron?
Okay, all right, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, please continue. I think you were telling us when you saw Ms. Heard.
Sure. So there were 4 dates in person in New York City for a total
Al fin, cuando recién va a hablar de Ms.
And then I
Heard,
saw her in January 18th, 2021. Over Zoom
recién
for 3
va a hablar
hours, and
cuando
then
me voy,
December
maldita sea.
27th, 2021, for 4 hours over Zoom.
Justo y partí la champion a esta
What
hora.
did the evaluation consist of?
So as
No
I
sé qué dice,
stated,
pero
the evaluation
miente.
consisted of psychological testing, a
Sí, me
semi-structured
dicen
clinical
Fanny, no te
interview with
preocupes.
Ms. Heard, a review of a
Fanny,
whole
como
host
se
of
te haga mejor.
documents
Decime
relative to
Fanny,
this
pues.
case and medical records and psychological
La mayoría me
records,
dice Fanny.
and then 3 collateral interviews, 2 with her treating therapist, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also with her mom.
And in the semi-structured clinical interview, what were you assessing?
¿Qué le dijo? ¿Qué le
Well,
dijo?
when someone comes in for the evaluation, you sometimes don't know what you're going to see or what you're going to get. So you absolutely have to do a full clinical interview and have a sense of their life,
Acá hace
their life
calor, ¿eh?
patterns, things that have affected them in their lives, you know, where they have worked, where they have lived. Just get a full sense of their sort of being before the incident for which they're talking about. Then I do a full intimate partner violence assessment, looking at all those characteristics that I talked to you about earlier to get a sense of the full structure of and the dynamic of this relationship. I also did looking at what were the effects, what were the psychological consequences of being in that relationship. And I also looked at the psychological consequences of some of the statements that were made by Mr. Depp through his attorney that are part of this, the counterclaim in this lawsuit.
¿Qué dijeron?
At the end of that process, considering all the data, did you arrive at any expert opinions?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'd like to start with your main expert opinions and then go through those. Can you please tell the jury what your main opinions were?
So like I said, there are opinions embedded within them, but the main opinion is that Ms. Heard's report of intimate partner violence and the records that I reviewed is consistent with what we know in the field about intimate partner violence, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors.
ella está admitiendo que todo lo que dice Amber es cierto. Que
The
sí le ha
second main
golpeado,
opinion
que
was
sí le ha
that,
intimidado, que sí ha habido abuso
that
sexual,
Ms. Heard
que ha habido de todo.
demonstrated very clear
Por parte
psychological
de Johnny.
and traumatic effects or the exacerbation of trauma from those statements that Mr. Depp made through his attorney. There were 3 statements that we
Está diciendo que todo lo que ha
evaluated
dicho
to
Amber
see
es
how
cierto.
they affected
No es
her
subtítulo, sí.
emotionally and psychologically, and it was my determination
A
that
español
they
no.
did.
And did you arrive at any diagnostic conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I diagnosed Ms. Heard with post-traumatic stress disorder.
And what, if any,
Dice su
etiology
diagnóstico que es
was
que
associated with the post-traumatic stress disorder?
So the etiology is the cause. In order to meet
Cristiano es
criteria for
Sebas, ¿no?
post-traumatic stress disorder, you
No
have to have
creo.
an actual cause. It's one of the few diagnostic
No
entities that we
creo.
have to have a cause for. And the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. That was what was pushing the symptoms. That was what was related to the intrusive phenomena. That was related to her avoidance. That was related to her differences in her mood. That was related to her avoidance efforts. So it was the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp.
Now,
Aunque no me
let's
dijo
first
de
go
dónde
back to
era.
the forensic evaluation. You mentioned you reviewed documents. What documents did you review?
So
¿Qué
I'm
documentos
going to
ha visto?
refer to my list of documents so that I can be clear for you all. It is a 4-page.
All right, if you want to approach.
Se me hace que es feminista y quiere que Amber gane. Joder, con la que escribe, por favor. Hasta creo que está escribiendo lo que ellos están hablando. Pero con esa rapidez escribes rápido. Más o menos dijo que la loca sí está loca. Pero dijo que Amber sí sí ha recibido el abuso. ¿Verdad? O sea que sí, es cierto. O sea, está a favor de Amber, por más loca que esté. Hola, Luna. ¿Qué pasa? Dice, no, que los abogados de Depp say en el report que hubo abuse, pero a Depp. O sea, no a ella. Ya, tómale, ¿no? Un poquito más. Ya, fuera. Fuera. ¿Dónde está? Ahí, te fuiste. Muy bien.
Dr. Curry, if you, I mean, Dr. Hughes, I don't know why I keep
Oy.
doing that. My apologies. My apologies. Dr. Hughes. I think it's the confusion of having her in the courtroom. Dr. Hughes,
Dice, ella checa el report y lo que
if you
vio
need to
cuando
consult
hizo la
your
terapia
notes
Amber.
to answer something, let us know that you need to consult your notes. Otherwise, try to answer to the best of your ability. And then if you need to do that, just let us know you're consulting your notes, okay? The concern is that you're not read from them, that you consult them as you need to, okay?
Correct. I just don't want this to be a memory test of having conducted many documents, 80 pages of notes,
Well,
and 12 psychological testings to...
You can reference your notes, just don't read from them, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, okay, great. So please tell us what
¿Ya
documents you
ves?
reviewed. Please tell the jury.
Okay, so I reviewed a number of documents, a plethora of documents, most...
Le dice que regrese a mirar los documentos para que diga cosas a favor de Amber y no cosas a favor de Depp.
Testimony that she gave in her deposition testimony in this case, her deposition or her trial testimony in the UK case. I did the same thing for Mr. Depp. I reviewed his deposition testimony as well as his trial testimony in the UK as well. I reviewed a number of the depositions that were put forth in this case. I reviewed the psychological treatment notes for Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, Dr. Laurel Anderson, and Dr. Amy Banks, although she did not have treatment records. So I reviewed not only their records, did collateral interviews with some of them, and also read their deposition testimony, and also read other medical records in this case, nursing notes in this case, in the highlights. And I also listened to the audios that were put forth in this case and read the text messages and emails.
And what, if anything, did you do with respect to any videos?
And I also saw the video in the kitchen, yes.
Okay. Now, the collateral interviews that you conducted, why did you conduct those?
Well, collateral interviews is a standard part of a forensic evaluation. It's an opportunity to hear from another treating clinician, the person who's actually treating the individual you're evaluating, and get a better sense from that person of what they saw, what they knew, how they experienced this person. Sometimes our clinical notes don't give the full breadth of what really was going on in that therapy, because the notes are meant to be sort of short and to the point of what happened, who was there, and what was the plan. So it was really helpful to talk to these two clinicians who really were with Ms. Heard throughout the duration of her relationship with Mr. Depp. So they give us sort of a contemporaneous look at what was going on for her emotionally, and then what was she reporting, what was she saying about the relationship to her therapist.
And you mentioned the name Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Please tell the jury who Dr. Bonnie Jacobs is.
So Dr. Bonnie Jacobs was Ms. Heard's therapist, and may I refresh my recollection with my notes, Your Honor?
She's allowed to
For the
consult
dates,
the notes.
if you'd like me to tell the dates.
If she's asking me a question,
Yeah,
I'm not going to answer.
you're right, Your Honor. Yes.
May I?
Yes, you may consult your notes, yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
¿De que no quieres entrar al Discord y traducir? Van a escuchar el partido. ¿Pero qué dijo? ¿Qué dijo? ¿Por qué se voltearon y se rieron? Están contradiciendo, ¿verdad? ¿Están contradiciendo?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So she treated with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, who is a psychologist, from October 2011 through August 2014. She actually was seeing Dr. Jacobs somewhat earlier, before she got in the relationship with Mr. Depp. And then she transferred care to Dr. Connell Cohen, who was referred by Dr. Kipper, who was the treating physician for Mr. Depp, and then later for Ms. Heard. and she treated with Dr. Cohen from after she left Dr. Bonnie Jacobs in September 2014 to June 7th, 2016.
Okay, thank you. And so and I guess you got ahead of me there, so you also talked to Dr. Cohen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also spoke with Paige Heard, did you say?
That's correct.
And who is Paige Heard?
Paige Heard is Amber Heard's mother.
And when did you speak with Paige Heard?
I spoke with all of these individuals at the end of 2019.
La que está sentada no
Again,
sabe
I
qué
can
decir
check
y
my
lee
notes
de
and let you know
sus
the
notas
exact
y la
date
abogada
if you'd
dice
like.
que no read.
I think the end of 19.
Yeah, they all were in
is
the
fine.
end of 19, yes.
All right. And are you aware that Paige Heard has since died? She died 2 years ago?
Yes, I am aware, sadly.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the
¿Qué
psychological
carajos?
testing. You stated that you conducted psychological testing, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you
Overruled out loud.
Can you please tell the jury how many psychological assessments you administered to Amber Heard?
I administered 12.
Can you please tell the jury which ones you administered?
So I am going to refer to my designation that has the list so that I don't forget anything.
Okay.
So I administered.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
She can refresh her recollection.
As long as she's not reading it.
Right. You just can't read. You're not supposed to read from it, but you can refresh your recollection as you're speaking.
So I can look and just look up, and that's refreshing my recollection? Okay.
All right, if we could approach for a moment.
Eso ya se pasaron ya. Mira, me dicen la chica esta de ¿cómo es que se llama? La del trabajo me dice, ¿puedes enviarme este logo en todos los formatos que me enviaste ayer? A mi colega le gusta más este. Si tuvieras el número de cuenta. O sea, queda uno ayer y ahora dice que le gusta otro. No le voy a mandar. Yo ya hice uno y ahora quiere que haga otro. No, le estoy diciendo eso ya sería otro trabajo. No le voy a pasar otro. No sé que no se pase.
Yes, I can. I administered the Personality Assessment Inventory, which is a broadband instrument to scan for psychopathology and psychological symptoms that people have. I administered the Trauma Symptom Inventory, too, which is an instrument to scan for common traumatic effects that people have. I administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test, which is a
La estafadora resultó estafada.
I administered
Es que yo le pasé 3
Post-Traumatic
logos
Stress Disorder Checklist
para que elijan cuál. Bueno, 4 en realidad.
I administered the clinician
Quedó en uno. Ese logo lo he pasado a PNG en blanco, PNG en negro. Lo he hecho en todos los formatos. Ese quedó, sí, listo, ese queda, bien. Y ahora dice que no, que quiere otro. No, yo no le voy a pasar otro. Tell them, call me, yo los calmo. No, es que ya sería hacer otro trabajo. O sea, son otros dólares más.
And we administer that typically before either doing the PCL or doing the CAPS.
Thank you.
Ayer yo se quedó que era eso, no puedo hacer otra cosa. No se pasa. Además, tendré que hacerlo otra vez porque no lo he guardado.
Okay, can you please tell the jury about those?
So malingering is the false production
sí lo he guardado, pero
psychological symptomatology for the purpose of some external material gain. Feigning is the false projection of psychological symptomatology with no identification of what that gain may be. So basically, feigning is saying your mental health is worse than it actually is. So I administered 3 of the tests had validity indices built in that could allow us to address that
Ay, yo
question.
formateé mi celular y no sé dónde están mi
forensic
cuenta.
assessment of symptoms test
Luego.
is a specific malingering instrument. It looks at malingering psychopathology.
Ya me perdí ya.
Is
¿En
this
qué está?
someone, you know, malingering psychopathology?
Yo comiendo todo tranquila, que
She
me quieren
scored a
cambiar de
0 on
logo.
that
¿Y saben qué es lo
scale,
peor?
so
Que ayer me dicen, new logo, new price.
So on that test, there was no evidence of malingering. On the TSI, there are 2 validity indices, and she scored within the normal range on those scores as well. One was slightly elevated, but when in testing the limits, because it has rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms,
¿Por qué lo rompería?
that also
Lo
was
formateé
a valid measure.
y no me he instalado
And then
todo lo que
finally,
tenía.
the PAI, the large scale 344 question instrument, has very robust validity scales on it.
Ya le pasé, solamente de ahora dice que quiere
or
cuenta.
feigning or malingering, and she did not score in any of those
Y tienen
scores in
plin.
those scales at all. Those were not elevated. So the combined results between those 3 tests suggest to me that Ms. Hurd is not malingering her psychological symptomatology.
Now, Dr. Curry testified that one test showed, quote, intentional exaggeration in the 98th percentile, meaning that she engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration, end of quote. Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Why?
Because that test, the scale that she is referring to is it's called ATR. It's the atypical response scale. As I said, that combines rare symptoms and
Tan tranquila que estaba, me vienen a joder.
Elevated in people who have high levels of distress.
El plin es
And
como un yape.
on this test specifically,
Sí, el plin es como un yape, pero de otra tarjeta. O sea, el BCP, el yape es del BCP. Gold.
It was normed on people who
Y
were
el plin es del BBVA, creo, pero tarjeta del BBVA no tengo.
It is not a normal curve where we would normally think of how a percentile would work. So we would not use the percentile rank on this test.
¿Cuánto me han pagado?
Approach?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Poquito. ¿Para Perú? No sé. ¿Para dólares? Poquito. Para Perú está ni muy caro ni muy barato, pero para dólares está poquito. Diles, ¿me pagan o les mando las manos?
Dr. Hughes, please continue.
So that is a very inaccurate way to
Pollo, mi pera preciosa, que no le voy a invitar comida porque este pollo tiene aquí. El otro pollo te podía invitar porque está hable. Ya me llené. Ya me llené. ¿Qué dice la...? ¿Ella? Ya me... Ahora cobrarles el triple.
TSI and the MFAS, and there's research to support that when they go together, you have a higher degree of likelihood that this is not feigned PTSD, that this is not feigned symptomatology.
Es de ayer, sí, es lo mismo de ayer. Es la misma comida de ayer, no había otra pues.
Those scales are not
es lo
mismo.
Exaggeration
or malingering either. So if I add that, now I have really robust data.
Soy pobre, yo como recalentado.
Her psychological symptomatology.
Thank you. Did you administer any tests that are specific to domestic violence?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
So that was the conflict tactics scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale.
And what did they show?
Would like to refer to the testing.
No sé, el gol me... Bueno, gol.
Just a glance so
yes,
I can be clear with the jury.
Ya de una vez que no sabes que tienes que leer tus notas para que digas. Me da risa cuando Jenny se ríe.
So what
como esta desgraciada no sabe qué decir.
Overall gist of the testing was that and the benefit of these tests is that they allow me to ask for what Mr. Depp did to Ms. Hurd and then also what Ms. Hurd did to Mr. Depp. So it was asking about both sets of behavior. And
Objection, Your Honor. We're back to reading.
She wasn't even looking down. She was looking at the jury.
Go ahead.
Please continue.
So what the test showed was that there was a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard.
¿Qué le dijo Ricky? Lo único que sé es que le dijo que está especulando, creo, ¿no?
Toward Mr. Depp, with one severe indicator, which was the punching that she indicated to me. There were scales.
Yo no punch you, you solo hitting him.
To figure out their problems. They both scored, again, this is Ms. Heard reporting that, but they both scored in the high range where they're both saying that, yes, we're trying to figure this out, we're trying to work out this relationship. There were scores on the psychological aggression scale where Mr. Depp engaged in more severe acts of psychological aggression, whereas Ms. Heard did engage in also some mild and severe acts of psychological aggression. The amount of injury that was reported was significantly higher and more severe by Ms. Heard, what she was subjected to, and then she was subjected to sexual violence where Mr. Depp, based on her report, was subjected to none. And then on the danger assessment scale, that there were a number of factors that were related to severity
O sea que puede estar
in violent relationships and a risk factor. When we look, as I said earlier, when behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that came up on this scale, such as Mr. Depp threatens to kill her, the increase in severity of the abuse, the forced sexual activity, the choking behavior, his obsessive jealousy.
Objection foundation.
Mira, vuelve a mirar
the obsessive jealousy, the control aspect, and his
¿Qué dice que lo ha ahorcado?
So those were risk factors.
Yo cuando hice eso, dice.
Increased danger range, and this is a range that, you know,
Aquí no
says
banea.
that we certainly have to advise women of their risk and
Mega
consult
bueno.
with, law enforcement if they're involved, or judges if they're involved, because this means that a woman is at risk for more serious or lethal domestic violence.
So did the results of the psychological tests you administered
Bueno,
to Amber Heard support
los resultados
diagnosis
del
of
test
PTSD?
psicológico.
Objection leading.
What, if any, psychological tests did you administer that supported a diagnosis of PTSD for Amber Heard?
Sure. So there were 4 tests that supported that diagnosis. One was the PAI, which was that 340
What's
question
PAI?
scale personality
PAI.
inventory. On that test, her largest subscale, her highest subscale was the one that measures traumatic stress. So that was clinically significant. On the TSI, 2 of her scales were the intrusive experiences dimension and the defensive avoidance dimension, 2 of the classic scales of trauma and PTSD.
Está en lo mismo,
On the
sí.
TCL, which is the post-traumatic
Sí, desde hace rato yo estaba diciendo lo
stress
mismo, o sea,
checklist
cuando
5,
explicaba qué era
that
qué y
she
que no sé
scored in
qué y que
all
no sé
4
cuánto.
domains of PTSD,
Dice lo
and that's
mismo.
an instrument that says how much are you bothered by these symptoms, and in all 4 clusters, which would be the intrusive experiencing, when things
Supuestamente la ahorcación violenta, pues, ¿no?
when you did not want them to. Sometimes they're cued, sometimes they're uncued. She answered in the avoidance category, which is a second category of PTSD, that I do things to try not to think about this, to try not to feel this, to try not to get upset. Sometimes I avoid certain people because they become a trigger for me. She scored in what we call the negative alterations in cognition and mood, changes in her thoughts and feelings as a result of the abuse and trauma, and also in the physiological hyperactivity, the hyperarousal, the hypervigilance, the startle response. So on the PCL, she endorsed symptoms in all 4 of those categories, saying, you know, some of these symptoms are bothering me a lot. And then finally,
Traduciría eso, pero es muy técnico y no quiero aburrirlos.
PTSD scale for the DSM-5, And what that allows me to do, unlike the PCL, is really look at symptom severity and symptom frequency. How is this
¿Qué es
really
PCL?
playing out for this individual?
No sé.
And similarly, she scored in
So
all
está
4
loca.
categories of
Sí, de que está, que tiene que tiene ansiedad, que está como que básicamente traumada o
hyperactivity and changes in her mood and her thoughts. And her total score
hiperactividad
was 28,
psicológica.
which
What the
falls in
fuck?
the moderate range. So that means that she has experiencing a moderate degree of post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology. And those tests allow me to make that definitive diagnosis that she suffers from PTSD.
Thank you. What, if any, consideration did you give to
O sea que
Amber's
piensa que
history of
diciendo que
childhood
está mal,
abuse
pues va a
in
salir
making
como
your
que, pues no está malita.
I mean, that was a significant consideration given that we know that childhood, well, first of all, we know that people can experience multiple traumas across the lifespan. And we
Bueno, es cierto, cuando estamos chiquitos siempre tenemos muchos dramas.
Were related to what she experienced with Mr. Depp and not her childhood. And certainly, you know, earlier on in the evaluation and when I evaluated and spoke with her, that was true. And that was also true on the latest measure, the clinician-administered PTSD scale for DSM-5, the CAPS-5. And that's because the content, you have to look at what is the content of the symptom. So it's not that someone says, oh yeah, something traumatic comes into my mind. No, what is it? What comes into your mind? What bothers you? What are the triggers?
¿Qué es eso?
And those were all specific
Hay uno de
to
PLS.
Ms. Heard's
¿Qué es
relationship with
PLS?
Mr. Depp. The reason the childhood is also significant is that we know that if somebody suffers childhood abuse as a child, they are much more likely to have an adult re-victimization. And they're much more likely then to be more vulnerable to obtaining a PTSD, to getting PTSD, if they've had that prior vulnerability. So it's a very strong vulnerability characteristic to obtaining PTSD when you have a subsequent trauma.
O sea, está diciendo que por los problemas que ha tenido Johnny en su infancia, se está haciendo la víctima.
She was physically abused by her father. She saw her father abuse her mother. Her father was very explosive and had violent outbursts. And both her parents also struggled with substance abuse very significantly. So she had learned from a very early age how to caretake, how to live in a situation that is mired in chaos.
Y ella vio a su mamá y a su papá, tipo, cómo abusaban de... Bueno, los dos tenían unos problemas ahí. No, ella. Exacto, sí, ella vio, ¿no? Ella vio cómo abusaban. Sí.
She learned that she could love someone who hurts her. She knew that people who hurt her also can love her. And she learned how to have this tolerance for cognitive inconsistency, this tolerance for two should be diametrically opposed emotions. But she grew up knowing or believing perhaps that this could happen.
Uy, sí, va a ser la lloración.
She could fix him, just like she tried to fix her
Uy, no, va a llorar. Qué malvada. Dice sí, ella sí.
And rid him of his substance abuse problems.
No te sale la lágrima. Sácalo, sácalo.
Did you review Dr. Curry's CAPS-5 that she administered?
Ni siquiera te sale estar triste.
And what, if any, agreement did you have with Dr. Curry's interpretation of the CAPS-5?
I didn't agree with her interpretation, having been a trauma psychologist for over 25 years and administered hundreds of these. I found that there were flaws. She chose to administer it, and then some of the coding misheard on that CAPS-5 to Dr. Curry certainly reported trauma-based symptomatology related to the abuse.
Malévolo, cucaracho.
That was not coded as such.
Se puso sentimental.
Did you review Dr. Curry's MMPI too that she administered?
A ver, vamos a googlear qué es
yes, I did.
PLS.
Do you agree with her interpretations on that test?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Because this profile is a normal profile. It is, there are no
PTS.
Elevated above 65, which is
Me sale PTS. Hace 4 años inicia una labor de construir el mejor mercado peruano de llantas agrícolas.
Those scales are elevated, it becomes very difficult for us to make assumptions about a person's psychology and their functioning. Now remember, the psychological testing generates hypotheses about a person that we then, using our clinical judgment, have to make a decision about. We have to make an assessment about it. And if none of those scales are elevated, it just doesn't give us rich information to make those determinations. The one scale which is accurate that was elevated was one that measures defensive responding, sort of a protective responding, an unwillingness to admit minor faults. That was elevated, and that was true. But the result of that
Espera, no puedo invitarte nada, saca tu
not
parita.
giving you a lot of information. So the scales are all low.
Ah,
So
pero
there's
vienes
no
a
way
verme
you
cuando
can
estoy comiendo, nada más. En cambio el Draco viene todo el rato.
it's consistent with
Desgraciada
borderline
eres tú,
personality
¿no?
disorder.
No me
You just
quieres,
don't
tú
have the
solamente
symptom
quieres la
expression
comida.
on it in order to do that.
Era la
And
psicóloga,
that's my
sí.
next question here. What, if any,
No, saca la pata.
diagnoses did you make of personality disorders for Amber Heard based on your testing?
I did not make a personality disorder of Miss Heard.
Why not?
For a number of reasons. Number one, a
Dice,
personality
so dijo que ella vio que le pegaron a su mom y ahora dice que Depp le pega por eso. Tiene PTSD,
If
etc.
her emotional instability, her affect dysregulation, or her fear of abandonment is only occurring in the relationship with Mr. Depp, and we don't have evidence of it before, and we don't have evidence of it after, it is not.
All right. You want to approach?
¿Qué pasó? No sé, un llanto por ahí. ¡Hagan show! Ah, estrés postraumático. Ah, vale. Sí. O sea, lo vio que lo pegaba, pero cuando le pegó ella le dice, ¡ay, you're such a baby! You're such a baby. Oh my God, Johnny, you're such a baby. Sí, claro, estrés postraumático, ella. Sí, claro. El que tiene eso es él, creo. Porque su mamá creo que le daba duro a Johnny. Ah, hubo una parte en donde dijo, ¿a quién no? Pero o sea, en... No, pues, o sea, también que te dé con la chancla tu mamá, pero no así en cuestión de dejarlo casi moribundo. No se sabe. Y lo gracioso, ¿sabes qué es? Que a todos los que Johnny llevaba, los abogados lo primero que le preguntaban es ¿cuánto te pagó o cuánto ganas por hora? Siempre iban con la misma, no tenían otra. No tenían otra. Y bueno, aquí todavía no está hablando ninguno de los abogados de Johnny. Está hablando con los mismos abogados de Amber. No tengo comida. ¿Qué hacías, Becky? Pobre Luna. Primero le tira a Amber y luego reverse card y eso. Pam 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 pam. Purum, pum, 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 pum. Ah, miren, tengo 12 likes. Ahorita que recién lo veo. Ay, ¿dónde está el Cristiano y por qué no me he seguido en Insta, Cristiano? Cristiano Ronaldo. ¿Dónde está Cristiano Ronaldo? Cristiano Ronaldo. Ah, mi tamal. Mi tamal tiene 112 likes. Ese no es. O bueno, no sé. ¿Qué será? Le has dicho y se ha ido y él ha estado todo el rato aquí. Si es, déjalo pues. Yo que creía que tenía un fiel en YouTube. Dice Panic, era el silencio. No sé. Panic, tírate un Siu. ¡Siu! Ya. Chicos, ¿me puedo acostar y me... ¿Sí? Dice, yo confiaba en la psicóloga. Ahí está, el Cristiano no se fue. Yo no, ¿eh? Desde el principio se me hacía rara. Desde el principio se me hacía rara. Ay. El momento perfecto para dormir. El silencio de la sala de un juzgado. El calorcito de tu cuarto, pero no bochornoso, o sea, no feo, está tibio. Haber dormido, ¿a qué hora me dormí? ¿A qué hora me dormí? ¿A qué hora terminamos este tema ayer? No sé quién es. Estoy ocupada. A las 3 terminamos. Bueno, me habría dormido a eso de las 4 y tanto. 4, 5, 6, 7. He dormido 3 horas y media por ahí. No sé quién me llama. Creo que es el del lobo. ¿Aló? Buenas, ¿qué tal?
Sí, hola, mira, justo mi colega me había dicho que te había enviado un mensaje con respecto al el otro logotito que había mandado como muestra para que me puedas mandar el formato que nos están pidiendo. Me dice que tú la has entregado y que yo busco otro trabajo. Porque te digo...
No, lo que pasa es que sí, vendría a ser otro, porque lo que yo he hecho era una muestra y luego tengo que hacer 3 más, creo.
Pero recuerda que nosotros hemos hecho un contrato, digamos, en que tú lo estás haciendo prácticamente de cero. O sea, no es una copia, porque
Dr. Hughes,
ni siquiera era una copia, no era una copia como tal, era un...
Did Dr. Cowan say to you about any type of diagnosis of personality disorders?
Dr. Cohen did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
And what, if anything, did Dr. Bonnie Jacobs say about diagnosing Amber Heard with any personality disorders?
And Dr. Jacobs similarly did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
Thank you. Now, let's turn back to intimate partner violence. What types of physical violence were reported to you?
So there were a number of physically violent behaviors that were reported, that Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp perpetrated. He pushed her, he shoved her, he slapped her with the front of his hand and the back of his hand. He choked her, he slammed her into the wall, he pushed her and she fell down. He kicked her in the back. Again, without looking at my notes, that's what I can recall.
Okay. And what type of injuries did Amber Heard report to you?
She reported mostly bruising, pain, some cuts. She reported vaginal pain from some of the sexual assaults. She reported that she did have some scratches and cuts on her from broken glass. She reported that she believed she may have lost consciousness 2 times, once in the Australia incident and once in the December 15th, 2015 incident.
Okay. What type of coercive control was reported or did you find?
Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, coercive control was reported to you?
So the coercive control that was determined in this relationship I found to be quite significant. There were many, many instances where Mr. Depp tried to control how Ms. Heard went about her career. He didn't want her to show nudity. He didn't want her to show boob. He didn't want her to act with certain actors because of this obsessive jealousy. He criticized her ambition. He'd rather she not work. He called, the ambition as something as a negative thing. It made her very fearful to have to look at scripts or talk about scripts or talk about movie roles because he persistently put those down and told her she didn't need to work and she didn't need to do that and she didn't need to show her tits and ass. He didn't necessarily support her work. The way this manifested as well is that he called almost every actor that she had to work with, males and females. So no matter what show she was filming or shooting, he would call the leading actor. He would call the director. He would tell you, I got eyes down there. I got eyes down on the set. So she never felt safe to be herself and be an actress in these films or productions because she'd have to come home and then endure his anger at her for doing something or for not doing something. When she was filming and he was in the same town, she feared that he would show up on the set and, to know what her call sheet, what she was filming that day. She, even told her assistant, don't give it to him, don't let him see it so that he won't show up. And sometimes he did. So it was very trepidatious for her and very anxiety-provoking that he continued to do this. He tried to control what she wore. When she was going out with him, things were fine, but he told her often, no woman like mine is going to dress like a whore, and didn't want her to wear revealing clothing, or revealing clothing according to him. She recalled an incident when she was going on a job audition, and he said, you're going to go out with those tits and ass? And she had to sort of go in and put on what she said, mom jeans, so that she didn't look sexy, so she didn't look revealing. and continued to try to plead with him about what jobs she could take and she could not take. This made her be very sort of restrictive and try to conceal things. She would hide her scripts because she couldn't read them in front of him because he would put them down or want to see where there might be nudity, where there might be something where she's doing a love scene. And then almost every person that she was in a film with, there would be those barrages of the consistent accusations of infidelity. And we saw that on the Australia pictures, the Billy Bob. He was one person that he continued, to berate her about having an affair with. That's what obsessive control looks like, those messages on the mirror. When you look at how he wanted her to there was some interference with the family, with her sister. When some things were leaked, he was obsessed, believing that it was Whitney who did it, and eventually Miss Heard had to succumb and say, okay, yes, it was, and then alienate herself from her sister because she just couldn't take the fights anymore. She just couldn't take the constant barrage of criticism. So there were many instances when, in terms of their interactions, she would have to text him right back, but when she would text him, he could not answer for days. And it's this sort of, where we talk about, the ghosting, but your husband doesn't ghost you, your partner doesn't ghost you. And there were so many times of this sort of withdrawal of affection, which was on his terms and when he wanted to do it. I'm aware that there is, testimony in this case that, Mr. Depp decided to leave because he didn't want to be violent. And I do think that's true sometimes. I think he did leave in times where he didn't want an altercation. He did leave after an altercation. He did leave and then came back and continued the altercation. So leaving wasn't the defining variable. The problem was that, with this obsessiveness and this perseveration that he had, the fight would always come back. So leaving might end the argument for that moment, but Ms. Heard knew he was always going to come back, and he was going to, start the interrogation once again.
And what is the effect of the coercive control on Amber Heard?
I mean, the effect was drastic. She talked to me that her roles consistently dropped over the time that she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp, just because it was so difficult to go on auditions, to want to be in a different location with him. Whenever she was not on location with him, it was very stressful. It was very anxiety-provoking because of the accusations of infidelity. We heard that through Isaac Baruch's testimony when she called and was saying, babe, there's no one here, there's no one here. That was something that she had to do repeatedly and constantly over the course of the relationship. So it caused a significant amount of anxiety, of distress, of having to try to conceal and maneuver around him to try to have the career that she wanted to have. It made her hypervigilant, and definitely contributed to sort of her psychological symptomatology getting worse over time.
What about sexual violence?
So there was a number of incidents of sexual violence reported in this relationship. Those are documented early on in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, where when Mr. Depp was drunk or high, he threw her on the bed, ripped off her nightgown, and tried to have sex with her. There were times when he forced her to give him oral sex when he was angry. These weren't in loving moments. These were angry moments, moments of dominance, moments of him trying to get control over her. There was a time when they were in Hicksville in the trailer, I don't want to say trailer park, but I guess it's trailer park. It is a trailer park, where he was accusing her of a woman hitting on Amber, and that was the problem. Amber got accused of women hitting on her, and it got accused of men hitting on her. So there were so many targets that came through in his obsessive jealousy. But when he, on that incident when Kelly Sue was accused of hitting on Miss Heard, and they went back into the trailer, Mr. Depp performed a cavity search and ostensibly was looking for drugs and felt it acceptable to rip off her nightgown and stick his fingers up her vagina to look for cocaine, thought that maybe she was hiding them there. And again, these incidents often happened in a drug-fueled rage. There was another incident in the Bahamas where when he got angry, he took his fingers and he put them in her vagina and moved her around violently in the closet. Again, an act of sexual violence. And of course, the incident in Australia was one of the most severe instances of sexual violence that Miss Heard had to endure, in which he was beating her and choking her and telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you, I hate you, I hate you, I'm going to fucking
que dan
kill you.
cólera
Grabbed a
porque
bottle that
empiezan
was
tipo
on
a
the
decir
bar
que ay no,
and
pero ¿qué vas a
penetrated
hacer
her
otra
with that
cosa
bottle.
más si ya lo
And
hiciste?
Miss
O sea,
Heard
así solamente
reported to
tienes
me
que
of
guardarlo y
dissociating
volverme a
and
pasar, porque
going
ya
outside of
está.
her body, and the only thing she was thinking is, oh God, I hope it's not the broken one.
Y le digo, pero es que me está diciendo que le pase todos los formatos, o sea, todos los 5, no solamente uno.
There was a number of psychologically abusive behaviors, as I
Es
stated.
que uno piensa una cosa, el otro dice otra cosa. ¿Y saben qué es lo peor? Que al final él es el que decidió ese logo de ayer de la noche. Me dijo, ah, sí, este queda. Y ahora que le gusta el otro. O sea, ¿por qué no dijo que le gustaba el otro al principio? Y nos hubiéramos dejado de eso. Ya, ¿qué han dicho? Porque los he muteado. ¿Qué han dicho? ¿Qué han dicho? ¿Qué ha pasado?
Frequently whore, slut, cunt, lesbian camp counselor, easy, ambition. Ambition was a weaponized term in that relationship. So he called her a lot of names and humiliated her. And of course, I think we talked about the intimidation tactics that, Mr. Depp was often banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, which sort of got the tension to rise up very significantly.
O sea, le digo, si quiere uno ya, bueno, ¿no? Pero si quiere los 5, que lo haga de nuevo. O sea, que lo pase todos al otro lado, que no es tan difícil. Dice, pero pensé que era muy obvio.
Sure, so what I did was look at the incidents
que Depp
es
un loco. ¿Eso dice?
And look at the corroborating data around it. So as we stated, most of these
o sea, ya no es la loca ella, ahora es Depp.
Behind closed doors, not everyone is going to witness what the parties are reporting behind closed doors. So you look at what is the data that surrounds it. Is there any data before it? Is there any data after it? Is the victims telling somebody in real time about what's happening? Are there therapy notes? Are there pictures? Are there text messages that sort of allow us to fill in the pieces of the picture, even though we don't have exactly what happened at that moment? The more collateral that we have and the consistency across those data points, it gives us greater confidence in our results.
Can you give us some examples?
Sure. So
vague.
Overruled.
So, for example, the Boston plane incident, I think without looking, I know May 24th, 2014. This is the incident where Miss Heard and Mr. Depp were going to fly back to LA and spend the weekend together. They were shooting at different sites. Miss Heard is on the plane waiting for Mr. Depp to come on in the tarmac. He's reportedly sitting in the SUV, smoking and drinking, smoking weed and drinking. She is filming with James Franco at this point, and she gets on the plane and he starts talking about James Franco, making a lot of derogatory comments about her, and I hope you have fun.
Está hablando de James Franco y que estaban haciendo una película y que hablaban de cosas.
An argument when she got up to leave, he kicked her in the back and she went forward on the plane. To the front of the plane because he sat in the back of the plane. So if I look at what is the corresponding data to this, there's a therapy note, several notes in Bonnie Jacobs' records that talk about Mr. Depp's increasing use of alcohol and his obsessive jealousy around James Franco before this Boston plane incident. After the incident, Ms. Heard
¿Qué? O sea, que estaba celoso de James.
She told her friend Savannah. She told her friend Rocky. Miss Heard did not go home. She was afraid to go home. So she went to a hotel.
Yo les dije que ella estaba a favor de ella desde el principio. Desde que empezaba a decir, desde que empezó con el tema de explicar qué es el abuso y no sé qué, y que solamente la abusada es la mujer, desde ahí empezó.
There was a text from Stephen Deuters, Mr. Depp's assistant.
All right, you want to approach?
Me da risa que él se ríe. Es como que, ay, ¿si estaba celoso o está mintiendo? No sé. ¿Cómo se ríe, por favor? ¿Qué dijo lo del avión? ¿Lo golpeó en el avión, dice? O sea, la puso contra un avión, Johnny o Franco, porque estaba hablando de James Franco.
Notas, en sus reportes, a todo lo que esta psicóloga estaba describiendo aquí. Los golpes, los reportes del dolor, en todo.
Le creo a la psicóloga, así como le creo y le compro monedas de cuero.
Las personas dicen que no vieron nada en la cara de ella, entonces...
Pareciera que estuviera testificando
campanita, sí, necesitamos una campanita. Ok,
en el
chicos,
nombre de Amber en vez
gracias.
de subir
Miriam
ella al
Bell.
estrado. Sí, sí, es
Ese
cierto,
super
es cierto.
sticker.
Bueno. Ay, sí, me donaron, dice. Ay, sí, me donaron. Claro, como que yo no tengo donaciones, sino yo estaría ganando, amiga. ¿Sí o no, chicos? ¿Sí o no, mis 7 viewers? Que le pegó Depp en el avión. Sí, eso entendí. Johnny, no te rías, güey. Quiere llorar. Los testigos dicen lo contrario, está mintiendo. Amber dijo que... ¿Por qué? Gracias. ¡A la madre! ¿Por qué escriben tanto? Y son pocas personas, ¿eh? ¡Ah, no! ¡Qué pocas personas! Vi 400 personas, son 4000 personas. La verga. ¿Por qué esas 4000 personas no viene uno aquí para mí? Good. Dice... Por hablar con Franco. Ah, le pegó Depp en el avión por hablar con Franco. Ah, sí, y luego Franco en su casa, ¿no? Y que se abrazaban. O se abrazaba. ¿Con quién se abrazaba? ¿Con él o con... o con Elon? No me acuerdo, había un video donde se abrazaban. Con los dos. ¡Sí! Y encima con los dos. Y luego con Cara de Levine también. O sea, los tres. Uy, ¿por qué los enfocan a ellos? ¿Quiénes son? ¿Quiénes son? ¿Los conocen? ¿Por qué se rieron? Dice, decían que hubo un trío, sí. Amber con Cara y Franco, si no me equivoco. O con Elon, no sé con quién, pero de que hubo algo.
All right, so Dr. Hughes, let's go past that text and talk about go past that text and continue after that text.
Sure. So there was.
¿Qué text? Si solo está leyendo todo lo que he traído.
To Ms. Heard for that incident. Mr. Depp said in his UK testimony, well, I only maybe playfully tapped her on the back with my foot.
¿Qué?
Mr. Depp texted Paul Bettany and talked about how he was so drunk and out of control and engaged in bad behavior. He texted his friend Patty Smith a very similar type of text about how drunk and out of control he was. And then finally, Amber Heard wrote an email talking about how distressed and heartbroken she was.
Objection, hearsay.
I mean, I don't agree.
I know. Sustain. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. Can you give another example?
I think those are all I can remember at this point.
Okay.
¿Le dijo no al lugar? O sí,
Sorry, I'm going to have to go a little bit further here. So you concluded that Amber Heard used psychological abuse and some reactive physical violence, I think I heard you say. Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Can you please explain to the jury?
Yes, that is correct. That, Amber Heard reported to me some of the behaviors that she used that were psychologically aggressive. The name calling, the putting him down and calling him very bad names and insulting his fatherhood, and she was very shamed and remorseful about that. She also indicated, using, and as some of the testing showed, minor forms of violence, pushing, shoving, throwing objects. We see that a lot with women when there's not proportional force. Women are more likely to throw objects. And then the more severe act of punching him, which a punch falls in the more severe category. And the context, as she explained it, was that he was coming after Whitney, and she stood, her sister, and she stood in the way and she punched him.
Now, does that make Amber Heard a perpetrator of intimate partner violence?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
So that was one of the tasks that I had to consider. That was one of the hypotheses that I had to consider. And given all of the other data, that was not my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Now, you stated that you read a number of therapy records. Please tell the jury, why are therapy records important?
Therapy records are critical for a forensic psychologist. When we have the opportunity to go back in time and see what a person was dealing with, what the content of their distress was, and what the symptoms of their distress was, it really gives us a snapshot in time.
Jenny no es tan
Very
alto.
critical as part of the overall forensic psychological
Por ejemplo,
evaluation.
su
As we as
abogado,
psychologists understand
su abogado es
how
más alto que él.
people sort of treat in therapy and what to look for. So in looking back at Ms. Heard's therapy records, we see sort of real-time unfolding of this dynamic in this relationship. We see early on in her notes, in her report with Bonnie Jacobs, and Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, reports of constant concerns about Mr. Depp's substance abuse, constant concerns about him passing out and vomiting, constant concerns about not wanting to...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
She can characterize that and say she relied on that.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Mide 1.70.
Constant concerns about how do I get him into treatment?
Y
How do I
Johnny
get him
1.78.
help? Ms. Heard starts
1.70
going to
dice.
Al-Anon at this point, early 2012, in the beginning of the relationship, because she has to figure out and wants to figure out
Pero
a
hay
way
fotos en
to
donde ellos
support
están juntos y
the
ella se ve
man
más
she's
alta, bueno,
dating
por los
right now,
tacos,
the
pues,
man
¿no?
who she's falling madly in love with. There were reports in Dr. Jacobs' notes early on about his controlling behavior, about his jealousy behavior,
Ella se ve más
about
alta.
him not wanting to do certain jobs,
Ay,
not wanting
maldita sea, ahí
her
se
to
veían
wear certain
bonitos.
clothes. So this is going back to 2012. With no
Ahí él se pone,
indication
mira,
of
ve,
why
se
would
pone un
she be saying
poquitito para
that,
verse
but for
más
the sole
grandecito.
purpose of trying to get help and trying to get guidance in this relationship that she finds so difficult. There are indications, as I
Ricky es
mentioned
chiquito,
before,
él mide un
of the sexual
83.
assault and the sexual abuse, and how
Enano
he
es.
would, you know, when he was angry and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage when he would, you know,
82.
throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her. And then, you know, if he was not able to perform, he would get more angry at her and blame her. So we have this dynamic of blaming her for his inability to take responsibility for his behavior. Those themes were throughout Dr. Jacobs' notes.
Tú le pasas.
Did Dr. Jacobs assign any diagnoses to Amber Heard?
She did. Early on, she diagnosed her with panic disorder, and then later with post-traumatic stress disorder.
All right. And did Dr. Jacobs diagnose Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder?
No, she did not.
Histrionic personality disorder?
No, she did not.
¿A que no tiene un desorden de personalidad? Claro que lo tiene. ¿No has visto su cara cuando está así?
Psychiatric difficulties, as I stated, well, I don't think I got to state, personality disorders usually start in adolescence early.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. You also stated that you reviewed Dr. Connell Cowan's treatment notes, correct?
Correct.
And you also read his deposition testimony?
Correct.
And you had how long of a collateral interview with him?
I believe it was 2 hours.
Okay. And what did you get from all of that data?
Es que yo
So by the
estoy
time
loca.
that she gets to Dr. Connell Cowan, which is 2014, I believe, September 2014 is when Dr. Kipper comes on the scene. Ms. Heard's psychological functioning is significantly deteriorated. She's suffering more anxiety, more sleeplessness, more agitation, more emotional dysregulation, this fluctuation in moods. And when you sort of look at the records of what happened in those first 2 years from Dr. Jacobs, and now we have up to Dr. Connell Cowan, and we see all of the incidents that she was exposed to, including the sexual violence and the coercive control, it makes sense to me that her status, her psychological functioning has deteriorated. And in Dr. Connell Cowan's notes, that's what he's always trying to do. He's trying to help her, help Mr. Depp, help her act in a way so that Mr. Depp does not hurt her. Mr. Depp, Dr. Connell Cowan was very concerned for Amber Heard's safety, as was Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs was very concerned for her safety, and she continued to talk about safety aspects for Ms. Heard, as was Connell Cowan. You know, they did, both of them, both therapists understood, and Ms. Heard talked to them about it, that there were times that she fought back and she used violence, and times that she screamed and she said things that she didn't want to. But nevertheless, that did not change the balance for them either, and they were very concerned that because of Mr. Depp's significant substance abuse and his sort of poorly controlled anger, that at some point he was going to seriously hurt her.
Did Dr. Cowan provide Ms. Heard with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Did he diagnose Amber Heard with histrionic personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Is that important?
It's important that you have an individual, Ms. Heard, who's in therapy for over 2 years with one therapist and over 2 years with another therapist, and you're not seeing those characteristics of a personality disorder. If the manifestation of a person's difficulties and illness and symptomatology is better explained by another disorder, then you don't qualify for the personality disorder. You can't get the diagnosis. I mean, that's part of the criteria. So if it's not a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts, and it can't be better explained by her trauma experience and the exposure and the symptoms as a result of that trauma, then you don't get a personality disorder. And that's why they didn't diagnose it.
Did you read Dr. Amy Banks' deposition testimony?
Yes, I did.
And what were her findings?
So Dr. Banks had one session, one couple session with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Dr. Banks is very reputable. She works up at the Harvard Medical School Cambridge Victim of Violence Program, which is a very well-known program for understanding.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
It's non-responsive to the question. The question was, what was the findings?
All right.
Tell the jury who Dr. Amy Banks is.
And just like I said, so she's somebody who has a wealth of experience in understanding intimate partner violence and the dynamics of violent relationships. But she only had one session with the couple, and it was her determination when they were both there and the violence was talked about that Mr. Depp did not deny the violence that he perpetrated toward Miss Heard. She also did, as everybody has, all of our other therapists, because Miss Heard admitted as such, that she also used low levels of violence as well. So Dr. Amy Banks had that opinion.
Did you review Dr. Laurel Anderson's treatment notes and read her deposition?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was the significance of what you learned from Dr. Anderson?
So Dr. Anderson similarly thought that there was violence and abuse in this relationship. She was the one therapist out of the 4 who qualified it as mutual abuse, which the termination I've talked to you about, I don't necessarily agree with. But she did see and did understand that there was violence and abuse by Mr. Depp. What was most notable was that after the December 15th, 2015 episode, Ms. Heard called her, in addition to calling Connell Cohen, and reached out to a number of people, but she saw Dr. Anderson in her office, and Dr. Anderson saw 2 bruises on her face and told me, my husband kicked me, and he pushed me, and he punched me in the head. And should I call the police?
Objection, Your Honor.
What should I
Hearsay.
do?
She's not reading, Your Honor. She's just saying the significance.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. What were your, what conclusions did you make as a result of what you reviewed for Dr. Laurel Anderson?
My take of reading Dr. Laurel Anderson's deposition and seeing her, redacted notes was that, from my professional opinion, this was a very serious incident and a very serious allegation of intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. If a patient comes into my office with 2 bruises and alleges being pushed, shoved, and kicked by her partner, I'm going to be very concerned, and I'm going to mobilize a lot more resources to help that individual. And for some reason, that did not happen for Ms. Heard.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading these notes from Amber Heard's treatment providers and their couples therapists?
Objection, compound.
All right, sustained.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading what you told everybody you read?
Objection, compound.
I mean, I don't know how to get it less compound, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
So my overall impression of the treatment notes was, there's significant support for the fact that there was intimate partner violence in this relationship. It was consistently reported over time, and there were couples therapists who saw and understood that. So, there were, Mr. Depp also attended a session with Dr. Connell Cohen with Ms. Heard. And in that session, he was very belligerent and mean and yelling and intimidating, and he even got up and stormed out, rolled a joint, and then came back later. Dr. Connell Cohen's impression was this is somebody who's poorly controlled. That's the same thing that Dr. Laurel Anderson said about him. And he stormed out of one of those sessions too. So there were a total of 6 sessions, couple sessions, but Mr. Depp stormed out of 2 of them. So there were only 4 couple sessions for these 2 individuals in this just highly volatile, highly damaging relationship that was, punctuated by the coercive control and the intimate partner violence.
What, if any, observations did you make about Amber Heard's psychological status over that period?
I mean, the record was very clear that her psychological status deteriorated as she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp. She kept getting worse. She was losing weight. By the end, she was down to, I think, 105 pounds from about 125, 130. She was taking significantly more medication than she's ever taken in her life. She was having more panic, more anxiety, more distress. More affect dysregulation, just really an inability to regulate her mood, more anger outbursts. So it can significantly deteriorate over time.
You talked about weight.
Bueno, que estaba
What,
molesta
if
todo
any,
el tiempo, ¿por qué?
diagnoses
Porque
did,
supuestamente abusaban de ella.
Bonnie Jacobs make about Amber Heard having an eating disorder?
There was no evidence in the record that Ms. Heard had an eating disorder.
What, if any, observations did you make about whether Dr. Cowan Connell thought she had an eating disorder?
There was no indication in his record that she had an eating
No
disorder.
hay indication que tiene eating disorder.
Now, what, if any, observations did
Bueno,
you
que
make
tiene un desorden
about
alimenticio, pero
the impact of Mr. Depp's substance abuse?
So the substance abuse was a very relevant and complicating factor to this relationship. When you pair that level of substance abuse with the level of intimate partner violence and coercive control, it's a very, very disastrous mix. And one of the things that happens with the substance abuse is a very similar dynamic that happens with the intimate partner violence. That there's the lying, there's the hiding, there's the cheating, there's the obfuscation, the rationalization about the drinking, the rationalization about the violence, the trying to, promises, I'm going to do better, I'm going to get clean and sober, I'm not going
Oye,
to
ya
hit
lo
you
había
anymore.
dicho esto.
Can I be heard?
You can approach.
Sí, y está repitiendo todo esto todo el tiempo. Diciendo otra vez que supuestamente ella se quedó con él porque, le iba a decir que iba a cambiar y que ya no iba a beber y no sé qué y no sé cuánto. Qué horrible, ¿no? Tener de haber estado juntos, supuestamente bien en algún momento de sus vidas, tener que estar él en una mesa y ella en una mesa gritándose. No, qué feo, qué feo. O bueno, ni siquiera hablándose, o sea, los abogados hablando por ellos. Panic, una pregunta, dime. Sí, o sea, sí, está repitiendo desde hace rato, desde que me fui a comer. Dice, no es mala estrategia. Panic, están sentados por los millones. Pero, o sea, no pienses en los millones, piensa en cuando eran felices. Les darán de comer a los que en la corte, pedirán pizza. ¿No ves que cada rato se van? Al final, ¿qué pasó? ¿Ganó Depp? Jair, que esto tiene para todavía una semana más. O sea, es difícil saber qué es lo que va a pasar. Bueno, no es tan bueno, sí, no se sabe. No se sabe. La cosa el pastor para todos. Pero todavía no es de que en un día se acabe. El juicio está por súper tiempo.
What, if any, dynamics
va en el día
and
13
coping
ya.
styles are connected to the substance abuse by Mr. Depp?
So they share similarities. There's a lot of lying when somebody's a substance abuser. There's a lot of hiding. There's a lot of concealment. There's a lot of rationalization. There's a lot of blame. Blaming your partner for your inability to stay clean and sober. There's a lot of promises to change and the promises to get better. So a lot of these dynamics sort of co-occur, in a situation of substance abuse and domestic violence. They're very similar. The difficulty in this relationship was that the majority of the violent episodes and the sexually violent episodes were in these alcohol and drug-fueled rages. That was predominantly when those happened. When he wasn't in those stages, we still saw the obsessive jealousy and the coercive control and the possessiveness. That still persisted. But when the alcohol and the drugs came together is when Amber Heard was more in danger of being hurt by him.
Why didn't Amber Heard leave the relationship sooner?
I mean, you know.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
have you found,
Algo dijo.
based on your experience and based on your 29 hours of clinical evaluation of Amber Heard, what is your understanding of why Amber Heard didn't leave the relationship earlier?
Objection beyond the scope of the disclosure.
Claro, es usted, porque le está diciendo, ¿por qué cree que usted dejó? ¿Por qué cree que Amber dejó la relación?
Point to where you say it's not. I mean,
Point to where you say it's not.
Could you
come forward?
Y se paran riendo de ella. ¿Qué dijo ahí? ¿Qué dijo ahí? ¿Qué dijo ahí? Después de que right back. Antes de que right back. Bueno. Y siguen hablando todo el tiempo. Ya mucho tiempo, dígale jueza, ya. Ya que acabe de hablar esa señora.
Now, you indicated that your main opinion was that Amber Heard's report of violence and abuse in her relationship with Mr. Depp is consistent with what is known as intimate partner violence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And why did you believe that Amber Heard, what formed your basis of that opinion, in a nutshell?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
The basis of the opinion was looking at all the dynamics in this relationship, looking at not just the hitting and the yelling, but looking at how much more hitting was done, looking at the coercive control, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the sexual violence, the choking behavior, the threats to kill. Those are all, as I stated, very significant and often found in cases of lethal domestic violence. Those were significant severity factors. And looking at all those, that's what tipped the scales, that even though she yelled and said some horrible things and hit him, it never was able to shift the balance of power and control in that relationship.
Now, you have discussed with Amber Heard and you have reviewed and evaluated the emotional impact on Amber Heard as a result of emotional distress as a result of the 3 counterclaim statements, correct? The 3 alleged defamatory statements made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Objection, compound leading.
Just
overall, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you please tell the jury what psychological impact these statements had on Amber Heard?
Yes, so there were 3 statements that I evaluated. May I check my notes to give you the dates and my recollection so that I can be clear?
Since I couldn't put it in, that might be the fastest way, Your Honor.
I'd rather she not address the court.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there were 3 statements on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and June 24th, 2020 that I queried her about and asked her about. The one that, what happens is if somebody who, like Ms. Heard, has trauma-based symptoms and PTSD, we say that PTSD is a cue-based disorder. There are things that happen in the environment that trigger and make it worse. And having to refute that your report of violence and abuse is a hoax makes that trauma activated. So it makes the PTSD symptoms at that time become more intense and more severe. So she would have more intrusive thoughts, more nightmares, more sleeplessness, more difficulty
Con tapes
engaging
la
with
boca.
other people, depression, sadness, stress, all of that would happen when one of these statements came out. The one that
Pero
was,
está
you know,
rápido
the
para
most
dormirme.
difficult was the one where they said that her sexual violence
Objection, Your
was
Honor.
a hoax.
Objeción.
What's the objection?
I think she's going to the, to.
Oh, I'll overrule objection.
Please continue.
The one that was most difficult for Ms. Heard was the statement about
Yo
calling her
también quiero
sexual
capturar
violence a
Pokémon.
hoax. As I stated earlier,
Voy a
most
instalármelo.
women try very diligently to put that sexual violence in a box, bury it down, not want to talk about it, not want to.
Me han dicho, ok, gracias, no se preocupe, disculpe la molestia.
You know, by my estimation, her coping, although she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, she also has a high
Es que claro,
degree of
pues ¿cómo
coping
quieren que les
strategies, but
pase
when this
5
would
cambios
happen,
otra vez?
it sort of would just, everything would deteriorate. And this is the one thing that women are always afraid of, that no one's going to believe them, no one's going to take them seriously. And when somebody comes out in the popular media and calls your experience a hoax, that lended itself to
¡Ay, su
more
cara!
severe psychological
¡Ay,
and traumatic
sí!
symptomatology.
Mira, mira de frente y quiere llorar. ¡Hala, qué
Dr. Hughes, are all
horror!
of your opinions that you have provided today within a reasonable degree of psychological
Mírala.
probability or certainty?
Ay, voy a mirar directo a la cámara y me va a salir una lagrimita.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good time to go ahead and break for the day. We can have cross-examination and redirect tomorrow of this witness, of Dr. Hughes. So if you could have a good evening, do not discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research, okay? And we'll see you in the morning. Thank you.
¿Acabó? Le dijo que se ven en la morning. Le dijo que se ven en la morning. Yo no sé a quién miran, pero si la jueza está ahí, ¿por qué miran a otro lado?
All right, Dr. Hughes, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody, including the attorneys, okay? And anything that you looked at, referenced during your direct examination, if you could just turn that over so they can review that before cross-examination, okay? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I just, I presume she wants to be able to take that back with her.
We can get copies of it. We'll get whatever it is.
Okay, good.
We'll make sure you get copies of it, so you get copies of it, so she can keep her originals.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
I have copies of everything that I looked at. Other than
Okay.
my
Well, no. We're not talking right now. Court's in
Other
session.
than my
Thank you.
post-it note.
All right. So anything else then? So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Correct? All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Ah, 10 a.m. Pero para acá es las 9, ¿no? Para acá es las 9, creo. Ah, o sea, otra vez va a venir mañana. Ay, qué aburrido. Mira. Háblale, dile Peach, dile algo, Johnny. ¡Ah! Mira cómo lo suelta. Toda molesta. Toda molesta. Dice, no me están pagando lo suficiente para mentir tanto.
Con eso ya podemos ir evaluando entonces cómo el cambio climático va a afectar estos ecosistemas y eso cómo afecta.
Bueno, terminó. La jueza se aburrió, le dio sueño. Justo, creo que me ha visto que me estaba quedando dormida y dijo, no, ya vamos a acabar. Y luego seguimos mañana en la mañana. Sí, dijo, y vamos a acabar porque nuestra traductora ya se duerme, ya es demasiado para ella. pues aquí acabamos. Vamos para el Fortnite. Nah, mentira, tengo mucho sueño. Aunque me paré, ¿eh? En conclusión, ¿qué sacas de ese día? Pura especulación contra Johnny. Esta se notaba que le han pagado. Algo le han hecho. Porque, bueno, no tanto así, pero que estaba a favor de Amber. Y estaba todo el rato diciendo lo mismo, lo mismo, lo mismo. Y me daba tanta cólera porque, ¿qué carajos? Ahora sí entré. Carajos, todo el rato diciendo lo mismo, de que ya sabemos qué es un abuso, y han tirado mucho tema de especulación, objeción, así que, no sé. Se ve fake lo que está haciendo Amber, y ponerse esa cara, la última cara fue como que... No, pues no. Qué horror. Goodbye. Chao, Cristiano, cuídate mucho, descansa. Bueno, chicos, es hora de descansar. Ya se logró, ya se hizo. Mañana lo haremos otra vez, dicen ustedes. Bueno, por algo es el 3. También. Pero Johnny se la pasa riéndose, ¿eh? Johnny se la pasa riéndose. Mañana lo hacemos otra vez. Déjenme en los comentarios. Ok, no. Pongan. Quiero que me. Iba a poner comando redes. Bueno, aquí en la descripción está. Está. Así que. Muchos besos, muchos abrazos. En conclusión de todo lo que pasó hoy. ¿Cuánto durará todo? ¿Cuánto durará todo? No tengo idea. De aquí todavía creo que falta una semana más. Creo que falta una semana más. Y este de aquí ha sido desde las 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. ¿Cuántas horas he estado en directo? No sé, ¿7? ¡Ay! Con razón me estaba... Con razón ya me estaba quedando dormida. Bueno, chicos, que descansen. ¡Ay! Se me vio un ojo virolo, ¿vieron? ¡Ah! Se me vio un ojo virolo. Por intentar dormirme. Bueno, así. No saquen clip. Ya bueno. Ahora sí, chicos. Descansen. Que tengan lindo día. Nos vemos más tarde en stream. Ahí sí hay beats. Todos los que me decían, pero aquí no hay beats. Ay, pobre que no sé, no haya beats hoy día. Tanto que me dicen, aquí no hay beats. Goodbye. Goodbye. No sé cómo se cierra esto. ¿Será igual que en stream? ¿Hago raid? Bueno, ¿quién hacemos raid? Así que, adiós.